state, under God, one and indivisible.
Blue's right. Good for you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to raise a point of information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so most of you know that today's Flag Day,
Yes.
but I don't know that most of you know that it was in 1954, when I was born, they added under God to the pledge. Thank you.
Amen. Okay, members, I just want to do a quick rundown of our schedule today. We're going to work on our subcommittee reports from 8 to 10 a.m. We'll take public testimony from 10 a.m. to noon. We'll take a lunch break from noon to 1:15 or so, and then we will come back into a committee of the whole at 1:15 for the remainder of the day, and we'll work on whittling down and perfecting language. We'll probably at that point whittle down to the 15 and then work on our perfecting language going forward. Depending on how the time goes, we'll either take more testimony a little bit later this evening, possibly. If not, tomorrow we'll get some more public testimony before we end up with our final report. At this time, the chair wants to recognize Michael Salvo, if you would, to explain. He kept a couple of statistics and notes on one of the tabs on our working document that I think it can be helpful, at least to a visual and some numbers for how the testimony went yesterday.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So I'm a stats guy. I love statistics. Who is running the screen? Is that the okay? Can you go down to column E? So this is the shared document that was sent out a few days ago, and this has the output from all the SCs on it. You'll see that the topics are all on there, you know, all the committees, 6 items that they've passed. You'll notice that there's actually a couple of duplicates that we're going to have to, I guess, settle in subcommittees, like repealing the 10-day rule. But column E shows the number of submissions that topic had from the SD conventions. You'll see it's color-coded. It's just weighted on, you know, how quote-unquote popular it was. So green, more popular. Red just means it either didn't go through or just didn't have that many items. 4 is the same idea, so that's actually the testimonies that we've been giving. So if anybody speaks for, I want to say, more than like 15 seconds on an item, that means they're giving testimony for it or against it. So I'll mark that in columns F and G. And J is basically the perceived rank of how popular that item has been through the SDs and through this committee's you know, testimonies. So column K just shows the top 15 items that that obviously we want to try to pare down to. That's not a recommendation in any way. It's not weighted in any way. It just shows that what our delegates throughout this entire process has, you know, said that they like. So just take it for a grain of salt. Just look at it and see where people have been, you know, pushing over the last few months. I'm going to keep updating column F as we get more testimonies, but I just wanted to let you all know what that looked like. And if you go to the last tab, this is a table based on column J and just shows the perceived rank. So you can see that column A shows 1 through, I guess it's 1 through 30, but really we care about the 1 through 15. Essentially, we have 15 items right now. We can say, okay, this is the most popular. But again, take it for a grain of salt. Obviously, we have opinions here, and we'll move things around. So.
Thank you, sir. In that light, just as an idea to give everybody kind of a visual, a picture of it. It's not that these are hard and fast or set. Just want to make sure everybody understands that. Based on our discussion and everything that we've taken into from input, we'll start whittling down to our final. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and recognize each of the subcommittee chairs so they can give their report of their top 6, and we can follow on through there. So Chair recognizes Shelby Williams, who's Subcommittee Chair for the Business Finance Tax Subcommittee. Okay, Shelby's not here. So he's still practicing, getting ready for his report. Okay, let's go to number 2. Chair recognizes Vince Puente for Civil and Criminal Justice Subcommittee for his report.
If you'll be patient with me for a moment to pull that up. Okay.
He's getting ready, could I ask a question?
Yes,
Did you
please.
say we weren't taking testimony from 1 to 6 today? Or is that possible? I was looking at the schedule, I have somebody coming really far, and I want to tell them not coming.
No, if people show up and we're in the middle, I don't mind taking testimony for someone who's come in that distance.
Tell me again the times
The time for.
testimony.
Yep, first of all, we're going to do 10 a.m. to noon, and then after lunch, we're going to come back as a committee of the whole and discussing the actual priorities set before us, and then we'll open testimony up again, given how far we get down that road. Okay?
It's gonna be after what time?
It'd probably be after dinner in the idea. Yeah, it'll be this
So
evening.
this evening, like 6?
6, sounds good.
No, dinner break is at 7, after dinner.
Yeah, we will not be taking public testimony this afternoon so that we can work on our report, and then we'll be taking public testimony 10 to noon a.m. today, and then after dinner this evening.
So 7 to 11.
Thank you, sir.
So, first of all, let me think.
Microphone, please.
And I love microphones, so heck. First of all, let me thank my committee. It was incredible. I didn't know a single person in that group until we got together, and they were excellent. And as I told them as we exited, you know, as great leaders, what we do is we surround ourselves with great people. And I obviously surrounded myself by accident with people that were very smart and great and worked well as a team together. So I appreciate them tremendously. So we came up with our 2, 4, 6, right, top 6. The way in which we did it, we decided we take the ones five is increase minimum penalty. Do I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Okay, I think I got my numbers off there. Then data privacy and parental rights. And Mr. Chairman, we've actually got our recommended wording. Do you want to hear that or not?
Yes, please.
All right, let's go back to repeal the 10-day rule. Replace the 10-day rule with a law that requires a patient's or surrogate's medical decision about basic life-sustaining treatment to be honored until the patient is transferred to another physician or facility that will continue life-sustaining treatment. Obscenity exemption. Repeal Texas Penal Code Obscenity Exemption 4324C and 4325F 2 through 3, which allows children access to harmful, explicit, or pornographic materials or sexual performance of a child under the guise of education. Asset forfeiture. Abolish civil asset forfeiture and ensure private property only be forfeited upon a criminal conviction. Increase minimum penalty. Increase the minimum penalty for murder for law enforcement officer in uniform or as or as a result of acting in that capacity to life without parole. Data privacy. Enact laws that protect Texas citizens' data privacy rights. Parental rights. Parents' rights to raise and educate children are protected in Texas law as a fundamental constitutional right, and they are the presumptive fit parent. And there is a presumption that fit parents act in the best interests of their children. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good.
Please
Chair
forgive my tardiness.
recognizes Shelby Williams for a report for the Subcommittee 1.
Yeah, please forgive my tardiness. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Subcommittee 1, we wound up with 6. Our first, we discussed this in order of importance, was to do with the electric grid. The language we settled on was secure the integrity of Texas energy production and delivery with abundant and reliable energy sources and ensure the Texas grid can withstand any threat. That's any threat. The second was eliminate property tax. Reform the entire Texas tax system by eliminating property tax and ancillary taxes such as franchise taxes and replace with a consumption tax not to exceed 10% cumulatively. Third is to ban taxpayer-funded lobbying. The language is simple: abolish all forms of taxpayer-funded lobbying. Fourth, adopt a no-growth state budget with caps on spending for at least 10 years at the current budget levels. Fifth, pertaining to ESG scores, no business, organization, or governmental body in the state of Texas may use a scoring system based on aspects such as, quote, environmental, social, and governance, ESG, for any purpose. And lastly, number 6, out of our subcommittee, fiscal transparency in government spending. All governmental entities in Texas, when entering into any agreement, including interlocal and grants, shall be required to estimate and publish a 10-year financial impact statement to the public and to elected officials.
Very good, thank you. Chair recognizes Teresa Beckmeyer to give the report for the third subcommittee.
Good morning, everyone. So our committee was government, and the one by far that was way ahead of all the rest was election integrity. We had 41 counties over the state of Texas send in submissions, or there were 41 submissions on it, I should say. So we ranked that as our #1 choice. And then Second Amendment rights, Texas sovereignty, curtailing emergency powers, and conventions of states. And then for our last one, after we got past the 5, we had a whole bunch that were all sort of the same. So we chose the protection of libraries. Not quite sure what topic to list that under, but we'll get to that, I guess, this afternoon. So for election integrity, we came up with, and before we do this one, election integrity is a huge topic, and so we sort of went against the chairman's desire to be very specific because election integrity is so massive, and we will welcome your help this afternoon to try to figure out the best wording on this because it is such a big issue. So this is our language: restore felony penalties and enact civil penalties for election code violations, which shall be enforceable by any Texas jurisdiction, including the Texas Attorney General. Require citizenship verification of each voter. Restrict the distribution of mail-in ballots only to those registered voters that request one, and encourage voting on Election Day by reducing the time allowed for early voting. On the Second Amendment, strengthen Texas firearms owners' rights to protect themselves, their families, and their property by protecting their rights to carry firearms openly or concealed without a permit while maintaining the option of a permit for reciprocity purposes. And you may ask, why did y'all put this one back? Because we got the constitutional carry. But as y'all all know, they're coming after our Second Amendment rights, even though we have this. So we felt like we have got to have this on here. Texas sovereignty. So this was sort of a Texas/Texas sovereignty where the resolutions turned in. So this is sort of what we came up with on that. Any program or funding offered to Texas that is contingent on compliance with requirements or executive orders that diminish Texan sovereignty should be rejected. Curtail emergency powers. Reform emergency powers at the state, county, and city level to prohibit the creation or suspension of laws, prohibit mandates, and prohibit business restrictions by convening the state legislature, county commissioners court, or city council to ratify or terminate any emergency declaration within 30 days. If the appropriate legislative body is not called by the executive within 30 days of an emergency declaration, that body shall be empowered to call a special session or meeting to ratify or terminate the emergency declaration. And then number 5, conventions of the state, extend Texas call for a convention of the states. And then pertaining to libraries, Texas librarians should not be required to be certified. Texas should cease funding the American Library Association and defund the Texas Library Association, as their values are in direct conflict with those espoused by the Republican Party of Texas.
Very good. Thank you for that report. Chair recognizes Marty Reed for the subcommittee report for the 4th Subcommittee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I agree with my first colleague that spoke. I was very blessed with some great team members on our subcommittee. Again, very smart people. I guess everybody in this room is pretty smart. And they all had some great comments, made great points on different issues. We did not, as of yet, come up with 6. We have 4 at this point, and we too are going to need some help on the wording, because some of them, there's so much to it. Like our first one is medical freedom, and we had so many different tentacles that come off of that it was hard to get that into one concise thing yesterday anyway. But we talked about prohibiting all medical mandates, passports, and further prohibit all schools, daycares, and employers from implementing discriminatory vaccination and immunity status-based policies, and direct the Texas DSHS to empower physicians and all healthcare providers to practice individualized, patient-centered care without agency retribution. We talked about bodily autonomy and medical freedom. We oppose all attempts by public or private entities to mandate, force, or coerce any medical test, procedure, or product, including vaccines and face masks, on the citizens of Texas. And then we, under the heading of medical freedom, we talked about protecting Texans from all forms of medical tyranny by preventing public, state, and private institutions from forcing or coercing medical devices, medical procedures, treatments, or examinations, programs, vaccinations, and isolation. And then secondly, we talked about gender modification. We got to abolish the following practice for minors: intervention to prevent natural progression of puberty. I can't read the rest of that. Let me get on mine. Ban gender modification procedures for children. Texas should make illegal chemical castration, puberty blockers, cross-sex hormones, and genital mutilation surgery on all minors, minor children for transition procedures. Prohibit any treatment or medication that would inhibit natural biological progression. Abolish the following practices for minors: intervention to prevent natural progression of puberty, administration of opposite sex hormones, and performance of any type of gender assignment surgery. And then for some reason, we got the 10-day rule in our deal too, so we want to abolish the anti-life 10-day rule, repeal the anti-life 10-day rule, and require that physicians adhere to patients' legal guardians or surrogates' medical decision about life-sustaining treatment, and which provides for physicians who disagree with the patient's decision to transfer the patient to another physician or facility that will honor that decision. And then lastly, we touched on medical tyranny. No person shall be denied medical services, aid, emergency services, surgical procedures, therapy, testing based on vaccination status, race, religious beliefs, or age. So we hope to keep working on that today and expand and make the wording a little more precise.
Very good.
Oh, wait a minute, there is one more, sorry. Well, there's nothing on it. So never mind, we'll work on that today.
Okay, so the streamlined adoption process.
Yes.
Okay, very
Yes.
good. Thank you for that report. I'll give the report for our Subcommittee 5. As you can see, we have 6 items right there. The first one, border security. Second one, sex education. Third, abolition of abortion. 4, property rights. 5, religious freedom. And 6, school choice for all. With the, I believe it was school choice for all, religious freedom, and the border security, was one that we brought forward from last year. But let me just read those. Border security.
The screen is either was typed in incorrectly or cut and pasted in improperly because you've got SC4s mixed in with your SC5s.
10-day rule's popular.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go.
Okay, border security. In light of the federal government's refusal to defend the southern border, Texas should immediately deny all taxpayer-funded services and subsidies, including food, education, housing, medical care, and authorize and deploy the National Guard, Texas military forces, and necessary state law enforcement to seal the border, enforce immigration laws, and deport illegal aliens. Sex education. Prohibit teaching, exposure, and/or discussion of sexual matters, mechanics, feelings, orientation, or gender identity issues, and prohibiting use of or provision of related books and other materials in the process of educating our pre-kindergarten through 12 students. State laws or executive orders that violate those rights. And 6, school choice for all. Empower parents and guardians to choose from public, private, charter, or homeschool options for their children's education using tax credits or exemptions without government restraint or intrusion.
Mr. Chairman, we need all 6 of those.
That's what we thought.
Thank you for commenting on that. That's what we thought. The best way to order these. Okay, members, as you can see, as you look at our layout, I'm trying to make sure how do we go ahead and whittle down to the top 15, given that there's, as we look in the numbers, not all the top 15 match the tops of the of each of the individual subcommittee reports. So at this point, what I'd like to do is let's look at the top 2 from each subcommittee, presented by each of those subcommittees, and lay those out on the table and determine by whether we vote to automatically have those in the top 15. That'll give us 10, if you will, as we kind of paint ourselves out of the room to end up with what are the final 15 as we look at that. So for SC1, these are the top 15. Do you sort by top 15 now? Okay, the top 2 for each. So for SC1, we have electric grid and eliminate property tax. Yes, please.
The electric, are we on?
And we're open for discussion.
The electric grid impacts everyone across all geographic, demographic categories, and we know from history that this is a life or death matter. This is something, I think this is a critical issue.
Yes, please.
I'm going to get real close. I received text yesterday during this committee meeting from people that were having rolling blackouts here in Harris County. I think this is something that we absolutely have to make a priority this year.
Very good. Please.
Mr. Chairman, this came out of our subcommittee, and what I told my fellow subcommittee members is my own personal calculus in ranking these is what has the shortest fuse before none of the rest of it matters anyway, because we can't do anything about it. What we saw last year, we were on the precipice of bashing one another's heads in with rocks on the streets, going straight back to the Stone Age. And now nothing's really seriously been fixed. The ERCOT board's been shuffled around a little. We still have a grid in peril. There are a lot of important things on here, but if we lose our grid and we lose it for months, the way that they speculated we would last year, there's no coming back from that in a hurry.
Right.
Thank you. Right here, and then we'll go over.
Let me am I on?
Yes.
I just want to say that we know that Senator Hall has been working on this for almost a decade, at least 8 years. And no one in Austin is listening to us. They're listening to the lobbyists, the utility lobbyists that do not want to do this. I think the Republican Party has to make sure, stomping our feet and raising our voices, because we represent the people in this state. And it is a life or death issue, and I think we all know that.
Very good.
So I think everybody here knows how prideful Texas is. We love our state. We love what we have. I remember as a kid bragging to other kids, hey, I know you're new to this state, but we have our own energy grid. Like, we're the only state that has that. Unfortunately, last year, we lost a little bit of that pride because we saw how vulnerable it is. And we became the butt of a joke to many around the world, not just in the nation. So this came out of my SD as well. I'm sure, in fact, at least 10 others. And it's a big point. Texans want the integrity of the grid back. They want their pride back. So let's give it to them.
Please, here and then there.
Okay. Last time Senator Hall spoke before this committee in 2020, my statistics might be off a little bit here, but he basically told us that if our electric grid goes down and we don't protect it, by replacing it with electromagnetic pulse resistant components, that we would fall into anarchy within months. And the only people who will rule this state or this country now will be people with weapons, and they will come and take your food. So you need your weapons and your ammunition, and to replace the parts that were taken out by EMP attacks, we have to get them out of Europe, maybe Sweden or something. And so it will take just a year and a half for us to get those components, not install them. So this needs to be done right now.
Seeing no opposition, I call the question.
Very good. Members, you want to move to? Yes.
Call the question.
Okay.
On the electric grid.
What's that? Yes.
SC
that-
29.
So the motion is that we discontinue discussion and that we vote on the electric grid being the first one on the cut of 15. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. We'll go to number 2 for Subcommittee 1. Elimination of property tax.
Mr. Macias, I'm sorry, this is not really in order. I'm just wondering where closing the primaries, what subcommittee would that be under?
Under 3.
Great, that's Teresa. Okay, thank you.
Question over here.
Well, the only thing I'd say is before you run on, just keep in mind, and I'm not opposed to this, when you're voting on this, you're saying these other things down below are not gonna be part of the priority, so.
Yeah, let me make sure I understand. We're gonna do with, that's why I'm doing 2 per, if you will, and then we're gonna still have slots available, and even after that, it doesn't mean that we're not gonna say, we go to 15, also we go, wow, look what we just did, and we have some biggies or something like that, we'll still open discussion. It's, again, we're kind of painting ourselves out of the room to where it's gonna be at the end where we're looking at those final few. So at this point, this is the draft, if you will, our first cut before we say, just if they're on, then they're on.
Mr. Chairman, I've been in contact with my senator yesterday, and I'm understanding that Senator Betancourt will make an appearance this morning to talk about the property tax issue.
Good, thank you. I'll make sure and recognize him when he does. Please.
Sorry, the microphone is hot potato over here. So just to remind the committee members, if you look at column L, 9 of the perceived top 15 come from this top 2, by the way. So I don't expect us to vote on every single one of these into the top 15, right, that we're looking at. But quite a few of them.
Yes. Yeah, please. Correct. So the question is that there's some that are duplicates. Eliminating property tax, the 10-day rule ended up as we were sorting in multiple subcommittees. If we adopt the topic, we'll get to the perfecting language later as we take a look at maybe the differing languages within those 2. But as long as we know the topic is kind of voting on at this point to whittle down, and then we'll get the language. Okay?
Like on this obscenity exemption, it seems to me that that one could be put in with another one, where the protect the kids or whatever on down in another group. So we'll be able to do that.
We'll be able to do that as we look down. When we see some duplicates, sometimes it's just nomenclature or naming it a certain thing. We find out that we can actually bring it into a single topic and then decide on the language. I just don't want to end up with a 48-line direction. Yes.
Personally, I think property tax elimination is important, but if we don't get rid of taxpayer-funded lobbying, we don't win anything.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand the difference between the numbers in the output totals of perceived and the totals from the statistics. Okay, well,
He's taking the number of, if I understand, you're taking the number of people who spoke as a factor, and then also the number of submissions from SDs.
So, for instance, I don't see obscenity I went down and selected a filter of 8 or higher on the statistics. But yet, it shows up exceptions estimated. So it's a factor of the number that spoke.
Yeah, so, and I just noticed that, like, medical freedom has a 0 on it. I think the filter, somebody's filter might have fumbled things. So let me get back into this and fix it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
So
if,
currently, column F and G are not aligned, is that correct? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Could I make a point on
Please.
that? Some of us have to drive 8, 10, 14 hours to be here to testify. So we need to watch real carefully how much weight we put on you're able to be here to testify, because we don't have Zoom, and they would be here if we had Zoom. And so just something to go with that, because like he's in El Paso, okay? For them to afford to come here right now, you're talking like $300 or $400 in gas. 500, I'm not even sure. But there is a difference. If I live in Houston, I can be here, or if I'm close to Houston, I can be here. But if I'm in Bracketville, Del Rio, Eagle Pass, Brownsville, El Paso, Amarillo, it's going to cost me a fortune to come here, and they don't have it. So
Point well taken.
we need to watch the weight on testimony. I love the testimonies, don't get me wrong, but how much we weight that needs to be considered.
Very good. Point well taken. Members, I appreciate the comment, and I trust everyone is keeping that in mind as we go forward.
Michael, I have a question for you. You said that you weighted these by people that spoke, but only if they spoke more than 15 seconds. And I'm wondering about that, because some people, if they only have 2 minutes and they did stand up and mention it, to me, that says, hey, this is important to me, and I would take 2 minutes on it if I had it, but I've got 3 topics to talk about.
I only think there was one person that it didn't count because they said something in passing about.
Overwhelming as compared to anything else we had on our list. Really, the only thing we had to work on was tweaking the wording. I think we saw passionate testimonies yesterday and one anti-10-day rule testimony, so we kind of heard both sides of it. But I think our committee feels very strong. This is by far number one.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak in opposition of making repeal the 10-day rule. I just see this as a very specific issue affecting a very low number of people in Texas. And for a legislative priority, I think we should get the biggest impact to the most people in Texas.
Mr. Chairman, something I'd like to speak on the 10-day rule. We had several people speak in favor of this being legislative priority. We had one person speak against it. I think he was from Texas Alliance for Life. I appreciate him and respect him for coming and speaking his point. However, I think he was extremely misguided. He kept talking about how it would restrict or somehow affect someone's desire to encounter assisted suicide. In fact, if you read the language, it says nothing about life terminating. It only talks about life sustaining. And if you actually go to the statute that it addressed, it doesn't mention life terminating decisions. It only talks about life sustaining issues. So with all due respect to that gentleman, I think he was completely wrong and misguided. And I think the 10-day rule impacts, and respect to Hans, I think it affects more than just a small number of people, because you don't have just that person. You have all the family members and friends of those people. You have people who work in hospitals who may not agree with the hospital's decision. So there's a lot more than a few people that are impacted by this.
Very good, thank you.
Sean Sheep and SD15. I want to pile a little bit onto Hans' point, not speaking against, but just a word of warning to the committee. The repealing the 10-day rule was in the top 15 2 years ago, and when Mr. Sego was providing testimony, we had a little back and forth. It got voted number 13 out of 15, not because it was a bad idea, but because the delegates simply weren't fluent in what repealing the 10-day rule meant. And my concern is that we include it again in the top 15, and that fluency hasn't increased, and out of ignorance of what the 10-day rule is, it again floats to the bottom, and we miss an opportunity to have a great discussion about something that the delegates are fluent in. So what I would say is, if we include this in the top 15, really talk to your delegations and understand if they are fluent enough in what the 10-day rule is to make an informed judgment on it. Furthermore, I would almost recommend, if we do decide to have a lagniappe additional 5 platform priority items, which I'd strongly suggest because we did it 2 years ago and it drove some great conversation, we put this in the lagniappe and encourage folks who have a lot of passion around the 10-day rule to come and testify before the permanent committee to float it back to the 15.
All right. There's 0 gain on this. Should I have it on line level or mic level?
All right, I get the fun ones, huh? So, so that's just all I have to say is I'm fine including this either in the top 15 or the lagniappe to start, but just tread cautiously because the delegates may not be fluent enough in this to upvote it to the top 8.
This sounds good to me.
I just wanted to comment that, medical freedom really seems to be a huge topic for this legislative priorities. And you could actually incorporate that 10-day rule as part of medical freedom, medical autonomy. It could kind of be worked in that way so that we could free up another spot for possibly another priority.
Amen. Call for the question.
Yes, one more, and then we're going to vote.
Mr. Chairman, this may actually be out of order, but I wanted to address the point that Sean made that enough of the delegates may not be educated on a particular topic, and just a suggestion that when we go to present everything to the convention floor, the way everything happened last convention, there was very little understanding on the part of the delegates as to what each item stood for, so it would be good to consider that and lay out the priorities.
Thank you. Yes, that's been suggested, and I'm working with the party to see what the leeway is. The concern, of course, is that there's plain language, and then as I'm presenting the report, then now my language is interpreted as the language of and all of a sudden you have people saying, well, I voted because he said this, not because the language was there. And now we're just trying to make sure we clearly either not over bias points. So, but I do appreciate that thought. So members, the moves to add the 10-day rule as it is here to this list. Or do you have a motion to pass on this and address it in a different?
She didn't make a motion.
Okay. To help us move things along, let's go ahead and just vote on this individually. As we get towards the end, we know that's when all of the little carving is going to happen to see how we want to ultimately align to have the number of the 15 into our group. So the motion is to add the repeal the 10-day rule to the list, to this first list. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The next one is obscenity exemption. Open for discussion.
Can I speak to this?
Please.
Okay. The obscenity exemption is very important. If you've been in the legislature working on any of the trying to protect children with the sex ed and all of that, this is a little gem that was put into our code back in the 70s, and at the same time it went across the nation being put into states. Legislatures passed this law. If we do not get the obscenity exemption removed from our code, it's going to be very hard to do anything that we need to do to protect children. So this obscenity exemption is very important for us to make it a priority so that the legislators understand how important it is for them to remove it. And as you all know, when something is put into statute, it's very hard to get it out. So that's another reason it needs to be in the priority so that they understand that all of the Republican Party of Texas, we want this removed.
For the good of the whole, let me just ask you on that one. This is an obscenity exemption in that if it's under the guise of education, then it can be included. Is that what we're talking
Yes, what
about?
they've done is they went in, and this, if you can go research this was a whole plan way back there in the 70s to bring this in. So if you have like pornographic materials, it specifically says this in the code, that if it's for the purpose of education, science, and I think there's one other issue, that teachers cannot be prosecuted to teach pornographic material to children. So as long as that is in the code, there's not much that the legislators can do to remove the pornographic material out of the sex education. So this is a roadblock to anything that needs to be done to get that out.
Let's go here, and then we'll come over here.
What I would say about this is it's the education exception is the back door that the other side uses to get in this LGBTQ stuff, the trans things, all this other stuff that is just it is so reprehensible, and it has nothing to do with teaching biology or anything like that. You don't need pornography to teach biology. And so I absolutely agree that we need to eliminate this. This is just a back door to indoctrinating our children into something else.
It's the loophole.
Exactly.
Okay, please.
I just want to say that I think this is the proximate cause to hit a lot of these problems with this type of material. So the library protection that we talked about, this is the way to do it. We get so specific in those things, we'll miss the education and other topics. The drag queen thing that we heard about, this I think would encompass some of that as well. So I really feel strongly about this one.
Thank you, Chairman. I would point at school choice being the answer to this, allowing the parents to guide their child to their education and their wishes. That would also take care of this, because if I did not like the teacher teaching this, I would not stay at that school. So I think school choice takes care of this, plus CRT, plus a lot of other things. Thank you.
I'd like to speak to that. I was actually on a committee that reviewed the health textbooks, all the educational materials that were proposed for health this time. We heard testimony last night about the fact that the governor wanted one textbook selected, and I can tell you that I've seen things I cannot unsee and things that I never needed to know out of textbooks that are supposed to be put into high schoolers' hands. This is something that has to be addressed, and school choice will not fix this because it is in every public school and it's in private schools too also. And the obscenity exemption is how they are able to do that. And so unless we get rid of it, we can't prosecute anything that's going on in schools, and we can't fix our problems.
Very good. Yes, sir.
I just want to say that we need this because in one of the school districts we had to mount a campaign because of the books and the graphics that were in the books that nobody would believe. We had them at the GOP headquarters and people looked at them, they were disgusted, and they just said, you can't do that. Our elections administrator for the Republican Party put together big posters and they took them to the school board. And the school board said, you can't come in with those are pornographic. And we're like, you know, it blows our mind, but they're accepting them, so I'm all for this.
Okay, let's go here, and then we'll come back over in the corner.
I definitely agree with Liz here that school choice is not going to fix this because not everybody can take advantage of school choice, and they will still be stuffed into our government schools. In my county alone, I have an ISD that we have been in. We've had 5 special session meetings about books. Just so you know what's out there, this exemption has to go away. Okay, it's a big thing. My counterpart, when I was working with, one of the gentlemen that was working with me on this, was literally reading a transcript from a book that they have as a listed, recommended reading material to these kids. And the superintendent got up and she screamed, "Stop reading this. What are you doing?" "I'm reading something from a book in your library." So this is extremely important, and that is their edge. Up in Lamar County, we have a judge and an attorney we're looking into trying to find out if we can get rid of this loophole. Okay, and they still keep these recommended book, these lists that they hand out to the students that we're on the same page that is child solicitation. We want to arrest them and put them in handcuffs.
Okay. Yes, sir. Members, for the sake of time, I'd like to go ahead and call.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion that the sex education priorities be rolled into the obscenity exemption. They go together perfectly. They're addressing the same thing, and one cannot really be done as well without both pieces.
Very good. So the motion is that the SC5 number, the top one there, sex education, be rolled in to the obscenity exemption into one.
Can I do something? Okay. Just as a point of clarification, I did work on this too, and my memory's not great, but we're talking about a part of the Texas Penal Code. This is stuff, what is listed in the Penal Code is illegal for you or I or anybody else to show to a minor. And it only, at the end of that sentence, does it say, except if you're doing education or all these things to get around. So if it's illegal for me to take a book out of a library and go down the street and show it to a minor, that needs to be, just that whole line needs to be removed. And I think you might dilute it by putting it in with the sex education. It's really simple but different because we're talking about the Texas Penal Code.
I want to add on to that. I would agree with you if there was some way, if we combined them, to make this the most important thing in that section. Because if this is not repealed, we cannot do the other. Because if you read the penal code, so it says a person commits an offense if knowing that the material is harmful, and then it goes down to this, it says, it's an affirmative defense to prosecution under this section that the sale, distribution, or exhibition by a person having scientific, educational, governmental, or other similar justification. You cannot prosecute any of those areas. It is so much larger than we know. The government can give it to your kids. Education can give it to your kids. Science can give pornography to your kids. You cannot file a lawsuit against them, and you cannot prosecute these people. So if this is not taken out, I'm just saying, if we just don't understand how important it is to remove this, because having worked in the legislature, this is what we're bumping up against. Because the lawmakers, bless their hearts, and I'm saying that with all sincerity, not in the, the bad way. Yes, they're going to have a hard time going after cleaning up our sex ed if they know this is there, because it cuts the legs out from under them. As long as that's in the code, they have nothing to stand on. So that's why this is so important.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. The point is that this, as I'm understanding, this is the root, and then the sex ed that we've made a principal statement on is the fruit. But if we don't get rid of the root, then really you're not going to affect the fruit at all.
That's exactly right.
Okay, yes. Very good. So the motion is that we keep, on the table, is that we keep the obscenity exemption as a separate one, and that we adopt it as one of on our list. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Next on this, election integrity. SC3, yes.
I call the question. We're all for this.
Very good. We'll work on the perfecting language later. I have a motion to adopt this in second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Next one is Second Amendment. Strengthening the Texas firearms, protection to protect themselves, et cetera, et cetera. Open for discussion.
I'll speak to it for just a little bit. Why? Because people may be like, why do we have this? Because we got the constitutional carry. So our constitutional carry bill that we had passed last session, it has some huge loopholes in it. And we do know that they are already crafting legislation to come back through those loopholes and regulate our constitutional carry to basically where it doesn't mean anything. With the recent shootings in Uvalde, we already know that both the House and the Senate have comprised groups to go around talking about red flag laws, whatever, to try to fix the problem. So we know that there is going to be another assault, a continuing assault, I should say, on our Second Amendment rights. We know that on the federal level and on the world level, there is a move to disarm Americans. I mean, I don't know how else to say this. They want to take our guns away to carry out their agenda, I guess we should say. So I'm a very strong believer in the Second Amendment, because without the Second Amendment, we cannot protect any of our other rights. So I believe that we need to have the Second Amendment in the top 15, because even though we feel safe that we got our constitutional carry, and we all know the Second Amendment people have been working on this for years to get it, we are still not safe from the ones that want to take our guns away.
Yes, please.
I'm all for strengthening the Second Amendment, but it's going to be a hard sell without specific language. Like, what specifically do we want to strengthen?
Right. And that is something we need to work on the language. This is not by any means the end of it. We do need to fix that.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, please.
I'm the border person that's here, and so, and I'm not the only one, but this was my language. I spoke this. It is not finalized language, but that's how we feel there, because we've been told by Border Patrol, DPS, lawyers, blah, 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 that we really have no rights. And so our guns are really going to be y'all want us on the front line with them? I'm just saying, when they come across the border, eventually they will, to take our stuff. You want us, we say on my road, we're 2804. 2804 is a line in the sand. So to me, that's going to keep Texas safe. And if you live where we live, they're coming to you, but they're coming through us. And so from all over the world. So it's really important to us. And I live by Uvalde, and I taught at Uvalde. I hate what happened at Uvalde.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I understand the sentiment, but how is this committee going to strengthen this that will make it worth taking one of our other legislative priorities? I get it. We have to strengthen it. I just don't know if any of us know how, and maybe some of y'all do. So speak up. Help us. What are the specifics of strengthening? What's the language we need?
I appreciate the sentiment. I think we'll work on perfecting language. We have another full day today and then tomorrow. And so I'd like to entertain a motion. Anybody have a motion to adopt this? So moved. In a second. Very good. All those in favor of adopting the Second Amendment as one of the priorities signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? It's adopted. Medical freedom. Next on the list. Please.
Sean Sheehan, SD 15. Given the amount of support that this got from the SDs and the county conventions, this definitely needs to be in the top 15. One word of caution as we dive into perfecting language during the second half of our temporary committee work, I would urge y'all to avoid overly broad language as it relates to medical freedom. I believe that if the priority was narrowly construed that no Texan shall lose their job as a result of their vaccine status, it would get the most votes, top of the list, slam dunk. And that would give very clear guidance to the legislature. If somebody can read into the language that we're recommending that schools can't require measles vaccines for their students, this will drop down and potentially fall out of the top 8. So just be very cautious about the language that we adopt here. I would recommend a narrow construction to really target what those the submittals focused on that we saw, which was I think the vaccine mandate committee's work around preventing folks from losing their jobs. But if we go too broad, support will sink. So just wanted to throw a word of caution out around that.
Very good. Another comment?
There we go. Thank you. Just as our committee member just said, this is the most popular item from the SDs, and I'm going to assume over the next couple of days in testimonies, but it's very easy for us to inadvertently add a poison pill to this language and it gets shot down on the floor, even though it's something like this is what our delegates around the state want.
Very good. Please.
While we're talking about that, I understand that you want to make it narrow, but we're not the ones writing the law. I mean, I do understand that if we make it too broad, that it's just going to get lost in the weeds somewhere. But the fact is that we need to have something as far as medical freedom. Whether we get the wording exactly perfect is actually moot, because they're going to do what they want in the legislature. We just need to say, these are our priorities that have been passed to us by our SDs. So that one is, it's kind of down your line there, Sean, but it has to go in.
There's always the challenge of our priorities being principally general in nature, versus legislatively specific in nature, and it definitely is something we're going to have to hone in and discuss. Some might lend themselves to a general in nature phrasing. Others, as was discussed, might require more of a specificity in order for it to be clear to everybody and adopted. So I think there's room for both, not an either or, but a both and. So I believe because it's top, I'd like to entertain a motion to adopt medical freedom. Thank you. Need a second? Second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Medical freedom's adopted. Gender modification. With the same kind of discussion on the language, we're going to need to be honed down and go from there. Motion to adopt, second? Second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. The next one is sex education. Okay, I'm sorry, border security would be next. I think we've already heard a very passionate understanding for border security, kind of tied in with the Second Amendment as the comments were made, but open for discussion. Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak against this one mainly because it's out of our bailiwick. This isn't something that Texas can control. I applaud what the governor's doing. Our border security is an issue, but it's a national issue. And I would just say that this isn't something the Texas legislature can fix, especially when you talk about enforcing immigration laws and deporting illegals. So I applaud what they're trying to do, but I think from legislative priorities, it doesn't fit. And trust me, living in El Paso with 250,000 people appearing at the border in 1 month and half of them being released in the country, I understand the issue. I just don't think it applies here.
Very good. We're going to go this way, and then we'll come back.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect to my fellow subcommittee man, there are solid arguments that Texas can and should secure their border. We have border compacts that have been proposed. There are all kinds of tools that we are not using. So I think it's very important that we speak to border security.
Yes, sir. I just concur. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just to back on what Suzette said, the Texas Public Policy Foundation actually sent an opinion to the Attorney General in his request asking what authority constitutionally the legislature or the governor might have. And what they said was that the Constitution in Article 1 says that
The Texas Young Political Director, we're having a border tour at our state convention at the end of September, and we already have like 6 congressional people going, trying to get the the governor and Ted Cruz to make up and go to the border, because it is it's an issue that all parts of our party agree on. I just don't want to add it just yet.
I have a point of inquiry.
Yes.
Where did this fall in the submissions, like with the people across the state, the delegates? Like, how did they rank this?
It was the 13th most popular.
Okay, like how many submissions were there on it?
How many total submissions?
Yeah, like how many, and like how many counties sent in? I'm just
Yes,
curious.
please.
On border security only.
Yeah.
As they're finding that, please.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add that I think weighting it by the submissions or I think that Hans feels that Texas can't do anything, so we just have to sit back. I think we have to educate people that we have tools that we can and should be using. Our governor should definitely be dealing with this invasion at our border.
And I agree with that. The reason I'm asking for the information is because I wanted to see how much was turned in, because if we go out there and this is not in the top 15 and it was like a lot of people, we're all going to be in the hot seat.
Yep.
So that's why I'm asking that question.
So based on the statistics that are on his statistic chart, he shows 11 SDs and 13 submissions.
Number seven?
Yep.
Number 7 out of Elma.
Yep.
Okay, so it was in the top.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on this? Totally opposite
Yeah,
of
well,
the guidance, but
We'll come quickly here and then we'll go over there.
what you have to realize is too, which I think a lot of people don't see the big picture, but this is impacting education, it's impacting healthcare, all of these other things that we are talking about, property rights. We just won a property right case, and it was for all of you, and they appealed it, so that's coming up, our county. Drugs, the list just goes on and on. Your crime rates in your cities are skyrocketing. My opinion is what's coming across us is fixing to explode worse than 9/11. That's just my opinion. But so it's not just, we got to use every method, and do we have all the answers? No, but I'm telling you that we have people thinking on it constantly. We're constantly with the governor's office, and Ken Paxton is one of our new best friends. But anyway, it is going to impact everything. And it's one of those, I think you said it as Shelby a while ago, what are the things that are going to be, this is going to be the one. This is how they're coming in. This is how they're taking over our country. And so medical care, you just name it. Everything at school. Electric grid, I have one electric company choice, 20 cents a kilowatt. They'll wipe it out, and that's almost all of West Texas. So I just can't stress enough how important it is, but anyway, that's my.
Let's go this way here and then we'll come back.
So the very first part of this is something that we have to have on here, because the cost to the state, to every one of us in this room, to every taxpayer in this state, for the education and medical alone would fund the budget twice over probably. If you just stop and look at what we're spending on people that should not be in this country or the state, we have to do this. It's affecting our crime rate, our safety in our homes, in our schools. This has to be a priority because it's affecting us financially, it's affecting our safety, and it's affecting our sovereignty. We're no longer who we were because of the amount of people that are illegal in this country and in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go over here and then we'll come over.
We're talking about eliminating property tax. Here's one way to pay for it.
Okay. Yes.
Just because we don't have the answer to how to implement this in legal, defendable ways doesn't mean that it's not a critically important issue, and that we should, as Republicans, stand back quietly and just let somebody else handle it because we don't have the answers. We are the party that says, these are the rules. We expect everybody to abide by the rules. It's either a law or a suggestion. They're breaking the law. There ought to be a way to enforce it.
Quick story. I have a good friend. Her daughter worked for Border Patrol or Homeland Security. Great insurance. COVID came. She was terrified for her children, so she quit her job and stayed home to take care of her 3 children. She's 32. She got breast cancer, no insurance. She goes to the hospital. The hospital is jam-packed with non-citizens receiving free health care. All the hospitals. She can't get free housing or Christian housing. She can't get health care for her daughter. She sold her wedding ring and her cars. So if we stop these subsidies of these people, we can help our own.
Mr. Chair, unless there's an opposition, I say we call the question.
Members, call the question. All those in favor, calling question? Aye. Opposed? I'll entertain a motion to adopt this.
So moved.
Move second. All those in favor of adopting the border security as one of the priorities signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay. So how many do we have total that we? 9 in that one. 9 of the 10.
It's sex education.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more. Sex education. Please.
All right, so there does seem some logic in that this is a overlap of the one we talked about before. And so I think for that reason there may be some higher priorities. So it's just a comment.
Anybody else? Please.
Actually, I'd substitute with school choice for all.
So I was on this subcommittee and we did prioritize this. I do think that if we pass the other one, what was it? Obscenity exemption, that it will take care of it. And I think if we put both in, it may confuse people. And so I would be in favor of removing this from the list.
Yeah, just to pile on, I intend to vote no on including this in the top 15 for now. If we come back at the end and we want to add it in, we can do that before we adjourn as a temporary committee. So.
There are an awful lot of people, parents, grandparents included, right now that are furious about this issue across the state. And it has gotten more attention and it has mobilized more people in the last 9 months than almost anything I've seen in the last 30 years. So this is something we need to take into consideration.
I want to say, I think if we do the obscenity one in the top 15 and we craft it in the correct manner about it being about the obscenity, but then add in something about the sex education, this will eliminate the pornographic materials in the sex education. I think that we can put it into one to where the delegates see that we're covering the whole entire thing, because I promise you, if you take that obscenity exemption away, these schools are going to quit doing that, because what is the thing that schools are the most afraid of? Lawsuits. And so I just think, like Tammy was saying,
I would concur. I think if the idea of the obscenity, again, as talked about, being the root, and we can give in order to and show the application of it, and that'll, I think, then have the delegates to show cause and effect in that language.
So in that vein, I think one of the things is the name that we put on it, obscenity exemption. A lot of people will not know. So if it's like hyphen with elimination sex education or something like that, that can be crafted. But I think that's going to be important for the delegation to understand, because They do, when they don't understand something, they're gonna skip over it and they're not gonna vote for it. And we need to let them know that we are addressing it. So I think, but it needs to be kind of in the title.
Okay. Yes, please.
This one was one of the top legislative priorities to move through Senate District 14, which I represent, limiting sex education. And, you know, when we look at what happened in Florida with the indoctrination of young kids and the law that passed to protect kids up to 3rd grade from hearing gender identity, you know, topics of conversation from teachers, and the desire to really reach our kids at a very young age to subtly make them more liberal, remove the values of the traditional family, have them look to the schools instead of parents for this kind of education, and that kind of slippery slope of just a little here, just a little there. So I'm in favor of keeping this where it is right now and voting it into our top right now in this top 10. And I think it's important. I think the obscenity exceptions are also important. I agree there may not be a way to put those together, but I do think that this is a hot topic, a high value, very important for our parents.
Please hear and then.
To second what Amy said, because if all we did was get rid of the obscenity exemption, then the sexual revolutionaries will figure out a way to still talk about sexual orientation and gender identity without it being obscene. Even talking about it, you can be very persuasive. There's persuasive to naive people. Books that are not obscene that could be introduced as curriculum. So I think we either have to keep it or we have to make it a hybrid. We have to make a strong statement that this kind of education, we want it prohibited. We just don't want the shield from lawsuits taken away. We want it prohibited by legislation.
Okay. Right here, and then we'll come back.
So, as to changing obscenity or adding something to obscenity exemption, I would suggest maybe on the lines of obscenity exemption, removing pornography from schools. As far as sex education, you're right. There are a lot of people that are motivated right now around the schools in getting something done. But I think we can continue that momentum without necessarily having this specific item in the top 15 or the top 8 when it gets voted on. I track all legislation, and we can keep them informed of any legislation on this effect, and we can also work on legislation even if it's not the top 8 individually on the SREC by rules. You know, individually you can be working that, and I can work with other groups for that effect.
Very good. Here and then there.
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking 5 years down the line. Whatever priorities we end up with here, they're not even going to be signed if they pass the legislature for another year. A lot of the things we're talking about here are critically important. We wouldn't have even thought of talking about them 5 years ago. These issues are accelerating, and I think we need to take a semi-long view about 5 years down the road to make sure that we're stemming many related issues which fall under one rubric. And while we
translate to just one.
Understand. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I agree strangely with what everyone has said, but what I'm most shocked at is the obscenity rule. That I didn't know the wording of that, and I think we have to make sure that we bold the end part of that. When we're talking about wording, we have to make sure that obscenity rule is understood, but then at that point, I think we can add the sex education as part of that. I
Very
think
good.
that's workable for this committee.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion that this subject does not make the top 10, or it's not in the top 10 we're talking about currently.
This particular line item, this
Right.
topic. Members, you've heard the motion to not adopt this. Is there a second? There is a second. So members, what's forced is to not adopt this into the top 15 at this time. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Yes.
And earlier I'd said something about school choice for all when I first started.
Mm-hmm. What was the next one on our list? Okay. Okay. So the motion on the table is to substitute the sex education with abolition of abortion. We'll vote on that first. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
The ayes have it. So, members, we have on the table the abolition of abortion being considered to make the top 15. Open for discussion.
Okay.
One question, Michael, which of the top ones that we have right now, how many of those were in the top 10 initially? Are we, in other words, are we satisfying our constituents?
Really, what you should look at is how many were not the top.
Right.
Okay.
That's the ones that are replacing those that would be in the top.
So of the ones that we've voted to include in the top 15, obscenity exemption was not voted that way by the submittals from the counties and the SDs, and that is it.
And what about where did the sex education fall?
It was top 15.
Okay, so when we combine the sex education with the obscenity, then that's going to bring that up into the
I believe when we're done
Okay.
with the language
Yes.
and even possibly the naming of the item, either way, that we're
Yes.
going to be satisfying
Right.
the constituents and their input.
And
We'll
where
go with
did-
2 comments over here. Yes.
John, do you have that other grid that showed how the SDs put up?
The summary statistics.
Yes, that one.
Okay.
There's a filter on the totals. There we go. Okay. Get your picture. Just taking the filters off. There you go. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to second something Ms. O'Donnell said, and I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist, but I sometimes pretend to be one. Think about when you read a newspaper. If you see a headline and it doesn't grab your attention, you don't read the story. So I agree with the naming of these has to be really thought out and very important.
Thank you. I concur with that. Okay, members, as far as we've got right now 10, and then we have several additional ones that each of the subcommittees have entered.
No, we did not.
Oh, we haven't done abolition of abortion yet. Forgive me. We're still on discussion for abolition of abortion.
I tell you, I'm more confused about this than anything else on the thing. I agree with the concept. I do believe in incremental movement, that we succeed overall, changing minds by incremental movement. I'm just concerned about how, yes, it is a life. Again, I can't argue that. But again, how Texas will be reflected, how the general public will look at this, and again, my compassion for the ladies that this is what they've been raised thinking. And so I think I agree with the issue. I think we're setting ourselves up for failure with the public, and that's my concern.
Okay, let's go down this way.
To counter that argument a little bit,
if we want God to bless Texas, we have got to honor life. And so, in situations of right or wrong, we have got to be on the right side of life. And so, in that sense, I don't care what the general public thinks. I care what God thinks. You know, it's not even a matter of is God on our side. We need to make sure that we're on God's side. And God is obviously for life. It's from Genesis to Revelation. And so, you know, there's so many issues this year that are new that we haven't had to deal with before, and that's going to put a little bit of pressure on us of what to get in the top 15. But we cannot take life out. If I think the time is right now more than ever for us to abolish abortion. And we heard lots of testimony about, you know, yesterday about abortion. And when we abolish abortion, when we make that a law, it's the greatest teacher there's going to be. And so we're always going to have a lot of people that don't agree with it, but that's not the issue. The issue is, are we going to honor life or not?
Very good. Let's go over here.
I agree with everything you said, and we need to make the statement, abolish abortion, and I think all the members will vote for it as one of the top ones, and let the legislators equivocate and play politics, but we set the goal, abolish abortion.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, my opposition to abolish abortion was not an opposition to having this one of the top 10, but to procedurally, you said initially we're going to look at the top 2 in every section, and then we changed the rules and made this one of the top 2. Mm-hmm. So, there.
I believe.
I think we can work on this at a later point when we reconvene to talk about the top 15.
Yeah, I believe that the motion that we adopted was that with the sex ed being eliminated from the top 2 of the subcommittee number 5, that we replaced it with our third, and we passed that.
Well, no, that wasn't the motion. I had the motion to remove it. She then moved to add it.
Correct, and when that
The abolition. Okay.
right, and so when she moved to add it with the sex education being eliminated, we adopted that. So I think the motion was put forward, voted on, and adopted. Right.
I cannot see this body not bringing abolition of abortion into the top 10 at the very least. I understand the electric grid is a big issue, but if we don't protect the most innocent life amongst us, I don't know how we can claim to be Republicans.
Okay, let's go over here, and then we'll come back.
I just want to speak about women in general. We know what we're doing. When you go get an abortion, you know that it's a baby. It's not a piece of tissue. I know we've been trained to believe that we just don't know and that we care about our rights to murder our babies, but we actually do know better. So please, let's not have sympathy for these people. They're in a bad situation. I don't know their personal situations, but we can abolish abortion and not insult or hurt the feelings of women.
Right here.
Texas has gone to great strides to show the value of life. In this last legislative session, the Human Life Protection Act passed, the Heartbeat Act passed, the Chemical Abortion Safety Protocols Bill passed, the Alternatives to Abortion program was strengthened to $100 million for the biennium. Those are fantastic pro-life gains. Since its passage, the Heartbeat Act since September 1st has saved thousands of lives. The Human Life Protection Act is poised when the Dobbs decision comes down, which, gosh, I wish that would have happened before now. It would have made these conversations so much easier to overturn abortion 30 days after that final judgment is rendered. We have that on the books. We don't need to call a special session. Nobody needs to make a statement. The reality is that if Alito's draft, and we don't know, anything can happen, reflects what the final will actually say, then abortion will be outlawed in Texas. We have other ways that we're looking at strengthening these laws, but the reality is that these are all on the books. Somebody erroneously mentioned yesterday that it's legal in Texas to mail chemical abortion drugs. No, we passed Senate Bill 4. It's illegal in our state. We've made great gains. The life issue obviously is important to me. It's what I do vocationally. I give my life to this work. I've always been strongly pro-life. But the reality is that from a policy perspective, the abolish abortion policy does not work. We cannot ignore the Supreme Court. Dobbs is overturned. Roe is overturned through the Dobbs case. Abortion is outlawed in Texas. If it's not, then that policy will not work. And the reality is that then we still have the Heartbeat Act in effect. We still have other incremental gains that we can make. But I've seen this discussed. I've seen the senators ask questions of those who come to testify. And they're very good questions, you know, about how do you propose that we do that? How is that going to work? How do you suggest that we ignore the Supreme Court? So from a policy perspective, it won't work. And I'll just leave it at that.
Please, we'll go here, then there.
Me? Okay.
Yes.
If we are silent on this modern day genocide, we are complicit. In regards to it being a priority, if this were if this were 1850, and our top priority would be slavery. If this were 1940, our top priority would be the Holocaust. And yet babies are still being murdered here every day.
I have something.
So there's a good little book that says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up for and judge fairly, defend the rights of the poor and the needy." And I would certainly say a child in the womb is someone who cannot speak for themselves. This was the most discussed issue here at this committee so far. And one of the most submitted in our SDs. I think it's easily number one because Republicans are about life. I do agree that, you know, we've had to have this incremental thing and stepping towards abolishing abortion, but let's pray to God tomorrow the Supreme Court comes down and throws down the gauntlet. Let's end this thing once and for all in our country.
I know that we are hoping that the Supreme Court does the right thing and does come out with the opinion striking down Roe versus Wade. But do any of us in here have a crystal ball and know that's going to happen for sure? Yes, we have made great strides in this state, more than I had ever thought that we would. And you know why we've made those great strides? Because 6 years ago, this committee put abolish abortion on the priorities list. It brought it into the forefront of the discussion in Texas, in our legislature, and made our legislators understand how serious we are about abolishing abortion and getting rid of it once and for all. I don't think
asking me or someone or many of us to go testify in rules because there is a movement to get rid of the Legislative Priorities Committee.
Okay.
I just got the text. 10:12.
I don't feel threatened. You're not finna get rid of it.
Yeah.
Can we adjourn?
Yeah.
It's just across the hall. Should we go in mass?
No, it's 3:30. It's in 3:30.
What's that?
It's in room 3:30.
Room 330.
It's the next hall over.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead. What'd you move?
I moved that we recess and go to 3:30.
I don't. I'm against that. I think we should handle our business and take care of our business.
Could we maybe have some volunteers that would go over there?
Yes, that's right. You mean from the committee or
Yes.
just, yeah.
Just a couple.
Yeah, if there's a couple, let's say 5, there's 5 people that would like to go over to there, please raise your hand. Yes, go ahead.
I'm not making the motion at the moment, but I think it would be appropriate to recess and the entire committee go over there to make the point.
At this point, I would rather say that we just send 5 folks over there. Give us, if you come back and feel there's a need, that there's really some sort of a coup taking place, then let us know. With our electronic that we have today, we can be in just a moment's notice. And that way we can conduct the business that we were sent here to conduct.
In the alternative, I would suggest we adopt a resolution as the committee opposing that movement and designating these 5 people as representatives of the committee.
They already took off.
Your motion is for the 5 to go represent us?
Well,
Yeah.
a resolution opposing this,
Oh, you oppose it?
opposing what they're doing.
Oh, yes, that they're going over to oppose. Okay.
I'm saying we ought to have a resolution to put in the record that we oppose.
I see that we do a resolution for in our minutes that we.
So moved.
Okay. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that and wait for, and or if they find out that they're going to get close to a vote or something like that, then we will definitely take that motion. So right now you're not recognized for that motion. We will.
Go really well. Good morning, gentlemen of the committee. My name is Joe Palmer. I'm an SD9. Yeah, I'd like to move it. I can't. Is that better?
Yeah, just kind of
All
lean
right.
in.
My name is Joe Palmer. I'm an SD9. I'm a delegate. Along with the help of others, I killed $300 million in bond election proceeds put forward by the Fort Worth Independent School District. I'm here to talk to you about elimination of property taxes, and I'm here to appeal to your good nature and ask you to include this as the very top of the list, as close to the top as you feel comfortable. The property tax system is an archaic, inefficiently levied, and impossible to fix system. And this is not my opinion only. This is the opinion of people who have worked inside that system, who have testified in front of the legislature in the past. The main reason I'm against the property tax system and in support of eliminating the property tax system in favor of a consumption tax is directly related to my family. My aunt has to pay the same amount of money to live in the house that she grew up in that my grandparents paid for the house in the 60s when they bought it. It is correct. We are renting our homes from the government. There is no home ownership in the state of Texas right now. Things are tough on people. I've protested my property taxes. They're not obligated to accept your evidence. We've attempted to fix the system. We've attempted. The consumption tax is a realistic alternative. And there is a study that's out there. It's on eliminatepropertytax.com. You can go look at it. A bill was filed in the 83rd session by Representative Lavender, representing Texarkana.
Second.
Members, the motion to extend the gentleman's time. All in favor?
I appreciate it. I'm not going to be very long. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. I was listening to the committee early this morning, and it sounded like there might be a little bit of, not misunderstanding, but just lack of clarity on the possibility of a replacement of the property tax system. It's not going to mean a 20% sales tax. We're talking about a broadly applied consumption tax. It's going to be unpopular in the beginning because we're talking about taxing labor in some industries. We're talking about an 8% total tax on what you buy. And really, this is a more efficient tax. And there's no protest process needed. When I buy a candy bar, I'm consenting to the valuation of that item. We can't be taxing the ownership of a thing. It is inherently wrong. People are not able to pay. And the best example of all of why we need to do this right now is the skyrocketing property values. And I don't care what anybody tells you. I'm going to say it in this room. The appraisal districts are controlled by the local governments. If you look closely at who's occupying the appraisal review boards, it's people with connections to the school districts, the cities, and the counties. And the reason for the existence of a political party is the advancement of a commonly held ideology and ultimately in the implementation of law. We need you to protect us from the government. I'm not looking to the government to help me or protect me from anybody. Protect me from the government. Appreciate you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Questions?
So how would the elimination of property taxes affect things like special interest districts, like Gulf Coast Protection District, those type of things? Would it also eliminate it there, or can they still come back and add those taxes? Because those are unelected bureaucrats running these things.
Mm-hmm. It's an excellent question. And the beautiful part of this process is that we in this convention this week, and we as a party, we are tasked with communicating to the legislature the what. And the what is that we want to eliminate the property tax system, that we believe that the taxing of the ownership of a thing is worse than the taxing on a purchase of a thing. That's the broad idea of what we want to implement. So getting into the nuts and bolts of it, how it would affect this taxing entity or that taxing entity, we would advocate for the elimination of all property taxes and for the funding of all these local entities and all these entities that rely on property tax system currently, for them to be funded by a consumption tax instead. You're welcome.
Please.
First of all, I am in favor of what you're asking for. Trying to think it through practically. Of course, a couple of people recommended no tax at all, make them work with the money they've got, and that's an interesting idea as well. On the consumption tax, just like there's no way to control how much they value our property at, then you also would have to tie in something, say, what's the maximum consumption tax they can add. Then I guess you're saying the unpopular things may be a sales tax on your home, a sales tax on labor, a sales tax on things that we're not accustomed to having sales tax. But I guess, again, my comment question is, then what's to keep them from increasing 8% to 9% to 10%, et cetera, which then at some point you get to a black market. You get to where you say, you know what, I'm just going to pay cash this vendor and forget the tax. So how do you control this? I guess that's my question. How do you control the consumption tax limitation?
Sure. Well, I would start by saying, in response to paying cash to avoid tax, I'm much more concerned about what the government cheats me out of than what the people could cheat the government out of through occasional cash transactions.
Another thing there is you got to keep in mind, the government are the people and vice versa. Sometimes we put them apart from us, but we are the government. So we have to have our roads repaired. We have to keep things maintained, et cetera, for the good of all of us, and we use the government to do that. But it's not like us versus them necessarily.
I agree with that to an extent. However, when I'm sitting there in a hearing for the property tax or the appraisal review board hearing, I certainly feel like it's us versus them. And there's a myriad of other examples where I feel like the government is not looking out for me. But I do accept your point. I understand what you're saying. As far as how to prevent the increase of a sales tax versus preventing the increase of a property tax, this is an excellent point. Right now, there's a lot of deception involved whenever the local taxing entities are trying to pass a bond. They say no tax increase, and this is a lie. The reason it matters,
now for them to say that.
school districts only.
Joe,
Well,
they can't hear you back there.
I'm so sorry. Are you talking about the ballot language that requires them to say this is a tax increase? Okay, that applies only to school districts, not cities and counties.
Okay.
I would love for it to apply to them too, but my point is that people do not comprehend the connection between their property taxes and these proposals that they are voting on the ballot. They don't think it increases their property taxes. I know this for a fact because I've talked to hundreds of voters. Presumably, we would want something in place legally that would require consent from the voters to increase their sales tax or their consumption tax, just like we currently have now. So I like this consumption tax as an alternative because people directly and clearly understand how this is going to affect them immediately starting today. Do you want to pay 2% more in sales tax every transaction? Versus do you want a shiny new stadium? It's not going to affect your property taxes at all. And if you're 65, it's not going to affect your taxes at all, which is also a lie. We take away all of that. We get rid of all that. We close down 254 appraisal district offices. No more pension. We're shrinking the size of government with this proposed solution, and that's what this party is about.
Sir, we have a few more questions for you as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, have you been to Austin to testify at some of the committee hearings on
Several
this?
Several times.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because this is where we need to go to get our legislators to take action. Coming here to these events puts it on the radar screen, but when we go to Austin, that's where the rubber meets the road, so to speak, and that's where we need to be testifying regarding the property tax elimination and that. We're doing, this has been in the Republican Party platform for several years, and I've been up there to Austin many times advocating for elimination of property tax. But we're not getting the action, we're not getting enough groundswell of the taxpayers to come to Austin where the actual work is being done to get that to happen.
You have, okay, well, Senate Bill 2, Senator Betancourt's property tax relief bill, you had many people testifying. And I would say that many of those people, at their heart, would advocate for the elimination of the property tax system. But because you're narrowly confined to testify either in favor or against the bill that's in front of you, they're testifying, yeah, I want relief, I want reform. But if we put a bill in front of them that says abolish, those people would be down there testifying for that as well. We've got something like 20,000 people on our Facebook group, Eliminate Property Tax. The people are on fire about this issue, and this is the first step. Plank 178 is already in the platform, Eliminate Property Tax System. This is the first step. We do this, then we get it in front of the legislature as a priority, and the party can advocate and commit resources, and then we will be there to support the party. That's how it will happen. I will be there.
Another question?
How would the consumption tax be assessed? Would it be statewide, or would it be like El Paso versus Dallas? Would El Paso have a consumption rate and Dallas have a different consumption rate?
We're interested in each of the local taxing entities funding their operations exactly the way they are now as far as the amount. We're not trying to cut anybody's funding for what they believe they need. I believe that's a mechanical question that's into the details of it, and I would leave it up to the committee to decide, but also the legislature to decide, because if this does go before the legislature, it's going to be us testifying, and it's also going to be all the king's horses and all the king's men. So it's a good question. It's
Another
worth
question
considering.
here.
What is your opinion of a value-added tax, where the tax is on the product through and it's an invisible tax?
It's hard for me to see that being worse than a property tax.
Okay.
Yeah, my advocacy is against the property tax system. So if people brighter than I am would want to consider a value-added tax, maybe that would be worth considering.
Another question.
Sure. So again, I'm advocating for the elimination of all property taxes. I don't know how the elimination of the M&O portion, I have not heard from any of those people reassurance that the INS, the other portion of the property tax, would also be eliminated later. I think it's a half of a solution, to be quite honest with you. As to your other question about the retail-heavy counties, retail-heavy areas versus the rural areas with no sales, the reason they're calling this a consumption tax and not a sales tax is that it would be a broader tax than just sales. So presumably if you live out in the county, you live in the rural area with no retail, you're still going to have people come to your home and work on your air conditioner. You're still going to go to the mechanic. So those are things that would be taxed that are not currently taxed. And I would add to that that we don't believe that there is any form of taxation that would be perfect and perfectly acceptable to all people. I think that's impossible. But what I would say is you have to compare the injustices that are happening under the current property tax system to the inconvenience or the, more than that, the problematic issues that would arise under a consumption tax. You compare those two, I would say a consumption tax still looks much, much better. People come out of those appraisal district offices, those hearings, crying. They can't live in their homes anymore. You go to the courthouse when they auction these properties off, they'll auction them off. They don't care if you can pay or not, because the person who buys your home for pennies on the dollar will pay. It's crushing people.
Of our 39 resolutions, many of which are touching on the subjects that are being discussed from other counties too, like I would encourage you to look at the wording of the way we've worded ours, like in particular like the Second Amendment ones. We propose that the state of Texas should use its 10th Amendment states' rights to protect our Second Amendment rights in opposition to the ATF using the Interstate Commerce Clause against the Second Amendment. And then furthermore, the state of Texas should nullify the National Firearms Act of 1934 and the Gun Control Act of 1968 within our borders, as they are an affront to our right to choose the weapon of our choice. Just the wording there, like the problem of what we're facing against the anti-gunners are using the Interstate Commerce Clause against the Second Amendment. So they're like pitting off two parts of the Constitution against each other. So, all right, so, and also, we very much agree with the previous gentleman on the elimination of property tax. And this whole debate about, you know, oh, where's the money gonna come from? I mean, that's only partially legitimate because, like, taxation is theft, and I'm okay with the government starving and being forced to downsize. So, okay. Time?
Yes, for
Sir, we were discussing the Second Amendment, a portion of your statement here earlier, and we desperately need your wording about pitting the different parts of the Constitution, the 10th, and then what things you think we need to repeal. Could you please get us that? We actually need that today.
I don't know if you received my email yesterday.
Thank you.
Yesterday, it's in the PDF.
In the PDF.
It's
Gotcha.
number 7 in the PDF.
Thank you.
Any other? voteryanrichards@gmail.com.
question.
Although I very much share your sentiment about the NFA, unfortunately, it's not within the power of this or any other state to nullify an act of the U.S. Congress. And go ahead.
It would be similar to what's happening right now with the suppressors, because the thing that they passed was basically made in Texas, sold in Texas, not for interstate commerce.
I'm familiar with that. The beauty of it is, number one, nobody has to go to prison. Number two, the AG's office picks up what are bound to be enormous attorney's fees. And if the courts follow existing case law, then that statute falls. But there simply are other ways to attack the NFA. And unfortunately, I could not support nullification because that's very dangerous ground.
Okay. You know, part of that would be, you know, like not allowing the ATF to operate in the state of Texas.
But once again, you cannot prohibit them, but at the
Point
same...
of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Chairman.
Sean Cheevan, SD15, I'd remind our committee members that the rules prohibit us engaging in debate with delegates testifying.
Yes,
sir.
Debating? Yes. I thought I was questioning the logic.
Yeah, sounded like a debate to me, so.
Yeah,
point of order.
just a point, members, that we just engage in questions for that.
I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Any other
Understood.
questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Brooks McKenzie.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lewis Brooks McKenzie. Some of you have already seen me yesterday, and I've pestered you with emails and put fancy little cards with QR codes on your desks. Took me about 6 hours to figure out how to do it. Brief recap, I am an expert in attachment as the bond between a parent and child. I've served as the Assistant Director of Research for the TCU Institute of Child Development. I've worked with basically every nonprofit in this state that serves at-risk children, abuse, neglect, post-adopt, foster care. That is what I do. That is what I am an expert in. And I'm here to speak on the 50-50 equal shared parenting.
I'm sorry?
I'm here to speak on the 50-50 equal shared parenting that has come up. And one of the reasons is that I'm an expert in this area. And so some of the people that come up and are passionate are not experts. And I've heard many, many questions and they didn't quite know the scientific answer. I have that. Feel free to ask me. I've also brought a book that I will willingly give to any of you that talks about the parent-child relationship in the research done over the past 50 to 60 years. So if you really want to know, I can loan you this book and we can go through it. So I have the scientific basis for what I'm saying. I do not give my opinion, I give research-based answers. And what we know from this topic, it is absolutely imperative for a child to have a healthy, safe, secure, nurturing bond with both parents in all cases. I would never argue for a mother to be pulled out of a child's life, nor a father, because they both serve two very different purposes. I'm a late in life Christian. I knew research before I knew the Bible. When I found the Bible through my burning bush, I looked and said, oh my gosh, everything in there is backed by research, who was done by academics who pretty much hate God because we're liberals for the most part in academia. So that and C.S. Lewis flipped me over the edge. So from a spiritual point of view, if I'm the enemy, what do I want to do to break society? First thing I need to do is take the leader out of the home, and the rest will follow. And we have seen that since the inception of no-fault divorce in the early 70s. We have seen the utter destruction of our families and our society. We have people... Yes, ma'am. What SD are you? SD1.
Other questions, please?
I move to allow more time.
Members, in motion to extend the time. Is there any objection?
Can we put a time limit, like a minute?
Another minute?
1 minute.
Extend for a minute. Any objection? So ordered.
All right, thank you. And also, I apologize for speaking so fast because it's like drinking from a fire hydrant. So that's why I speak like this. But it is absolutely imperative. And so for Second Amendment people, you don't want them grabbing guns. I don't want them taking my guns. So let's fix the root of the problem. These shooters come from broken homes, fatherless homes. We know the stats on fatherlessness. We call it a crisis, yet our system actually is probably the greatest promoter of fatherlessness in our state. We want the mental health people out of our schools. I don't want them giving mental health to my kid. I don't think they're qualified. I know they're not qualified. And so my argument against that is quit sending broken kids to school. And how do we do that? We fix them in the home. You want the drag shows, the people who are doing the drag shows, find me one that came from a safe, secure, nurturing home, let alone a Christian home, but just an intact home, and you won't find it because I also have a master's in clinical. I know psychopathology. So if you have an issue that has to do with broken adults, broken children, whatever, come find me. You have my contact information, and I will show you the research to fight the other side and give them their answer if they have the balls to stand up and do it.
Any questions? Please.
Dr. Belinda Morris, Senate District 13.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've heard a lot of testimony yesterday, and we'll probably hear more today about the 50-50 rule. I think most of us agree the importance of both a mother and a father in a family, and we understand the importance of the sanctity of marriage. And to be real honest, if you put as much time, energy, and passion into maintaining marriages, this wouldn't be an issue. So my point is, don't we need more availability of marriage counseling and family counseling to maintain the unity of the family versus dealing with, courts and judges and trying to influence judicial opinions?
Yes, thank you for your question. And if nobody's told you today, I love you in a very platonic, wonderful way because that's a perfect setup. Absolutely. I've introduced resolutions. They're over in platform, but they're very wordy because it's a complex thing. But yes, absolutely. The judges can order anger management, substance abuse, mental health. I've never once, and I serve as an expert witness in custody cases, I've never once seen a judge order 6 months of counseling. Not once, not a single time, even when it's been asked for by one side. And so we don't do anything to promote that, and I absolutely agree. And I've got some stuff over in platform that addresses that. But yes, instead of incentivizing and making it so easy to toss marriages, if we just put and you can't legislate morality, but what we can do is say, okay, there's a 6-month cooling off period. How about you guys figure it out? And if we take away so many of these incentives, because quite honestly, if I go in and make false accusations, I win and I get a bunch of stuff. But if we take that stuff out, people will often cool off, and then a child grows up in a home where they've seen the parents work through something, that marriage is stronger. And I absolutely believe in everything that you said, and yes, I do have answers to that, but I can't write those out because I need a one-line blurb to come in here, but I absolutely have that. Yeah, I believe we should strengthen those families and marriages, and we have no programs whatsoever that do that.
One last question.
You had spoken, I read your work that you sent us.
Yes, ma'am.
The PDFs, here's a couple of them, including one about that. You had talked about judicial immunity.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not quite certain what you mean by that and is how important that is.
So the judicial immunity in the context of the family court, but it's also in the context of all courts. Judges have immunity that while they're doing anything from the bench, so a judicial act, something only a judge can do, they are covered by what's called absolute immunity, meaning I can violate your civil rights and there's nothing you can do practically. I can commit a felony from the bench and there's nothing you can do practically. And so that immunity covers them, so when they have egregious, unlawful, and unconstitutional behavior, there is nothing you can do except for a process that really does not work. And so in the family courts, it is widely known that the Constitution is violated, due process and things constantly on a basis, but it also affects every other issue. Judicial integrity, vaccine mandates, you name it. If you have an issue and it's going to go before a judge, if I'm an activist and I don't agree with you, I'm going to gender mod that kid because I think it's okay and I can't get prosecuted. I can't get civilly sued. I can't get anything. You can just hope that an impeachment occurs in the legislature, and it hasn't happened since the 60s, according to Representative Leach.
Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you.
Chair calls Dale, sorry.
Sorry, just a point of personal privilege. The Rules Committee has killed that amendment. So the amendment was to reduce the number from 15 to 10 to come out of this committee, and then on the floor, reduce it from 8 to 5 that our delegates pass. So that was killed, but we do have some spies, if you will, in there that are gonna let us know when, if and when an LP rule comes up again, and we'll address it then.
Okay, thank you for that report.
Thanks for your work.
The chair calls Dale Holes.
Thank y'all very much for having me. After spending a couple of days in here with y'all, this is a very depressing committee to be in. I'm sorry, and I'm afraid I'm not going to help alleviate your pain here. But I just want to talk to you today about our country, America. We know that something's not right. We see it on the news every day. We see BLM, Antifa, rioting, burning our streets. We see thugs pushing people in front of trains. We see people knocking old ladies down on the streets. Gangs of young people shooting it out in the neighborhoods. Cops being killed. Abuse everywhere. I wanted to look at that, and I see that we have an issue here. And it's not, so much the laws that we have. It's our failure to abide by them. We are raised, these people who are doing this stuff, they're not aliens. They don't come from another world. They don't even come from across the border. They're our children. They're our youth, our young people. They're out there doing this. So why is this happening? We have Sandy Hook, Parkland, Columbine, Santa Fe, Uvalde. Those were done by broken children. So what is the answer? I heard somebody recently say, why would God allow that to happen in these schools? Well, you know what? When you kick God out of school, this is what you get. Amen. Last legislative priorities y'all had at last convention, you had religious freedom in there as one of your priorities. That was a good one. We fought for it, got some minimal stuff done. But you know what? It's already time. Oh, jeez. Okay.
Members, you heard the motion. Any objection? Chair is none. You have another minute.
Thank you very much. I'll get right to the point. You have plank 132 in there, religious freedom for public schools. You need to make that sharpen your point and make that a priority. We have to get God back in our schools. If the Supreme Court says no, step around them. We're Texans. We ought to run our own state. We ought to run our own schools. We got to protect our children the best way we can. I say we bring it back, we make it a priority, and we tell our legislators, just like we told them against abortion, Roe v. Wade, after 50 years of murder of our children, we can do the same to protect our children in our schools. We're tired of CRT. We're tired of the LGBT plus agenda. We're tired of mental health and psychotherapy and chemical medications. We need to get God back in our schools. We need to raise good, righteous people again, because that's the only way our system is going to work.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? We're going to go SD3, and then we'll come down here.
Okay. SD3. His? What
SD1.
Okay. And excuse the way I'm going to ask this question, but I'm an attorney, and this is the way my brain has been trained.
Okay.
Am I right that the Constitution is a limit on the powers of the federal government?
Yes.
Okay. And is schooling or education mentioned anywhere in the Constitution?
No.
So wouldn't it be accurate that the federal government should have no control over our education system?
That would be a reasonable interpretation. I agree.
Thank you.
SD11.
Dale, thank you for your comments, and I appreciate your passion. My question is, what do you suggest that we, the people, do to bring this situation of a godless nation to its knees?
Okay, you got to start somewhere. Right here in this committee, you decide what the priorities of the Republican Party are. If you think this is a serious thing, if you think this is important enough, you should add it to your priority list. You should make it one of your top priorities. That is where it starts. Then, as was said before, we can take this and we can go to our legislators and we can start working on them to change the laws and get things back started. We have to educate our people. We have to make sure that we are out there saying what we're for, not what we're only against. Yes, we're all against CRT. We're all against an LGBT plus indoctrination in our schools. We're all against that. But what are we for? We ought to be for righteousness and morality and goodness. We don't put that out there anywhere. We need to have a voice in that. That's how we started.
That's right. Thank you,
I have a
Dale.
question. I have a question.
Yes, please.
So you're wanting us to put have a priority for put God back in schools, correct?
I have a priority written for you guys, if you want the language, and it is religious freedom in public schools.
Okay, religious freedom in public schools. Okay, so I'm curious. So what if my kid goes in and he has a teacher that is a Muslim?
Okay.
I would not want my child being taught the Muslim religion.
I'm not saying that teachers should instruct children on their religious education. That's to the parents. That's to the pastors. That's what they need to
Okay,
do.
then how do we put religion back in the school?
Well, we stop the censorship for one thing. We stop the school systems from every time a coach kneels on the ground to say a prayer for a victory or even a loss, he can get fired in this country because he cannot exercise his religion. We can't say a prayer in the cafeterias. You know, a teacher can't because it might be construed as a church. That's ridiculous. We need to stop the censorship in our church of our religious community. Some places, you're not even allowed to wear a cross and display it. We need to get God back in there. That doesn't mean we preach to him.
And I'm not disagreeing with you.
I know.
I'm just looking at the other side here.
Yes,
because
ma'am.
that's what happens. They take our stuff and then they go the opposite direction.
Right.
So what if we start having, which I'm from a small school, they still allow all that stuff. I think a lot of it's up to your school board. I think they can choose to go against the grain and say, we're going to have this. But my concern is if you make a law with this and it's very broad, then what if we have satanic worshipers that get out and start doing their stuff before a football game? I mean, there are consequences to this when you make a broad statement like that, and that is my concern.
I know, and that's usually used to say, well, if we let the genie out of the bottle, oh my God, there's all kinds of bad stuff going to happen. Listen, Satan worship is not religion. It is a perversion of Christianity. It is somebody who is, because even Satanists understand there is a God and that they are worshiping the devil. They are the Antichrist. So I do not accept that argument for that one. I think that school boards though many of them lack courage, can stand up and say, well, this is what we're going to do in our school system. I'm depending on you, Teresa, and you, Suzette, and you, Scott, and anybody else on here to stand up and be a start of this and say, you know, what's the alternative? To raise a bunch of godless children that are cultural Marxists, that are indoctrinated in LGBTQ, that don't recognize our norms, our founding principles? We're not raising good people anymore. We're raising bad people. And that's our fault. It's not their fault. They're only doing what they were taught. It is us who have to stand up and make a stand.
Sir, thank you for your testimony. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Chair calls Wesley Thomas. Wesley Thomas.
Stubborn rules.
Chair calls Sarah Bailey. Sarah Bailey. Chair calls.
She's coming.
Oh. Yes. And Stuart McMullen is going to be on deck.
Hi, my name is Sarah Daly. I am an activist for childhood cancer, parental rights, medical freedom.
Start over.
I'm sorry. My name is Sarah Lindley Bailey. I'm an activist for childhood cancer, parental rights, medical freedom, and so much more. I have lived every parent's worst nightmare. I lost my child's cancer, and I, as a parent, had no rights. We are talking about parental rights throughout this whole issue. Yet I don't see anything about cancer. Your child can be medically kidnapped just because you don't want treatment, or you want to go to a different hospital, or you're diagnosed with Munchausen by proxy because they want your child to go through cancer treatment. And you have no rights. You can't even sue because no lawyer will take it because of tort reform. There's a cap of $250,000. No lawyer is going to go against that whenever they're fighting against a $10 billion industry. So tort reform is not for the parents whenever there is neglect. And there has been neglect. A lot of people in my situation want to speak out, but they're afraid of CPS going after their other children. I'm in the unique situation where she was my one and only. So I'm fighting for the voiceless, and that's what y'all are doing too. Y'all are fighting for the voiceless that are unborn, but what are y'all doing for the families that are fighting and have no voice? And yet there's no laws or no support. People go into depression, PTSD, people lose their jobs. I can't work. I worked with children all my life, and I know children, and I am so good at it that I cannot stand looking at a child that looks like her or the name Taylor. Thank you so very much for your time.
Questions?
Hey, Sarah, it's good to see you.
Hey.
I was heavily involved with Sarah when her daughter got her diagnosis. We found a clinic in Boston that had a 50% survival rate. But Texas Children's had, was it Texas Children's or?
We went to Texas Children's first, then MD.
When they had done the diagnosis, if your child is under the age of 18, you are stuck. They own you. You can't go anywhere else. And of course, they had a grant for some experimental medication,
yes.
And her child was their golden goose. And Sarah lost her child in a few months. They threatened CPS. It was one of the most heartbreaking things I've ever been through. And we thank you for being here. It took a lot of courage, Sarah.
Thank you for all your support, too.
question here, and then we'll come back.
Okay, ma'am, are you saying that, or are you saying that this experimental drug was forced on your child?
So, long story short, once we got the diagnosis of ATRT, which is extremely rare, only happens to 30 children in the U.S., and unfortunately, we found 3 other families in the greater Houston area diagnosed the same year. So ATRT is extremely rare, and needless to say, we went to Texas Children's first because I had no choice. We were at one hospital, and then we were transferred, and I was like, I don't want to go here. Well, you really don't have a choice in the matter, was what was repeatedly said. The SJRT for ATRT was terminated because it had 2 trials that didn't have very much success. So I wanted to go to out of the country for a different treatment. I was told by a lawyer that if I lost my child and came back, I would be processed and arrested for medical abuse or medical neglect. So yes, all these different trials are forced on cancer patients.
Question.
I first want to say how sorry I am for your loss. I can't imagine losing a child. I would imagine that it's the worst thing anybody could ever go through. So from a mom, so sorry for your loss. I might have gotten lost in your I might have gotten lost in your testimony, so I want to make sure I'm clear on what you're asking us. Is it a request for a legislative priority for medical freedom? Or I know you mentioned tort reform. I just want to make sure I'm clear on what your goal is for this today.
There's so many different issues that need to be addressed, and they both need to be priorities, because tort reform doesn't give any, it doesn't hold anyone responsible. And there was very much negligence, and no one would take it because of tort reform. So even if we bump it up to $500,000, I'm not the greedy type of person. But like I said, I can't work. I don't know if anyone can work after they lose their children. But long story short, tort reform
I'm from District 24, Williamson County. I'm here to talk about equal parenting. I currently have 50-50, but it took 6 years, 37 court appearances in Williamson County, and 2 years in federal court, along with thousands of dollars and thousands of hours of preparation and court time. Yesterday, there was a lot of testimony for equal parenting, and so there were some questions about what does that look like. My current situation is we do week on, week off. It's Monday to Monday. One parent drops off at school on Monday, the other one picks up that afternoon on Monday. There's many different ways to split time equally, and since we have come to a 50-50 agreement, our son is much happier. He's doing better in school, and we're able to work together, have birthday parties together. But I will say that equal parenting is not for every situation. Both parents have to be fit. Both parents have to be willing to have 50-50. Some parents just don't want it, but for the parents that do, they need to be willing to have it, and they need to be able to have it. So you have to live close enough to make it work, or your work schedule needs to be conducive to it. Like I said, this is not for everybody, but it should be the starting point for every custody dispute. And then you just adjust the schedule based on the child's needs from there. And I will say this, that the Republican Party of Texas believes that in a strong family unit to stay intact, and that's the best situation for any child. And I do agree with that, but right now, the current family code, it incentivizes divorce because of the way it's written. It's a winner-take-all situation. You have one parent gets the main custody, and they get usually child support. So it incentivizes one parent to not want to stay in the marriage. I believe that if 50-50.
I move for an additional minute.
Members, you heard the motion, second. Any objection for extending the gentleman's time? Your chair is none. You have 1 more minute, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I believe that if 50-50 was the starting point and in the family code, that would disincentivize. It would actually incentivize the parents to work together to work it out, because there's no longer this carrot sticking out there where one parent thinks they can leave, get the money, get the house, get the kids, and the other parent becomes a visitor to their own child, which most of the time that's the father, which leads to the fatherless crisis that we have in America right now. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Yes, please.
One quick question. Are there any quantifiable studies that have followed children who've been through these situations to show evidence of, grades improved, however health can be shown to be improved? But, we hear the testimony, but I'm just curious if there's any studies that you guys can point to.
There is a ton of studies out there. There's a ton of doctors, Dr. Warshak, Dr. Nielsen, and I'm sure Dr. McKenzie can give you a lot of other ones. I did hand out, but yes, there's a lot of empirical data out there that shows equal parenting is what's best for children of all ages, not just older ages, but of all ages. I did hand out one of these to every one of y'all. There is a QR code in there, has a video, and it shows some of the statistics of fatherless homes. But there's also studies that show statistics of children that grew up in equal parenting situations where they benefited in the long run. As a matter of fact, there's one statistic that shows that children who came from equal parenting situations are less likely to get divorced as adults.
Very good. Another question?
I just want to make sure I understand. You and the other people who have spoken on this topic, you're not saying that that's the end-all be-all, that the judge has to give 50-50. You're saying that should be the starting point as opposed to one parent over the other. Is
Right.
that accurate?
That's correct. The family code currently states that up until last session, it stated that the standard possession order was in the best interest of the child, which yields about an 80-20 split, which we know that's not due to the research. We've had a 40-year research experiment on our children because of the family code. Senator Pat Hughes filed a bill last session which made the expanded standard the new best interest of the child, which is about a 60-40 split. It's almost, but it's not there.
Thank you.
Very good. Have time for one more question here.
So,
Yeah, let's go here and then we'll go. Go ahead.
in last session, the bill that he filed, did it pass?
Yes, it passed. It became effective September 1 last year, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
My family has basic expanded on my stepsons. Excuse me, what's it called? Expanded standard. And I figured it up down to the day, and it was 48.52. So we're arguing about 4%. And what happens if we go to 50-50 custody to these mothers, do they lose their child support? Is that what this all boils down to, for just arguing over 4%?
Yeah, good question. I also broke it down by the hour, and a lot of times you got to do a 2-year average, because 1 year you'll have spring break and the other year you don't. So that affects your percentages there. And you can't count Friday at 6 o'clock to Sunday at 6 o'clock as 3 days. That's only 2 days. That's 48 hours. The Texas Family Law Foundation likes to count that as 3 days, which is probably where that discrepancy comes in. But it's on a 2-year average, it's about a 60-40 split. It's nowhere near 52-48. And I'll be happy to show you the numbers. I ran mine off of the Leander ISD school calendar, and I've got it from the past about 8 years. So to answer your question about child support, the bills that we've pressed do not even address child support. The judge has broad discretion to still order whatever they're going to order. This only deals with time, and that's what children need, is time with both of their parents. The current family code doesn't allow that.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Chair calls Wesley Thomas, and Jeff Morgan is on deck.
Two minutes?
2 minutes.
All right, I'll set my timer here. My name is Wesley Thomas from SD3. It's great to see you guys again. There's a lot of familiar faces on the committee. I had a bunch prepared last night, but then I'm throwing it all away. I'm just going from my heart here. So I'm a father of 5. You might see one of my sons walking around with me here. We like bringing them to convention. If you guys have children, I'm sure you have the same story as I do. My children don't always treat each other kindly. Have you ever had that problem? So, you know what I tell my children, as I say, I try to teach them the golden rule. I try to say, hey, are you treating your siblings the way you want to be treated? That is what the golden rule is. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. I think we should do the same thing here in this committee and in the Republican Party at large. When we craft our priorities, when we craft our platform, we should be asking ourselves that question. Am I treating my neighbor the way I want to be treated? And with regards to abortion and protecting children, are we treating the preborn the way we want to be treated? That's why I'm advocating for equal protection. And the language in this pamphlet, which you've all been handed already, and I'm sure my son will be handing out more of them to you throughout the week because he loves handing them out. This language follows the golden rule. It simply says that we treat preborn children the way we treat the born. And that's what I'm asking you to think about as you craft the final language for your report. If there's anything in the language that you would not want to apply to yourself, then it doesn't belong there. Treat them like human beings. Treat abortion the way God treats it, which is murder. We need to call it that, we need to treat it that way, and we need to hold those accountable who seek to murder preborn children, the way you would want people to be held accountable if they sought to murder you. That's what it means to love your neighbor. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir. Questions? Questions from anyone? Seeing none, thank you so much. The chair calls Jeff Morgan with the Luke Macias on deck.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Morgan. I am from Senate District 2, and the legislative priority that I would like to see focused on is the repeal of unilateral no-fault divorce. Last time we met, we got the wording changed from no-fault divorce to unilateral. Why is that important? Because unilateral divorce is divorce on demand. It's forced divorce. It's actually, if you go back historically, that which Vladimir Lenin advocated and pushed for in the Soviet Union. His underlying philosophy was destroy the family, destroy society. That is our law in Texas. Now, a lot of these issues that have been talked about, I agree 100% with them, but I still think that the idea of unilateral no-fault divorce is the tree we need to be striking at. If you are pro-life, you should be for the repeal of unilateral no-fault divorce. Reason being is that once you lose that support system, daughters are more likely to get pregnant, engage in sexual activity, have abortions. Civil asset forfeiture. Ma'am, you talked about child support. If my wife wants to leave me, why should I be punished with child support? Or if I'm a woman and the husband wants to leave me and I'm the bigger wage earner, why should I be punished with that if I want to keep the marriage together? It is a big religious liberty issue as well. This case right here, we filed with the U.S. Supreme Court. It's Pankow v. Pankow. You can look at it at the U.S. Supreme Court, the search docket. And it talks about the issue not only of the 14th Amendment violation, but of religious viewpoint discrimination. It is viewpoint discrimination. When somebody says, my marriage is insupportable, and the other person says, I don't believe it, and the judge says, well, I have to do it because she says so or he says so, that is a viewpoint discrimination against another person. I would also say this for the people that, my friends, okay, thank you.
Members, are any questions? Right here.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I fully agree that we need to protect the family institution, and I had, until very recently, thought that the main impetus or behind a no-fault divorce was a bad idea. Just say, oh, I want out, and that's it. I was speaking with somebody very recently who mentioned the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and unfortunately there was no media outlet I could recede to and not hear about that. So I think we're all familiar with it, but the question that was posed to me is, okay, if you make the barrier to divorce more difficult, what incentives are there to fabricate things in order to get out, to stage things, especially in an era of Me Too?
So let me go back. The first thing was Ronald Reagan was the governor who signed this, and he said it was the biggest mistake of his political career. Mike Huckabee said it's the worst thing that has happened to America. Now, what you've said as far as the fabrication, go to any family court today. Perjury is rampant. It has not decreased lying. When somebody says, my marriage is insupportable, they don't have to give any proof. They can make an allegation. And often, no-fault divorce, the way that it's done in Texas, if there is a person who's beating somebody, that person should be facing some type of criminal liability, perhaps, rather than saying, oh, my marriage is insupportable. And he right now is, marriage is not a prison. If somebody wants to leave, he or she can always leave, but they should not be rewarded for leaving that situation when there is no fault. If you allege no fault divorce, if it's mutual, you protect due process for both parties. Unilateral means one person says, I do it, and it is a lawsuit, and you as the respondent can never win.
Sir, we have
And
another question here.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I hope I answered it.
Sir, thank you for your time, but I want to give you an opportunity to clarify something you said, which was, if you didn't want the divorce, why should you be punished with child support? I don't think any of us think that child support is punishment for the parent. We're looking to protect that child if the marriage dissolves.
The best protection for the child is to be raised not in a 50-50 situation, but in a 100-100 situation. And as many people have said, we can't strengthen marriages. Even Democrats know this. Leah Ward Sears, Democratic Supreme Court Justice, said at least 40% of marriages could be resolvable. Family court judges, we do not allow this to take place. And if you're going to, first off, take my legal rights from me, I'm a married person, now you're going to make me single, and now you're going to take money from me. I'm willing to, you can always do a private agreement if you want to or something like that. But I know people that have had to sell their house to pay the spouse's attorney bills. And they end up in jail because they can't pay child support. I think that we have a problem. And once again, you look at the other problems that we've talked about, a lot of these problems come right down to unilateral, no-fault divorce. It is a big, big issue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. And if anybody, I did give you the Rockwall Reagan thing. If anybody would like it, I've got additional ones here. And again, Panko v. Panko is a Supreme Court case. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Chair calls Luke Macias with James Collison on deck. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, the question is this a relative? Yes, this is my son.
Yeah. He didn't call up Lukey Macias, but he called me that when I was growing up.
Yes.
I'm going to try to be quick, guys. I just have a couple things I wanted to talk to you about real quick. Thank you for all your hard work for the last couple days. On the gender modification legislative priority, I did want to bring up the fact that currently there's no language in there that also applies to the therapy that these children are getting. These parents start abusing their child as early as 2 and 3 and 4 years old, taking them to therapists who then they answer the wrong question and they start trying to turn a little boy into a little girl or a little girl into a little boy. So it's really important that these licensed psychologists in the state of Texas, we literally give these people their licenses and then we empower them to go emotionally transition children all across Texas. There's thousands of kids, way more are getting emotionally transitioned than are actually getting the surgical removal. Also, those surgeries, ultimately, as long as we still protect parents, that's either by calling it child abuse or at least in the language considering adding something where we don't believe that medical professionals or parents should be engaged in these activities, because the importance is that parents can still get their children the therapy from a therapist that's not in the state of Texas. Even if we told a Texas therapist they couldn't transition them, they can still fly to another state to surgically remove that child's genitalia. People fly into Texas for surgeries as well. So if we actually want to make sure that children are not transitioned, we have to make sure to include in the language things that apply to the parents. When it comes to the obscenity issue and the porn in schools and the libraries and the sex ed, I do think that that should be considered as one legislative priority, as stop sexualizing Texas kids. I think that there's an opportunity. I think the delegates would very clearly understand what that is, and they'd probably vote it as a top priority, but there'd be a way of actually bringing several of these in. And then the last thing I wanted to talk to you about is banning Democrat chairmanships, which is not currently on the top 15. I think it's a really important thing to put as a legislative priority, and I'm just going to give you 3 very quick.
Motion to extend, 1 minute.
I don't recognize you for that now. I'm sorry. There's a motion to extend the gentleman's time. Any objection? Chair hears none. You have another minute.
1 minute. Okay. Banning Democrat chairmanships. Over 80% of Republican primary voters voted in March that they wanted to see this policy take place. It is the only legislative priority, if it is one of them, that will be guaranteed to receive a vote on the Texas House floor, because it will be voted on the second day of the legislative session. All of these other policies need to actually go through a committee process. And then here's the other problem. When it comes to your sex ed issues, when it comes to whether or not teachers can talk about sex with students in the classroom at first and second and third grade, school choice, the equal parenting that we've been talking about, equal parenting was chaired by a liberal Democrat from Dallas, that committee that heard that policy. All of your education policy is in that. The eminent domain reform that we've talked about that is not going to be a legislative priority but is on the list to be considered, that was also sent to a committee chaired by a Democrat last session. So if we give Democrats the ability to decide the policy on eminent domain, all of our public education, equal parenting, then really we shouldn't be surprised that none of these policies become law. And so that's just one thing to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, please?
Luke, thank you for your work. I appreciate what you do in your videos that we watch all of the time. My question is, whenever you're talking about the licensed therapists, and we all realize we're not writing legislation here, but we're looking to inform our legislators. Are you talking about rescinding or removing the licenses that have been given these therapists by the state of Texas?
Yeah, so it might be as simple as just making sure that the language says that we believe legislation should stop the sexual transition of children from birth to 18, because that would also make sure that it applies to the therapy they receive, which, and then to the point that the list talks about cross-sex hormones and stuff, but it doesn't talk about the psychological therapy. So I think restricting the psychologist's ability to do that as a Texas psychologist.
I'm going to go over here and then, please.
There was a gentleman last night who spoke on this subject. Hello. Last name might have been White. He said that there was a term for conditioning children and transitioning them called social transitioning.
Yes.
Is that correct? Is this
Yeah.
kind of what you're referring to?
Correct.
We need to stop socially transitioning our children also.
Yeah, so that all is involved. What happens is a parent, maybe one of their son wants to wear a dress, or he likes certain things they think, and so they take him to a psychologist. The psychologist asks him 5, 6, 7, 8 questions, and then they decide, hey, Tommy actually might be a girl, and I am now willing to work with him on a weekly basis to start the transitionary process, which requires a coming out birthday party as a different sex and all these other things. But Texas has protected those psychologists. We have licensed them and given them permission by the state of Texas to do that with thousands of children. And so there are far more children being transitioned that way than are actually having their puberty blocked, which happens later in the process.
So first I wanted to say that I like your wording, stop sexualizing Texas kids. Very well said. Secondly, I have a question about, I agree that we don't want the social transitioning of kids. We don't want counselors helping kids think they might be, one gender when they're biologically another. But let's say we have parents legitimately concerned that their child is confused and they're Christian and they want to go to a Christian counselor to help that counselor sort that out the right way from a biblical perspective. How could we differentiate the two so that one would be acceptable and the other would not?
I think as long as the language is regarding gender modification or sexual transition, you're really specifying there's not a Christian counselor. I would hate to be the Christian counselor before the throne of God that actually told a little boy to become a little girl. So I think the point would be that the process of helping a child deal with gender confusion is not gender modification, it's not sexual transition. That requires you to actually believe that we could turn this child into the opposite sex.
Thank you.
Real quick, we're looking at the election integrity bill, obviously. And so to cut down confusion for those who it's going to be passed on to, would you feel comfortable adding the closed primary into that part as compared to just having it as a separate issue, if we could word it correctly?
Yeah, I think that would be a huge benefit. And for all of us who work very hard in these primaries, it's difficult when you have 6, 7, 8% of voters that we know are Democrats. It makes it a lot harder to get the right Republican elected in the process.
Luke, you're right in the middle of this all the time in the legislature, but I have a hard time understanding why Republicans would want to have Democrat committee chair leaders when they know you're going to kill half the bills we put up. Can you elaborate on that any
Well,
more?
I do think you have seen a lot of movement on this issue. It was an issue that Republicans hadn't even talked about 2 years ago. And I do think that you're seeing now dozens of Republican legislators saying, hey, I've heard you, my voters, on this issue, and we're going to take a different action on it. So I think that there's a lot of positive momentum there.
We'll go here, then the corner, and then back there.
Is Speaker of the House that assigns the chairmanships, is that correct?
That is correct.
And all you got to do is look at the Speaker of the House as we've had the last several times, and that's how they become Speaker of the House, is by negotiating with the Democrats to vote for them, and they in turn get chairmanships, and that's how they become Speaker of the House. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Right here in the corner, and then we'll go.
Luke, I also really appreciate your phrase, stop sexualizing Texas school kids. We have to work with the legislature. There we go. Is there any other messaging that you think is necessary, and also messaging to avoid in getting legislation like that passed? For example, grooming seems to have been good messaging in Florida. Abuse seems to have been good messaging. Anything else, pro or con?
No, I think
that?
you're on the right track. I think you've got the words to use that, especially ones that make leftists crazy and talk more about the issue. Because the more they talk, the better our position seems to become.
Another question?
Luke, Scott, I want to thank you for bringing up closed primaries. When I usually work races in parking lots in Harris County, and what I see consistently year after year is the Democrats like Sheila Jackson Lee, and they always tell their voters that come to vote for them, don't vote for me. Go save Sarah Davis. Go save this horrible person that we're trying to get out of office. I'm wondering if this is just a Harris County problem, or are you seeing it statewide in your races?
Yeah, I would say it's actually even a bigger problem in the rural areas, because if you're a Democrat in Harris County, you still feel like you're getting to elect people of power. But if you're a Democrat in some of these rural counties that are 80% Republican, you assume that every elected official is going to be a Republican. Therefore, most of the Democrats in those rural areas that are highly engaged just in their communities are almost all Republican primary voters, because their point is we'd rather go in and make sure that the most liberal option in the Republican primary is the one that gets elected.
Luke, I have one more follow-up to that. Do you foresee the legislature, unless it is one of our priorities, is that our only shot at passing this, closing the primaries in Austin?
I think they'll probably fight it because a decent amount of them are there because of the Democrats that voted, but it's still matters for the Republican Party.
Any other question?
As you probably know, Luke, Senator Bob Hall had a bill about closing primaries a couple of sessions ago, and it got absolutely no support, tragically. And the part that's frequently overlooked
I believe, that voted to say that they wanted the practice of awarding Democrat chairmanships ended in the Texas House specifically.
Okay, very good. Thank you for your testimony, and Mom would be proud. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, with respect for the time of all the people who have come to testify, I know a lot of people are very passionate about their subjects and they would benefit from additional time. For people who are testifying on one matter, I'd recommend that we use additional time very sparingly. But for people who have multiple things to talk on, that's when we should employ extra minutes.
I appreciate that. Just a encouragement to the committee. Chair calls James Cullison, and Rebecca Parma is on deck.
SD1, James Cullison. Thank you for having me. I'm going to be a little tough with you today. I see you folks as marketers and branders. I see myself as a spammer. You have your handouts there, which are postcards that we make to go door to door and recruit people into our party clubs, into our events, to come to our precinct conventions. We also put a report out after the session is over, whether or not the legislative priorities made it through, and if so, how well they made it through. I am here to encourage you very strongly. Think about the topic of each item. The name that you give each item is the brand that there are going to be grassroots people carrying forward. If you name an item gender modification, you're going to send it to the 9,000 delegates, whether they approve or disapprove of gender modification. Is that the question you want the delegates to have in their brain, or would you rather them to read, do you approve of banning child gender modification? This seems like a simple idea, but it's difficult to do. You have to word each one in the same way so that as the delegates go down the list, they can say, yes, yes, this is great. It's the same for the voters. We want to bring people out for November. We want people to understand these are our priorities. This is what helps define us to the swing voter, to the weak Republican that only understands November voting, never been in a primary. Make the names positive. Make the names tell a positive story, and make the names something that when you read it, if you're a Republican at heart, you can say, yes, I like that, I agree with that. Don't make the names backwards. If you make some names backwards and some names forwards, it causes confusion. You end up having conversations about, are you guys in favor of gender what? That's the simple point. The bigger point, though, is think about these things not just in terms of we're giving these to the delegates, we're deciding among activists what we really care about. Think about them in terms of, can we have a red wave? Can we have the presidency in 2024? Texas is the leader here.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your...
Appreciate you.
Members, with that, I want to remind everybody just that every question we ask takes time, again, just to give us that we manage that. Chair calls Rebecca Parma with Kelly Perry on deck.
Chair and members of the Legislative Priorities Committee, my name is Rebecca Parma, and I am a delegate from Senate District 14 and the Senior Legislative Associate at Texas Right to Life. Grace is handing out something for y'all, but we absolutely agree that abolishing abortion must continue to be a priority for the Republican Party of Texas. That is straightforward. But the current language being considered in this committee so far has been too broad. We must be specific in the language of this priority to direct our state legislature for what exactly we want and expect from them. That is why we're encouraging the addition of the language in the red box on the handout that's coming around. To be specific about the action and the enforcement of our pro-life laws that we want to see from the legislature next session. The specific additions clarify that as we ban abortion in our state, we must ensure that our pro-life laws are actually enforced and that we prioritize the flourishing of Texas women, children, and families. Our pro-life laws are powerless if they cannot be effectively enforced. Already we have district attorneys here in Texas who have publicly said that they are intent on not prosecuting those who violate pro-life laws if and when Roe v. Wade is overturned. The language of your priority so far will not push the legislature to adopt effective tools to go around these lawless district attorneys. The Texas Heartbeat Act uses a private cause of action that has enabled the law to remain in effect, withstand dozens of lawsuits, and save thousands of lives. The effectiveness of the civil enforcement in this law highlights why this type of enforcement should be extended to all pro-life laws and policies in Texas. We cannot rely on public prosecutors to enforce our laws, and so civil enforcement is the prudent and appropriate solution to ensure our laws that ban abortion are actually being followed as intended and saving lives. We want Texas to be abortion-free, but with that, we also must make Texas fully pro-life. We have a list of those specific policy recommendations that Texas Right to Life is making for the platform. But as a party, right, we all value innocent human life. That's a core principle for us. And as this legislative priority declares that, it also must outline what specific tools and expectations we have for the next legislative session. Thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Appreciate it. Question?
Hi there, thank you for speaking with us. Real quick, since we do have these top 10 so far, the top 15, we are going to drill down on the language, so nothing is 100%, but can you give me an example, or at least can you send us language that you would like to see in here that's clear and concise? It needs to be really short and really
Yeah,
simple.
absolutely. It's we have some language we'll make sure to send to y'all that just clarifies these things of we want to build a fully pro-life Texas and we want our laws to be enforced.
If you can send that to us as soon as possible, because
Okay,
we're
we will
going
do
to
that.
really start getting to that language soon.
Okay, great.
Very good. Another question?
Yes, you speak very fast, got a lot of information there, and my ears are slower. So are you addressing any other issue we've already talked about? Are you wanting to change a priority that seems to be taking a precedence here? Or are you just trying to add more clarity? I'm not sure what the goal was.
Yeah, absolutely. We're trying to add clarity because, right, the abolish abortion priority was a priority last session from the last convention, and I think it's clear for all of us we want that to stay a priority even as we're approaching a post-Roe Texas and United States. But that language is too broad as it's currently drafted, and so we want it to just be a little bit clearer so that when we head into the next legislative session, we can hold our elected officials accountable of like, these are the specific things and tools for how we want to make sure we are abolishing abortion, making Texas fully pro-life, and making sure our laws are actually being enforced.
Can you give me an example of how it's too broad or what you would change?
Yeah, so currently it says that it says something like we support fully abolishing abortion in Texas, which is a sentiment we all agree with, right? So we would encourage adding something like, and we reaffirm the civil enforcement mechanism of the Texas Heartbeat Act and want that applied to all of our pro-life laws. So something like that was a very tangible piece of language, and we'll make sure to send that to all of you, very tangible language so that we can go to our elected officials and say, abolishing abortion is a priority for your Republican delegates and your Republican constituency, and here's how we can fulfill the priority.
And so I take the term civil, that is a big change really than versus what we have in there now. It's just like the heartbeat bill, the reason it's successful is because of the civil action, not having to go through DAs, et cetera. You think that's the change that needs to occur? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So the reason that the Texas Heartbeat Act is the boldest pro-life law that was passed since Roe v. Wade is because of that civil enforcement. That's the reason it's been able to stay in effect. And as we approach a world where Roe v. Wade's irrelevant, our laws and the typical penalties we've used for administrative and civil, they're not going to work. They're not going to work in this post-Roe world. We've already seen civil enforcement work in the Texas Heartbeat Act and save thousands of lives. And so as we equip and prepare for a post-Roe world, we need to use civil enforcement like we have in the Texas Heartbeat Act in our current pro-life laws and future laws so that we can go around these lawless DAs who have already told us they don't plan to enforce our laws.
Thank you. Okay, question here.
And we had some questions and also ran out of time on reforming adoption and CPS systems. And so I know you could probably spend a huge amount of time explaining all of that, but just in a nutshell, I would love to hear a little bit more of your thoughts on those two areas.
Yeah, so that's an area, like as a pro-life movement, we have always cared about, right? As a movement, we care about those things, but we've been focused on stopping abortions. And so now as we approach a world where we can think more fully about what being pro-life entails, those are two of the areas we want to start focusing in. And honestly recognizing that at Texas Right to Life, that's not been an area that we've been super involved in up to now. And so we're going to be partnering with those organizations, those conservative organizations that have policy ideas and are leading the way, and just put our weight behind those of saying, you know, we support women giving birth and thriving post-birth. And if these are some of the ways of reforming adoption process and CPS, we want to get behind those actions that will help women and families in Texas flourish.
Good. Another question.
What evidence do you have, what can we cite to show that civil enforcement has made a difference?
Yeah, well, so the Texas Heartbeat Act is the best example. Before that law took effect, there were 13 other states across our country who had passed heartbeat laws, and none of them took effect because they all used the typical criminal penalties. They all were enjoined before they ever took effect and saved a single life. So in the Texas Heartbeat Act, it explicitly used only civil enforcement, and that's why our law was actually able to take effect and stay in effect.
Right, but when you say it saved blank babies, where do we get those numbers?
Oh, yeah, of course. So the Texas Health and Human Services Commission has monthly data on how many abortions occur. And so based on those data and then seeing the trend that has decreased since the heartbeat law took effect, we can do an estimate to approximate that about 100 children are saved every day from abortion under the Texas Heartbeat Act, and then multiply that out by how many months the law's been in effect.
Okay, final question.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony, but my question is there data showing, we're saying that there are 100 Texas children a day saved by not being aborted. Is there data that shows how many of those mothers are crossing state lines to get abortions?
Yeah, that data is not available yet. The way that the state releases the data for out-of-state abortions only is released once a year, and it hasn't been released yet. And so that will be something that we obviously analyze when that comes out. Mm-hmm.
Very good. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate that. Chair calls Kelly Perry with John Van Campernal on deck.
Excuse me, y'all. I'm Kelly Perry. I am from SD19, and I am an SRAC for SD19. I'm here on border today, and it seems like just such a small word, but it is destroying our lives, and in the coming years, it will destroy our state and the United States. What is going on is so broad and so big that a normal person cannot comprehend it because you're focused on certain aspects. I want to talk to you just about crime first, and then we'll see where all this goes. In a world where they are coming in from 160 countries, and actually it's a little bit more, but we'll just say 160. Did you know that all those people are looked up in the United States of America criminal database to see if they have ever we've been having some problems in our education system since we are aware of COVID and all the stuff that come out. The classrooms are exploding. They're in the 40s in a lot of areas right now. Every illegal child costs an extra $40,000 a year. For bad teachers to come in, but it's okay because you're paying for it. Federal government does not give us money. They don't pay us back for your tax-paying dollars that you did not have a choice to pay to educate those children. Economy. In our platforms, I went and read the whole thing yesterday, and I know I get cooties for that. Okay, I get kudos for that. It says that illegals cannot collect benefits. They get benefits over United States citizens. When it comes to health care, do y'all know how many people that were United States citizens that died, especially in the border regions, because COVID? They got more money for those people. They got more money. So they got the hospital beds, and the rest of them were sent home to die. That is a fact. You can look them up and see any of them. Can I hit unaccompanied minors? Somebody asked me about accompanied minors.
Do we have another question?
Thank you. Go ahead.
That was going to be my question. Can you tell us about unaccompanied minors and what that effect is, about how many numbers we're looking at in that category?
The sad part is that shouldn't even be a thing. We should not even be able to say unaccompanied minors. 4 and 5 and 6-year-olds coming over. This is the truth with a name tag attached to them and a phone number. And the processing centers were so backed up that they would pick up the phone and call the phone number, and the person would come pick them up. That was cartel, guys, on both sides of the border. Those children were sent into sex trafficking, and we paid for the processing. Our tax dollars allowed it to happen. We are the adults in the room. We are the ones that are supposed to stop that. There's no oversight for what is going on in DHS.
I have another question.
Okay.
So so border immigration's probably going to be in the priorities.
Okay.
And we're going to be discussing that later today.
Okay.
So what kind of specific language would you like to see in that priority?
No unaccompanied minors.
Okay.
I mean, we go to jail if you leave a kid in the car, right? So why should they be allowed to come into our country walking by themselves to be picked up by anybody that there is? The criminal database? If we can't look them up in the country they came from, and that's according to our passports and everything else to come into a country legally. You don't come. And that's why they throw away their license and everything else right before they come over. They do not want to be identified. If you were a third world country, where would you send all those bad people if you didn't want to pay for them the rest of their lives? You'd send them to the United States. We welcome them.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Chair calls John Van Campanile with Phil Schum on deck.
I am John Van Campanile. I'm a delegate from SD1. Have you been listening to the testimony? How many times has somebody stood here and said, I want Texas to do something because the federal government's doing something? I want Texas to do something to keep the federal government from doing something. We have a resolution out there to repeal the sunset on the Convention of States. We want Texas to lead. We want Texas to be first. How do we take care of Texas when the federal government is in our way at every single step? How do we do that? I'm not suggesting that repealing one small piece of legislation is more important than anything on the list. What I am suggesting is repealing that one little sunset is a part of the importance of everything on the list that the federal government is in our way. That's why it's on there. If you had an amendment that went back to the 1897 definition of interstate commerce as opposed to the 1938 definition of interstate commerce, we would eliminate nearly 100 federal agencies that are in your way for legislation from Texas. Texas first, guys. The way we get Texas first is to get Washington out of Texas. I'm done. Any questions?
Questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. Chair calls Phil Shum with Paul Gregory on deck.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Phil Shum. I'm representing ST6, one of the saddest parts of Texas. I was several years ago at a conference with several epidemiologists studying diseases and their vectors, and one of the very memorable parts about that conference was a pest control expert stood up and put all the scientists to shame because he was on the front lines and he knew what was really going on. I've handed out some pictures here from front lines here in Houston. This is a local women's clinic, and from the guys, the men, the women who are there faithfully every day, they see no substantial reduction. The progress that we've made in
Sir, can you speak in your mic a little
Sure.
louder? There you go.
I'm saying, from the front lines at this clinic here in Houston, the men and the women who are there faithfully reaching out to the aborted mothers every week, they are seeing no substantial reduction in the amount of business this clinic has. How this represents the rest of the state, I cannot speak to. I'd want to bring to your attention that the things we've done have not been enough. There is need for this to remain a priority to see it end. Secondly, I would like to quote from Romans chapter 13, verse 4, where it says, "The state, for me this is Texas, is a minister of God, an avenger who brings wrath on the one who practices evil." I'd like to advocate that the state take responsibility for this and not make it a civil individual responsibility. The state is the one to punish murder, and Texas should not shirk that. I'd like to encourage each delegate, each committee member here to support equal protection, support the prioritization of protecting Texas children, no matter what developmental stage they're at. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair calls Paul Gregory with Ginger Russell on deck.
Well, I'm Paul Gregory. I reside in Senate District 7. I want to talk about two items. Is that all right to do? Okay. Sure. First of all, I want to talk about the need to close our primaries. We had previously passed legislative plank 222, and that reads, closed primary, we support protecting the integrity of the Republican primary election by requiring a closed primary system in Texas. And I'm just blown away sometimes seeing that some of our representatives function as rhinos. And I think we need to take a step to make sure that we end that. And I think that we can do that by setting and closing our primaries as a legislative priority, and only allow members of the Republican Party to vote for Republican nominees. Our primaries are a way to open primaries are a way to destroy a party and its meanings. Closed primaries should be a legislative priority in Texas. And the second thing I wanted to talk about is that the Convention of States initiative will sunset in the near future, and I want to set that as a priority also, that we extend the Convention of States initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? We have one question here.
What, oh, real quick. What would closing the primary entail? Would you have to declare you're a Republican 2 years, 5 years?
The
What?
voter would just have to designate their party.
Well, they do that now, so what's the difference? In other words, I go up to vote, I designate my party. What's the difference?
I would believe it's just formally saying that you're either going to be a Republican or you're going to be a Democrat or you're going to be an independent. And then that, once you've said that, you wouldn't be able to vote in the Republican primary if you were a Democrat, or vice versa. We wouldn't be able to vote in the Democrat primaries.
Can somebody clarify? Because that's what we have now. Right now, if you go and you vote.
Okay, we got another, right over here on the right.
I think I can maybe answer that question. I went to law school in New Jersey, where you have to declare when you register if you're a Republican or a Democrat, and then exactly. I got back to Texas as soon as I could, and then at various times, you know, over years, you could change it if you changed your party affiliation, but you had to declare it. You couldn't declare it at the time you showed up to the primary. It had to be declared prior to that. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Yep. Yes. Thank you.
I believe that's the
Thank you
answer.
very much.
Another question real quick?
Yeah, I have folks that come and they point that they are a Republican, they vote in our primary, but then in the general election, they vote whoever they want. How is this stopping that particular action? Or what suggestion do you have to stop that action? Because that's where whoever mentioned who should not be named with the last name of Jackson. Anyway, but I mean, so it's the same situation, but we're doing nothing except for adding some verbiage or something to something that.
Well, in the general election, they're going to be able to vote however they like, but I'm just recommending that we close the
When you were in New Jersey and you had to register your party affiliation, could you go back and register as a different party any time, or was it only so far before an election so that you can't just wait until the moment of?
There were times that were preset when you could change your affiliation, and it was well in advance of the next election.
Okay, so you couldn't come up to primary season and say, well, there's no real competition amongst the Dems, so I'm just going to cross over and, not that you did this, but if I'm a Dem, there's no real competition amongst the Dems, I'm just going to cross over and vote Republican because I already had my chance to register my party affiliation, and so I'm stuck out this primary if I want to jump.
Right, you couldn't just like weeks before the election change your designation, no.
So you're locked into voting in that primary.
Thank you, gentlemen, for y'all's conversation. Appreciate that.
All right, and I like to address SD 24. You're right, in your situation where it's 90% Republican, it's not going to make a difference. In the urban areas where there's big mixes, you're saying you're not going to be able to vote in your primary as a Democrat if you voted as a Republican. And so that takes that away from them, so it makes them hesitate on doing it. Your county, it may not work. For a lot of the counties, it would make a big difference, I believe.
Sir, I appreciate you getting us talking amongst each other. Thank you so much for
Thank you
your
very much.
testimony. Chair calls Ginger Russell. Ginger Russell with Tanya Robertson on deck.
Hey, good morning, committee. Thank y'all for being here and for serving. I'm Ginger Russell from SD7. I'm going to preface my testimony by who I am. I blew the whistle on C-Scope, the Common Core in Texas in 2013. It's been added to Plank 137 of the education and the platform. I am probably the public schools' #1 enemy. I do not advocate for public schools. I've been aware of the Marxist ideology, the CRT, the social justice change in our education system for over a decade. John Dewey and the federal government, the implementation of the federal ESSA Act that Abbott has implemented in our state has destroyed our public school system. We no longer have public school systems. We have turned that over to the state and the federal government and different grant money. With that said, I'm totally opposed to the school choice agenda. It is an avenue to rein in the only government-free choices that we have today, and that is private and homeschooling. It would put them all under the same umbrella of the Every Student Succeeds Act, which I say once again, Abbott has welcomed the federal standards into our state, and to think that he can come back and change it is just, it leaves a question. In the Every Student Succeeds Act on page 17, it mandates all education, all choices to be aligned to the same standards as laid out in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act and the Higher Education Act. So it's just another ploy, and it's illusion to think the government's going to give us back these subsidies, which is our money, I'm sorry, without strings attached. And it's a government wants to get every student underneath the same umbrella. They want control of all students. And if you start passing these school choice measures and people start taking the funding, you're going to come with strings attached. They're going to put them under the same standards, and they're going to be under the ESSA Act. And so I am totally against school choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? One question here.
Could you clarify your statement about what you mentioned about Governor Abbott did?
Through the,
Didn't we just leave the NEA?
do we,
2 weeks ago, he passed legislation that Texas left the National Education Association.
so
that
then
we
why
just-
did he welcome in the federal law, the Every Student Succeeds Act during the Commission on Accountability?
When did he do that?
He did that in, was it 2 sessions ago?
Okay, so we've passed that now. We've recently left the
But that-
National Education Association. Isn't that a
But that's
positive?
two separate things.
Okay.
Separating from the, anyway, a lot of this is smoke and mirrors. A lot of these moves, like moving out of the NEA, which I was not aware of, thank you for letting me know that, is all smoke and mirrors, because he's welcomed in the Every Student Succeeds Act through the Commission on Accountability and Assessments. And so, I mean, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much
Thank
for
you very
your
much.
testimony. Members, we're going to go to 12:15, and then we're going to break for lunch. So the chair calls Tanya Robertson with Calvin Russell on deck.
Hi, my name is Tanya Robertson. I'm a delegate for SD11. I've served on this state committee for one convention, and also served on this committee on the SREC since its inception. I just wanted to say that the language that you guys come up with, we found out that specific language works a lot better than general. So the more specific we can get, the better. I'm here to talk about eliminating taxpayer-funded lobbying. All of our priorities would get passed if this would happen. The last 2 sessions, we had no momentum. So here's an idea for a foot in the door. The solution is to require taxpayer-funded entities government entities like Commissioners Court, ISDs, and cities, that their lobbyists register with the state for reporting purposes. Right now, these lobbyists don't have to register. They fly under the radar, and they wine and dine our lawmakers, and we don't get our priorities passed. My second issue is eliminating or axing property tax. I have a personal story just this past year with this issue. It is a immoral lien on private property. We should be able to own our property. And the suggested language for this one that I'm hoping that you guys will consider is Plank 178. And also, I want to plug eliminating Democrat committee chairs again, because of that, a lot of our priorities didn't get passed. Any questions?
Any questions? We'll start here and we'll work down.
I don't want to ask a question. I want to supplement her speech. Last year,
Could you give that in the form of a question, please?
I do.
Come on, Marty.
Did you know that last year my house was appraised at $139,000, and this year they went to $260,000? That's $120,000 in 1 year.
Yes, sir. We experienced.
Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We experienced.
I yield.
Thank you, sir.
We experienced the same thing, and were pushed out of our house for that reason. Our mortgage, our tax responsibilities surpassed our mortgage last year.
Wow.
And this year, it was unsustainable. We had to get out.
SD7, you have a question?
Yes, sir. On the on banning taxpayer-funded lobbies, would you include employees of the entities as lobbyists?
Yes, sir.
And make them register?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next.
Tanya, would you speak to that a little more about the county commissioners' courts? Because I'm not sure we understand exactly. Those lobbyists are who that are lobbying for those county commissioner courts?
Yeah, county commissioners, the ISDs, the cities, they can all hire lobbyists.
Right.
And, I mean, that's okay if that's how the voters want their tax money spent, but there's no reporting, and the taxpayers don't know that their money is being spent on these lobbyists.
So are you saying even the ISDs lobbyists are not registered?
Right, exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Okay.
Question.
Thank you for the topic. How do we address contracts, like here in Harris County, they contract with a vendor and then the vendor advocates?
Well, fortunately, I'm not a lawyer,
Yes,
so.
but that is a concern.
I'll leave that up to the lawyers in the legislature.
But the amount of money being spent for lobbying against taxpayers,
Right.
that's a large portion of it. We're not really worried about the small rural county commissioners doing something through TAC or some of the others. It's the contracts that I see, like here in Harris County, that they're lobbying for certain things. And
Well, I don't think.
I don't know
we-
how you expose that other than being transparent.
Yeah, I think being transparent, doing the right thing is always the right thing. It's never wrong to do that. So we have to do it across the board, whether it's urban or rural. In rural areas, because the population is lower, these elected officials can pick up the phone and call their legislator or their executive director or chief of staff. So, you know.
Thank you for your testimony.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Members, it's right at 12:15, and just for everybody's knowledge, we have about 33 people who would still like to testify. So I just want to put before you that when we come back from lunch, that we do another hour and a half or so of testimony, and then we'll go into our committee of a whole discussion as we continue to narrow down these topics. Is there any objection?
Would that put us at reconvening to the committee of the whole? Pardon my fuzzy
Right
mouth.
about
Common Core.
right about 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and recess until 1:15. So we'll take an hour, recess till 1:15, and then we'll open it for public testimony until 3 p.m., and then we will go into our, yes?
Motion to extend 1:30?
1:30. That'll be a personal decision. individuals as possible to give their testimony. Okay, everybody in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. With that, the chair calls Calvin Russell. Calvin Russell with Brian Bodine, Brian Bodine on deck. Calvin Russell?
I'm Brian.
No, he's not here. Okay, the chair calls Brian Bodine.
Okay. All right, folks. I wanted to address very briefly the subject matter of closed primaries, and I'm the political director for the Texas Freedom Coalition. I've had some other roles, including here at this convention on platform committee currently in the past, and I've seen a number of election resolutions through the Dallas County Republican Party as well. And I've worked local elections. I've been involved in grassroots activism, and what I can tell you is that over time we have seen a deterioration in the quality of candidates. And when I say quality, I'm talking about their willingness to defend the core principles in the platform and other core planks in the platform that 90-something% of the people at these conventions are willing to defend. We've seen a deterioration in candidates over the last 10 years, and I think part of the reason why is because certain Democratic consultants and other groups on the outside are pushing them to run in our primaries. And I think it's so important that we go to a closed primary because it might not totally fix that problem. Some Democrats might sneak in, but there's been an unusual number of Democrats sneaking in. And the perfect example that I can think of here is in Collin County. A certain individual ran against Angela Paxton in this last primary and surprisingly got above 30%, I think. That individual has a Democratic past. One of his consultants has worked for Democrats in the past and even admitted to me on the phone that he had voted for Andrew Yang in the Democratic primary in 2020. That individual was a member with the Collin County Young Republicans, which is one of the flagship Young Republican chapters in the state, and they either didn't check to see that he had a Democratic past before they got him involved in their organization and gave him some, they just didn't care, or maybe they did know, I don't know. But when individuals that want to run for office, when they run for office and they have a Democratic past, but they're able to get legitimacy and credibility by participating in some grassroots organization or another that is Republican, and then they file and they run, well, then it's obvious at that point what's going on. We have a Democrat who is in one of our primaries, and while they might not stand a good chance at winning, at some point, one of these guys is going to win, and we're going to have somebody with a worse rating than Sarah Davis from years ago. Look at scorecard, look at YCT. Those are some of the indexes I think we need to be going by in order to judge just how conservative our candidates are that are coming through, winning their primaries and advancing to the general election. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You weren't here. We decided that at this time we want as many the folks in the public to give testimony. So unless it's a new subject.
And one of them is not kill. You can't get much higher priority than that. And compared to that, certain things like school choice and moving of monuments and things becomes very not a priority, as you can see. A second one is gender mutilation. Gender mutilation is another one of those things. When God created us, He created us male and female, and that's the only two choices. It's binary, and I haven't heard much on gender mutilation today, but that has to be a priority. And that's becoming more and more acceptable amongst younger folks, as now I understand 30% of those born since the millennial believe that they are some other gender other than male or female. Not just that they believe it exists or that it's okay, but they actually are identifying as that. We need definitely to address that as not being acceptable, and as marriage being between one man and one woman, and sex within the marriage, and all of those sexual stuff that happens outside the marriage, and I can go into all kinds of that sort of thing, but I won't because of time. We need that to be a priority, and that can be wrapped into the gender mutilation with all the other LGBT stuff we have, or somehow make that into one of the priorities if we need to combine some of those for to get it down to 8 priorities. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Chair calls Clint Stutz.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Calvin Russell
Russell
is here.
Chair calls Calvin Russell.
Apologize for not getting back in time. Appreciate you guys being here. I want to talk about closed primaries. I know it, kind of rode that horse a little bit before, but the only reason for an open primary that I can see is to allow people that are not in your party to vote in your party. And we have a hard enough time agreeing with ourselves, much less agreeing with a bunch of other folks that don't think anything like us. And we've seen it time and time again where the left-leaning part of our party is joined by the Democrats to defeat a really good conservative candidate. And that's happened to us in Montgomery County several times whenever the polling shows that our racehorse is running well and that he's going to be elected. And then all of a sudden, whenever the votes are totaled tonight, well, he lost by a certain amount. It happens even in the smaller races. I mean, our precinct chair races, it's happening in that. The people that are in these chairs behind me. And there's an example I'll give you. Pat Tibbs, who is the head of the Montgomery County Tea Party, her husband Dennis Tibbs was the election judge in the last election cycle. And a person came in and said, where do I vote for that Steve Toth race? And he said, well, it's not on this ballot. He said, well, okay, well, just give me a Democrat ballot then. That person was only there to vote against a conservative in Steve Toth. And so I would encourage you I know you got a lot on your list and a lot of great things to put on your legislative priorities, but this thing spoils a lot of stuff. And I think we were asked earlier about, well, don't we already have a closed primary? But in a closed primary, you have to register as a Republican before the vote. You can't walk in and just declare who you are. So that has to be, I don't know how long that you have to wait before you can register as a Democrat if you want to change. But anyway, that's my take on it, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Chair calls Clint Stutz.
Hi, Clint Stutz, SD3. Just want to talk about abolishing property tax again, and just a little different discussion about it. When I was comparing my neighbor's property valuation to mine, my land was about 18 grand per acre. I have 2.7 acres. He has 3.6. It's valued at like 15 grand per acre. You can't really explain that. And also, if you complain about that to the appraisal board, you might get yours knocked down to what his is, or they might decide to just up his and keep yours where it is. And the same thing goes for the square footage, how it's calculated. So you can't reform that kind of system. You have to get rid of it. And so I implore you to axe property tax, and Plank 178 is where I would point you for your language to do that. And I think the platform committee has done some good work on that. So take that to good heart. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chair calls George Porter with Teresa Thomas on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is George Porter, SD7.
Committee members, thanks for what you're doing. I was informed earlier, 400 items and trying to whittle it down to 15, that's insane. So I applaud your efforts. Your credentials, your expertise, I want to call upon that. This is my very first convention. Remember that a couple of years ago for some of you? So my item that I'm trying to pursue is the National Guard support. You have right now border security language, which actually states, and again, verbatim, authorize and deploy the National Guard. Let me inform you of something. My mission right now is education. Okay, so we have 10,000 troops on the border right now. As of August, October, September, or that time period of last year. They're gonna be down there until August this year. So right now they're there without any medical, no VA benefits, because they were deployed by the state. That's different from federal deployment. And I'm not here to argue right or wrong or indifferent what Governor Abbott did. Okay, I have some issues with that. That's totally another context. But what happened, he brought the troops down there with no financial security, no safety net. So if one of those troops gets injured, hurts their leg, breaks their back, whatever the case may be, they're gonna get medically discharged, sent back home. Let me bring this home. I have a 24-year-old son down there right now. Okay, graduated electrical engineering with 3 degrees last summer. He's down there, he's serving proudly, like all the rest of them. He's not my focus. My focus is a 40-year-old plumber that has 2 kids in college. If he gets sent back home, what happens? His family is totally at a loss. So how in the world, from Texans, I've only been here 16 years, so I'm a rookie, but I hear the term proud Texans. How in the world can you be proud Texans and send the troops down there without security? So I'm not looking to put a priority into your planks. I'm looking for your experience to help me. Verbiage matters, words matter. One sentence to where parity of benefits, that's what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'm looking to augment the, in our SD7, Tom will tell you, we had 96% support. Do I have any questions?
Any questions? This is a first-time subject, so we're opening up to questions.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And then we'll come over here.
And I missed the very beginning of your testimony. Approximately how many National Guard are on the border right now?
Right now, about 10,000.
And those are all Texas citizens?
Yes, they were mandatory deployment. It wasn't their choice. They didn't volunteer. So they have to be down there. They're following orders.
Okay, and those orders come from the governor?
From the governor directly.
Okay. Okay. And they don't get any kind of federal benefits if they're injured or after they are done?
They even have to pay their own health insurance. That's insane, ladies and gentlemen. That's ridiculous. So why are we allowing this to happen? So on and just to answer that, the only safeguard they have is workman's comp. Workman's comp is the minimum.
Okay. You saw what I was about to ask.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Another question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna go, did you have a question or did you not? And then we'll come to you.
Wouldn't this really fit better?
I can't hear too much.
Wouldn't this really fit better under the border issues?
I think so, and that's where I'm trying to read and again, first time out of the chute, so I hate to be so presumptuous that I'm trying to say my issue is higher importance. I'm humbled by what I heard this morning. I mean, the heart that I felt from everybody here, and so it's hard for me to say my issue, but I cannot be complicit. If I do not step up and I do not make you responsible for this, then you're also complicit. And so I can't do that. So this issue is something we have to attach. And I want to rely upon your experience to tell me how to attach it, where to attach it.
What you've described, wouldn't that also be true when the troops are deployed in support of natural disasters?
Thank you for that. The difficulty right now, and not to bring this on to a national level, that's where I want to see this go. In Detroit, they're actually activating the National Guard to be bus drivers. So they're taking them out of their full regular jobs and making them be bus drivers. That's insane. We're utilizing the National Guard for things it was never envisioned for. Now, to further this, Just to give you a little context, my son's commander, a major, female, she lives in San Antonio area. She actually retired because she cannot enact change at her position. 31 years in the military. She retired, stepped away. What does she want to do? She wants to get into politics. She wants to get into office to where she can affect change. And so they know it verbatim. They know exactly what's going on. So when you're speaking about different issues, hurricane, flood, ice storm, lights out, whatever, if you're not willing to stand where they are, then we have to support them. We're mandated. It's no ifs, ands, or buts. All these issues I've heard before, they're fantastic issues. But if we're going to say, and we are, in the language, is saying authorize deployment, then we're complicit also. It's not just the governor. We can't sidestep ourselves. We're doing exactly what he's doing.
Okay.
Please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Melinda Morris, SD 13, and
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
co-chairman of the Military Partnership Committee in Harris County.
Okay.
And we actually, we're veterans, and we put a resolution together. This is in response to Operation Lone Star, which Governor Abbott enacted last summer. And you all need to read about Operation Lone Star. And the difference between this, these are volunteers, these are reservists who are brought up to normally only be called into service maybe 60 to 90 days during hurricanes, emergencies. They're being deployed for 300 days. They were taken out of their jobs. They lost their homes, they lost their income, they lost their families. There were reservists that committed suicide because they had been called up to action. And we've been on top of this. We're staying in touch with our state representatives so that they can get Governor Abbott's ear. And, you know, everything that's being denied to them, we're addressing that so that they get the equal pay that they deserve.
Correct.
They get the medical benefits. Right now, the time they spend down there is not counting towards their retirement time at all. That
Nope.
needs to be addressed. And we actually put a resolution together that was passed at our county level, our SD convention level, and we have veterans here at the convention that are going to read that resolution to see if we can get that addressed at our state level as well. But we have to take care of our veterans, and I'll be happy to talk with you
Thank you.
at any point and let you join in
Of
our
course.
group to
And we have to
support
join
the-
forces, and that's a unique item about this. And unfortunately, and I don't want to belittle and I won't say who I spoke to, but different people that's been doing this for years are telling me this takes 1 or 2 years to work through the system. You know, I'm naive, and I understand that. We can't wait 1 or 2 years. There's already been 1 death. I don't know how many injuries have happened. So again, going back, and I want to keep it laser focused, going back to that troop that gets sent back home and his wife says, what do we do now? 2 kids. What do? We cannot allow that to happen. And so all the other issues are super important, but this issue here, if we're not correcting this, we're complicit in allowing it to happen. Thank you.
And one of the most recent things is they took the VA
place the ultrasound in the proper place to catch the heartbeat? Probably not. So I want to compliment him for standing up here and saying, he hasn't, their people have not seen a difference in the traffic coming in and out. Where are the studies that are showing that that heartbeat bill is really, really helping? So therefore, I ask you to please consider the abolish abortions very, very strongly. To add to that, I've been a 35-year child advocate. I have worked in the public schools. I have worked my hardest to prevent seeing what we're seeing now. Unfortunately, it continues to get worse and worse in spite of our efforts, in spite of the legislation that's coming forward. The enforcement, I could tell you I'm a SHAC member. I could tell you how they violate the laws that you all or that our legislators put in place. I can tell you how they're violating the CRT bill. There is no enforcement, therefore we have no protections in the government schools. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to tell you that we need money to follow the child for two reasons. We are saving them in the womb, and then we're putting them on the altar to be sacrificed in public education. Within the last 2 weeks, I've had phone calls. One, her daughter was sexually assaulted in the cafeteria. And we're talking Cyprus. The other one said her son has been sexually harassed by other males, sent me the text and the pictures. I can show you the pictures on Channel 2, 40 stitches of their child beaten in their classroom, broken jaw. Another Channel 2 feature recently, concussion, where the child was beaten by a classmate. It took 3 other class members to pull that person off of that child. The teacher stood back, maybe because she was fearful that she would get in trouble. I've got videos. Oh, sorry. Please, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Judy DeHaan with Christiana Keeler on deck.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I am Judy DeHaan. I'm in SD7 as a delegate, new also this time, and I appreciate the opportunity. I've had parents' rights, or I've heard rather, parents' rights mentioned several times already in testimony, and the best way to support parents' rights is by providing parents' choice in education. There is no choice if a parent can't transfer their child and put food on the table, and I'm speaking of those single parents, unfortunately, that we have so many of. We need to return education back to the parent, and we as a Republican Party need to support all children, all parents through a free market conservative system. Competition will stop the socialist Marxist agenda and remove liberal control of our academia. Otherwise, we're doing the same thing over and over and over, and it's really just insanity. Parents' choice will be able to address many of the systemic issues that we've been talking about. CRT, gender fluidity, student proficiency, and safety. For those that don't want to provide choice for fear of government intervention, laws can be repealed or removed. We are the ones who are in control here. Legislation can be drafted to control the mechanics of implementation of the money following the child, whether we continue property taxes, whether it's based on money on enrollment in the schools, or money going back to the actual parents. Many groups, including TPPF and legislators that I'm already in contact with, are working to help educate others across the state so that this can be accomplished. There are 2 great examples that are already operating in Wisconsin and in Florida, where government control was limited and it has not been an issue. A Supreme Court ruling has allowed school option without government control, so it is possible. Lastly, school choice has been, and how many of you know this, has been a legislative priority for 19 years. Yes. 19 years. It is time. We need to take a stand as parents, constituents, taxpayers to stop the atrocities that are being perpetrated on our most precious resource, our children. Texas needs to return as a leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for testimony. Chair calls Christiana Keeler with Charlotte Belsick on deck.
Hi, my name's Christiana Keeler. I'm out of SD 14, Precinct Chair 346, and I'm here to talk about closed primary. This is a code red situation, and I'll explain why. SD 14, I live in Austin, Texas, which is the blue dot smack dab in the middle of the city. We've got, in my neighborhood, I have many neighbors that are active Marxist. They believe in CRT, you know, unfettered abortion, you name it. And recently, when I became precinct chair, I got the list from the Republican Party to go door to door and knock on doors. Lo and behold, the same people with these gay pride flags, believing in abortion, they're on my list. I call the office, the Republican office. How did they get on my list? Oh, they must have voted in a Republican primary. So I'm telling you, it's real. It happens. I hate to say it. I'm living the, I'd say dream, but I'm living the nightmare. So, you know, my question to anyone in this room, if you were on the board of Verizon, would you allow AT&T board members to come in and vote on your board? I mean, does that even make sense? This makes no sense to me. Recently, we had 3 props that had exact same results, and to think Republicans would vote for this in this way. One is defending innocent life, and the other is ending awarding Democrats committee chairmanships, and then the last one is eliminating property tax. 27% of Republicans, or in the Republican primary, voted no on these. On abortion, imagine that. I mean, that's even hard to comprehend. So earlier you asked questions to another gentleman, what can we do? Well, I was also a judge and also a clerk in the past few elections this last year. I've been very active. And with that, I'll just tell you really quick, is people walk in, they just say, oh, I'm a Republican, but they may or may not be. What I'm recommending is that they have to register as a Republican in order to vote in the primary, and they have to go through as a Republican for that voting cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Charlotte Belsick with Jonathan Houlihan on deck.
I'm Charlotte Belsick, SD 24. So you've identified 10 priorities to present to the convention, and they're all great, but you've selected 2 from each subcommittee. I don't think it's required or even recommended to select the next 5. You've got 20 still to go through. You got 5 you get to select. And don't make them just one from each subcommittee. I'd like you to consider a different method to do that. I would like to speak in favor of adding property rights as one of the top 15. It's imperative that we somehow get rid of or block the 30 by 30 land grab that is being proposed or has gone into play here. Individuals are better stewards of the land. They're not as subjected to political pressure, whereas the government is very fickle in what they're doing. And finally, I want to talk about the sex education. We talked a little bit this morning about sex education. The wording that was up there gave the impression that all sex education should be stopped. Biological sex education is very important for our children. We'd rather have them hear the science behind it as opposed to what they hear on the playgrounds and the schools or in the back of the car, wherever they're getting it. Obviously, it has to be introduced at the right age. So what we want to get rid of is all this extraneous transgender ID, how to go about doing it, you know, this position, that position, all that stuff. But we need to fix the wording that will allow biological sex education to continue. The rest that was stated was really good, but we need to also keep this separate. Did you say time? Oh, you need to keep this separate from the repeal of the exemption, because they are similar but very separate things. The repeal of the exemption priority is very specific and actionable, and it is more than just sex ed. An anti-sex ed priority is to prohibit indoctrination of other than biological sex ed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Can I ask a question on that? Something new. Can I ask a quick question? Can we have her explain what the 30 by 30 rule is?
Oh, the 30 by 30. Yes, that was a new topic, if you would. The 30 by 30.
Tell us about 30 by 30.
So that was actually a number 3 priority of one of your groups. So the 30 by 30, and I'll be honest, I'm not lobbying in that group or anything else. It's stuff I've heard. They're trying to take 30% of our land and sea by 2030 and turn it over basically to the feds and make it free land. No drilling, no mineral rights. The individuals will lose ranches, lose land. And it is, I don't know if it's a law, an executive order, or just a wish coming out of Washington, D.C.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm sorry.
Thank you, that's very good. Thank you so much. And your name, sir?
Jonathan Houlihan.
Oh, okay, very good. Chair calls Jonathan Houlihan.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm on the Rules Committee for SD4. My name is Jonathan Houlihan. I'm here to speak on our open primary system. So when we look at the state of Florida and we see the things that they're getting done through their legislative process, they're able to hold Disney accountable for objections to the parental consent bill. We see their ability to get real conservative legislation through the House quickly. What's different about the state of Florida? The state of Florida has closed primaries. State of Florida is electing real conservative members to their House, conservatives to their governor. They're able to get this legislation through quickly. In the state of Texas, we've had open primaries. And what does that mean? That means that you can show up on the day, on election day, and vote whichever party you want. That's fair in a lot of ways, but it's been operationalized by the left. It's been operationalized by the Democrat Party. And we are allowing the Democrats to select our candidates that's going to represent us in the general election. And that has had catastrophic events on the folks that we are sending to Austin. And I am a proponent of closing our primaries, making it a priority. I think this is a moment in time that we should strike and make that a priority. If you want to have real conservative legislation passed in the future, it needs to be a priority. Look at Proposition 5 and 6 on the ballot initiatives we had. Go to your precincts, look at the data. Prop 5 was to remove Democrats from chairmanships in the House. In my precincts, in Montgomery County, we had as many as 30% of people voting against that. Protect Life, Prop 6, almost 30% in some precincts. Does that sound like Republicans are voting against that to remove Democrats from chairmanships? No, that's Democrats voting in our primaries. Look at that data. Adam Kinzinger and his Country First PAC has put money in our elections to remove pro-Trump candidates. I respectfully ask that you consider this as a legislative priority. It's to save Texas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Recognize Senator Paul Benford
to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair Nathan, appreciate it. I come with good news today because you're going to find something out that's astonishing, that everybody who has a homesteaded property is under 65 is going to pay less for their school taxes this year than last year, okay? Now, I'm passing this out because it's stunning. Now, this is years' worth of effort by not only myself, but the Lieutenant Governor Patrick and all the good senators I work with. Many of them here just ran into Senator Hall, who's on his way over to the Education Committee to talk about school choice. Let me just give you quickly what's happened since we last met. And Nathan, it's been 4 years since I think we've even be able to have a discussion like this. So I really appreciate talking to the SRAC about this. There was 2 major propositions, 1 and 2, on the ballot. They passed by 87% or nearly 85. Deanna, do you have more? Okay, all right. And importantly, they do 2 separate things. In the first of next year, okay, every homeowner that is 65, starting in 2023 because of the passage of Prop 1, is going to see their property tax bill actually go down for schools. Not just frozen, a real cut each year that school taxes rates are compressed. That's what you all passed by voting 87% for, and that's going to happen next year. Now, Prop 2 is very important. Everybody that's under 65 got an increase in their homestead exemption. If you turn to the next page, and that's up to 40,000, that's exactly the amount that we needed to drive down total tax rates for the average homestead owner in Texas to have actually less taxes due this year than last year for independent school districts. Now, you haven't heard it because even though I've been talking about it, and Tom knows this, it's not like the media would like to cover this, okay? Because there's a success here. So what I want to make sure that everybody knows is that because of the bills that were passed by the legislature, Senate Bill 2 and House Bill 3 had a lot to do with those, as values go up, tax rates are coming down. And in fact, for school districts, tax rates are tumbling down. You can see in this example that it's probable that at a minimum, you're looking at about 7.5% reduction, okay, in tax rates for schools. Now, counties and cities are also coming down. There was a bill that was mine with Senate Bill 2 that was actually passed in 19 along with House Bill 3. These bills overlap. Bob Hall voted for both, okay? And one handled schools, the other one had cities and counties. It was the first time the rollback rate had been changed down in 38 years because we're up against big government. And what I've done, and Chairman, I think you know, my whole life has been dedicated to slowing the growth of government. The way to do that is by holding tax levies down and giving the people the power to vote, which happened, by the way, in Lubbock, because actually they took extra tax rate. The sheriff wanted some extra stuff. They actually passed it in Lubbock. Of course, they would pass an issue like that in Austin, even if it meant a double-digit increase, which they did. But only 48% of the bond issues in these taxpayer ratification elections passed last November because of other good bills that are passed by people like Senator Birdwell, where you have Senate Bill 30, where you're not voting on one giant block of bond anymore. You vote on segregated units so the folks can pick and choose what they want. That's at the heart of these bills. Now, so the good news is, before you vote on anything else, I want to make sure that as a matter of public policy, you understand that there's actually a tremendous success because you'll see that tax bill lowered for the average homestead. Now, that doesn't help commercial property, et cetera, but it does help all the homesteads, of which there are nearly 5 million in this category. The important thing is that the Senate has also been looking at other alternatives. If you pass to the next one, this actually is Senate Bill 1 as it passed the Senate twice, which is we took excess revenue, split it in half, and bought down the tax rate with the extra, in this case, at the time, $3 billion. It passed the Senate twice. The House had other ideas. They had a personal assistance plan of mailing everybody $700. That turned out to be taxable, so that plan did not make it all the way through. And what ended up being the compromise is Prop 2, which increased the homestead exemption for everybody that's under 65. So what I wanted to do was first report that here's what's really happening. This will actually be in your tax bills in the fall. You'll see tremendous reductions on school taxes. And by the way, this is the conservative estimate. It's based on a county that has 20% appraisal growth with about 7.5% hearing loss. There are many counties that have closer to 30% appraisal growth. Anything higher actually forces the tax rate down lower. That's the genius of what's in these plans that were passed, that as the values go up, the tax rates tumble down on school districts because there's a 2.5% cap on schools and a 3.5% cap on cities and counties. So before you take any action, I just wanted to make sure you understood that not only as myself at the Senate, Lieutenant Governor Patrick has been fabulous. If we hadn't had him, we would not have been able to pass any of these. It took us 3 sessions and a special session to pass Senate Bill 2, which was landmark property tax relief because it was resisted so strongly by TAC, TML, and effectively what I would call the spending lobby. So that was joined by House Bill 3, and because of the coronavirus emergency orders, we lost a whole 2 years because everything was frozen out. When I wrote these bills, or helped write them, I didn't think we were going to have a 254 county-wide disaster. It had never occurred in Texas history, but we had one. So the senators, as well as Chairman Burrows at the time and Chairman Myers, we had to spend 2001 plugging those holes, taking out all those exemptions, so that cities and counties especially couldn't hide behind the fact that at an 8% rollback rate, they were growing government at 12, 13, and 14% a year. See, that's what was really happening. Because a rollback rate, you have to add new construction, first-time homestead exemptions, et cetera. And so government was growing well faster than people could afford. So with these two bills in line, and many others, I could go on. I mean, Senator Creighton's got bills, Senator Birdwell's got bills, Senator Colcourse has bills to help me on the over 65 exemption. Senator Hall voted for everything in this entire suite of bills. I could go on all these pantheon of heroes in the Senate, with the exception of one who's not coming back. They all voted for it. So it's important to know that the cavalry, Mr. Chairman, is really coming over the hill for the Texas homestead. Just like in the old John Wayne movies, yes, that cavalry actually exists. And when the tax rates come down in the fall, they'll actually pay on average, we think, and this is pro forma, and remember, there's 1,000 school districts. It doesn't work for somebody that passed a giant bond issue. There's some caveats that are logical in here, but we're going to be looking at lower ISD tax bills for Texas homesteads. And I know that's a thunderbolt because no one's heard about it. But that's why I'm here, because I'm tired of speaking to smaller clubs, and I decided the best thing to do is just come to the SREC and lay it out, okay? And I think it's very important, because regardless of what votes you make, we need to recognize the obvious, that there's been people working on this, and it's going to show in your tax bills. Everybody that's a homestead is going to see this under 65. Unfortunately, the over 65s will have to wait one more year to see it, but every year they own the home in their life, it's going to go down. So no more talking about falsetto cuts. These are real cuts. Every year from 2023, if the tax rates compress and you're over 65, your frozen value unfreezes and refreezes lower. This year, and because of all these bills we passed and Proposition 2, we're going to have a lower ISD tax bill, unless you have bond issues, and I'll go over the caveats. But, if you have a straight bill-to-bill comparison, than last year. So I hope you take this into consideration. We haven't talked in a long time. Everybody's been busy. It's nothing like having a national crisis or two and the Biden administration doing everything humanly possible wrong, okay? I think the audience would agree. Is there anything the Biden administration's doing on monetary or fiscal policy of the federal government that's helping us? Yes or no? No. No. And because of that inflationary spike that we're seeing, these bills are super important this year, because we can't stop the feds from printing money and jacking up. In fact, the cost of goods just went up to 10.8% inflation. For those, there's a few of us that remember the Carter administration. Who was here? And we had what? The misery index.
Yeah. We had stagflation.
That's it. And now, so look at this. We've got stagflation, but the city and county rollback rates are 3.5%. We got stagflation, but local property tax owners have a 2.5% cap on schools. We're going to have stagflation, but homesteads in Texas should pay less than they did last year. It's astonishing news. And that's why I wanted to come tell it to you directly today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Great.
Appreciate your time.
All right, questions on the Three Amigos from 4 to 6, 700 a.m. Okay, that's right. So, on Fridays.
Go ahead.
Thank you for coming. Can you comment, because a lot of people have been saying they want to eliminate property taxes, which I think is the consensus, but a lot of them are saying the incremental approach won't work, or at least they're dubious about it, and want to take it all in one chunk. And so can you comment on that? Is the incremental approach, in your view, working, and will it or will it continue to work? Okay. And great question. It's basically, what about sales tax and an incremental approach? When you look at Senate Bill 1, which is at the end of your packet, this really was an incremental approach. It was going to save everybody about $3 billion, and it was designed to take half of the excess cash we had in general revenue and buy down M&O rates for 1 year. Now, this bill had tremendous bipartisan support because everybody could agree at the time that they knew we needed tax relief. Now, we haven't had a discussion really on the floor yet about what a long-term package would be like Texas public policy. I'm sure the good doctor will come in from TPPF, he hasn't already. So we haven't had that discussion. But I want to let you know, we passed this bill out of the Senate twice, the last time 30-1. So when you're looking for solutions, we've already got one. I'd love for you all to support that bill, because we'll look at that in the next session. And look, and just a general comment about sales taxes, look, there's all sorts of permutations and combinations. If you take everything that the state collects right now, and then you had to take everything the schools collect, and then everything the cities collect, you'd have a tax rate that would be in the 20s, and then you'd have loss on that tax rate. Now, here's the problem that we're in. Whatever debate we have to talk about now, you got to recognize the fact that you've got tremendous stagflation coming. So if we load up sales tax on stressed household budgets right now, in the next 2 years, it's going to be tough for them. Now, if we'd had this discussion, unfortunately, look, it took 4 years of some of the best minds in the Senate to get this bill passed, Senate Bill 2. Okay? So part of the problem is that we had to face people that did not want property tax relief, didn't want the public keeping their money, and we had to outlast them. So sometimes you have to look at ideas now in their context, but I leave that up to you all because it's your all's votes. But that's exactly what the original version of House Bill 1 did, is we had $2 billion assigned to property tax relief, and for the first time ever in the entire history of the Senate, we split excess revenue with a formula, 50-50, and gave 50 back to the taxpayers. Because unless I'm missing something, it's their money. And appreciate all the questions. That's important. Yes, sir.
A couple of sessions ago, there was discussion of replacing the O&M portion of the property tax with sales and consumption tax of about 3 to 3.5% additional, which would have brought the total sales or consumption tax up to just under 12%.
Okay, that's too low. Let me try to give you the mathematical numbers. Last full year, the state took in about $36 billion. All school taxes are $38 billion. If you take out 11% for debt, you're down to about 35. So just to do M&O, you've got to go higher than that. You got to get into the mid-teens to be able to do it. Because here's the problem that you got. You've got loss. See, look, when you get up to that level, you become retail uncompetitive. Somebody wants to buy our washer and dryer in Texarkana. They're not going to buy it on the Tex side. They're going to buy it on the Arcana side. And part of the other problem you've got is you got 4,000 taxing jurisdictions that can levy an ad valorem tax. Many of the smaller schools don't even have a point of sale in their district of anything except maybe a corner gas store, a fast food gas store or something like that. So the numbers are slightly off. You have to be higher. And to eliminate all property tax, like get rid of cities and counties, that's another $35 billion. So that's why you get into the low 20s when you try to eliminate all property tax. And then you have to tack on, how much are we going to lose? because we're going to lose. People are going to go elsewhere. They're going to buy on the internet. That's just, we know that's history. In fact, the comptroller looked at this at 10 years ago, and they came up with roughly the same numbers. Eliminate everything, you're looking at a sales tax of 23 to 25%. So you have to be judicious. Now, it's great to take a step, because literally, we took this step, okay? And I want to say something about passing House Bill 3 and Senate Bill 2. No other state ever in the country we can find since World War II did school finance reform and property tax reform at the same time. But we learned, because if Dennis Bonnen was here, he would tell you that when they voted to lower the rates back in the aughts, the 2006-07, they made a mistake by not capping the increases of the cities and counties, and the cities and counties' tax rates ate their lunch, and that's why that tax relief disappeared. So we put the pieces in play to finally get a result. And I'll leave you with this. I've been a tax assessor in a long time, been in tax business. I never thought I would ever see the day that one county would ever raise their appraisals 51% in 1 year. What county am I talking about? Travis, okay?
They're actually 120.
There's some others too. Now, if we hadn't have put in this, as values go up, tax rates come down, we'd all be jumping off an appraisal cliff. But for you're going to see the relief now. So we took a step. I just want to make sure this is a really good step, okay? Trust me, I've been trying to get this voted out for almost 7 years, and we got it voted out in 2 special sessions. So I would love for you all to support that. And look, TPPF is a plan. I think they're like 11 or 12 or 13 years. It doesn't matter. Whatever you have with excess funds, if you have them, you should be thinking about, at least in my opinion, giving half back to the taxpayers, somehow, whatever way, because it's their money. Now, I will caution everybody, we've gone through this tremendous explosion of sales tax revenue, and things looked really good until this last week, and everybody's 401k stuff is in the toilet. I mean, the market is falling apart. The fiscal policies of the feds are horrible, and they've thrown gasoline on a fire. And when they raise their interest rates, who has to pay the biggest interest rate bill in the entire United States once interest rates go up? The federal government. And it's horrible. So, always be looking for any input as an individual senator on any issue, okay? And I'll always pull out the real numbers, okay? Because, I wish it was only 3 points, because that would be a snap, but it's not. It's over 6. So that's the type of thing we need to have a discussion. And we haven't been able to have one, quite frankly, in 4 years. I look around the room and I see some familiar faces, but I was actually less gray than I was then, okay? But that's because it takes a lot to pass these things. So, and by the way, whenever you see, I do serve in a company, Heroes. The people that are coming back are the best spear checking conservatives I know of in the country. And we'll always be looking for ways to give people back their money. I can't speak for everybody, but I can tell you, I know that's what they feel. So, any other questions?
I don't believe so. Thank you, sir.
No,
we really
thank
do
you all.
appreciate you.
Love you all. Bye.
We'll presume with public testimony, the chair calls Crystal Main with Jessica Lowry on deck.
My name is Crystal Main. I'm from SD9, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the shared parenting. It was asked how that works or what it looks like, and I could tell you from personal experience, my daughter is doing that. Every Monday, they swap. And these boys have 2 complete families. They are comfortable in both locations. They are both absolutely home to them. I know when I was a child, it was every other weekend. My dad, it was like going to visit the grandparents or something. It's like, what are we going to do to entertain my kids this weekend? I've got them for the weekend. What am I going to do? Take them to the zoo, go see the grandparents. It was never a home to me to go visit my dad. I did not have a good relationship with my dad because of that. And I'm looking at my grandkids and what they're getting, and they absolutely have two complete sets of parents with good relationships. They've got friends in both locations. So I wanted to speak to that. As far as property taxes, I have two rental properties that went up from $13,000 to over $125,000 each in 1 year. Tell me what that's going to do to my tenants when I have to raise their rent that much. I sold them, okay? So now they're off the market, which is contributing to what we already have is a rental shortage in our area. So you can talk about reducing the homestead taxes, but look at what it's doing to the renters as well. So just something else to keep in mind. Oh, and I also support closed primaries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jessica Lowry, the chair calls Jessica Lowry. Chair calls Bruce Campbell. Bruce Campbell. Chair calls Sheila Hemphill. Sheila Hemphill. I think she's outside. Okay. Chair calls Mike Deffendahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. You have a very difficult job, and I thank you for your opportunity to let me talk about removing that sunset clause on the Convention of States application. My colleagues from Convention of States very succinctly described the problem. Please let me put it in some historical context. So we successfully passed our resolution back in 2017. However, when they passed it, it had a sunset with an 8-year clock. It was added to it and every other subsequent application for an Article 5 resolution. That clock is now ticking very loudly, and the time to remove it is now. Removing that sunset application from my application will send a very strong message to both DC and to those other states we're trying to get to pass the resolution. Similarly, failing to repeal it will also send a message. I don't believe that's the message we want to give. Texas needs to lead. Other states look to us for that leadership. We can't do that if we're not on the field. We're the only state of the 19 states that have passed our resolution that currently have a sunset. 2 others have had a sunset when they originally passed. They've already gotten rid of theirs. Convention of States volunteers, such as myself and the others that you've seen around this building this week, we've been working very tirelessly on liberty, and we continue to do so, and in fact, many of the legislative priorities that are going to be passed out of this. We ask for your support for our liberty and our sunset. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The chair calls Virginia Young with John Boucher on deck.
Thank you. I'm Virginia Young, SD4 delegate. I'm speaking on school choice. I learned I could maybe add, if I can fit in 2 minutes, I'd like to add another topic. I am now a homeschool teacher. I suffered a stroke after a tetanus booster, and I was forced to reinvent myself because my career as an exercise physiologist was no longer possible. The issue of vouchers is not a new one. My parents and my grandparents fought vouchers to protect the rights of my Christian school who did not want to receive federal funds in decades past. Once those funds are received, the government steps in and holds the entity accountable. ESSER funds through the CARE Act are one example. I have also volunteered with many Christian organizations. One such was a pregnancy assistance center that was told that no more children's books with Jesus on the outside or on the inside could be in the lobby because they had received, and this is a portion of their funding, it was just a small amount. I believe, oh, I already went there. Okay, so we must protect and uphold our Constitution and the rule of law. To do so, we must ensure election integrity, and this includes closed primaries, recall of those officials who will not uphold our Constitution, close our borders, protect our citizens, protect the children, protect religious freedom, and property taxes are unconstitutional. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
You called Bruce Campbell, I believe, right before her, and he was at another.
He's arrived?
Yes, he's right there.
Okay, very good. The chair calls Bruce Campbell.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I haven't run in a long time. I'm Bruce Campbell, Senate District 24. I wanted to speak about the electric grid. It's not sexy, unlike some of these other topics. But, you know, it was a couple of years ago on Mark Levin television show, he had this great guest on there that who had testified to Congress about a solar EMP or an EMP from an adversary and how it would wipe out our electric grid. And since we have our own, well, most of the state is under our own grid, it applies to us at a state level. He said that our big transformers, which are the size of railroad cars, would be knocked out, and that we don't make those here. We import them from other countries. And in a solar EMP, which happened about 100 years ago, and happens about every 100 years, it would wipe all those out. And you would have to have a Faraday cage put around them, and that would protect them. But the result of knocking out the electricity that would knock it out for over a year, with the net result of 80 or 90% of the population would die of starvation. So I think that electric grid, which has almost been a legislative priority in the past, is important in that if we're dead, we can't do the other legislative priorities. And so this one kind of rises on that level. So in the past, and 100 years ago when it happened, we didn't have a lot of electricity, but it did burn up all the telegraph lines. And since then, though, our lives depend on electricity. And without the grid, it would be like the snowpocalypse times a year. I didn't like it for 5 days. In a year, everything we need to live is based on having electricity, and especially the food supply with refrigeration and so forth. So that would all go away. So that really needs to be, again, it's not as sexy as everything else, but our lives depend on it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Chair calls John Boucher.
Sheila Hemphill is also here now.
Sheila Hemphill, okay.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. My name is Sheila Hemphill with Senate District 28, and I want to emphasize the importance of the electric grid being on our priorities. We all experience that we are days away from catastrophic events like gasoline or air conditioning in Texas, right? So what I have for you today is a new resolution that was not submitted prior, but I legal and illegal, including withdrawal or discontinuing of such drugs such as Adderall, which is actually an amphetamine, and Ritalin, which is a methylphenidate, kind of like fen-phen, the stimulant. These are pretty much being passed out like candy because the way you diagnose ADD is through the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. There's 9 indicators of observation. Can they sit in their chair? Do they fiddle with their fingers? Can they pay attention? If you get 6 of the 9, congratulations, your child has ADD. Here's your Adderall and your amphetamines. Withdrawing from that can also be associated with mass violence and suicide. I transcribed the December 2019 mass violence hearings that was a joint committee of the House and the Senate. In there, it was invited testimony only. The past president of the Psychiatric Society said there's no association between psychiatric drugs and individual or mass violence. I was about to flip my lid saying, liar! Ann Blake Tracy has been researching and been has been a public expert witness on pharmaceutical drugs. She wrote the book Prozac, Pandora Panacea. Okay. Can I do the therefore?
Is this new?
Okay, time, is this new topic? Yes. Questions?
Sheila, I think I saw you in the 86 legislature, is that when we had SB 11 and all that, testifying, and I may be misquoting you. Did you say that every mass shooter we have had, when the autopsy reports and things have been gotten, that shooter was either just coming off, just put on, or on psychotropic drugs?
That information came from drugawareness.org, which is Ann Blake Tracy's site. She has over 5,000 instances of newspaper articles, and she's closely involved with school shootings. It is imperative that Texas legislature shall pass laws requiring toxicology reports to be made public in all cases of mass violence, suicide, and should be publicly accessible databases of all records, educational, criminal justice, juvenile justice, medical, and mental health, including Texas Medicaid records. So in this recent Uvalde shooting as an 18-year-old, my question was this young man possibly in our Medicaid system receiving his Adderall or Ritalin paid for by our state dollars through Medicaid, and once they age out at 18, they could be subject of the side effects of pharmaceutical drugs. And yesterday, when you saw this diagram, you see a head on flamed in red. That's because 1/3 of COVID patients are potentially going to be diagnosed with a psychiatric dysfunction. When they start hearing music or start having paranoia, they're going to go down the psychiatric train. And what you don't hear at these hearings are people that come and testify of their personal experiences in mental health. I've had 5 psychiatric manic episodes, 3 hospitalizations. And as everybody's talking about mental health and how great these programs are, you don't hear from the people who've been the victim of the treatment that caused homicidal and suicidal thoughts that I withheld now 30 years ago. I have consequently been very attuned to the mental health, and it has a direct correlation to brain inflammation. And if we are not telling people what to look for, and you end up in the psychiatric method, you're going to receive psychiatric drugs. And I'm not saying there's not a place for them.
Another question.
Yes, ma'am. You were saying that 1/3 of COVID patients will have, is it patients or vaxxed people?
We're actually seeing both, but the document it was talking about for, because remember, I don't know if you remember yesterday, I was talking about how you lose your sense of smell.
Yep.
That is because this virus has the characteristics to pierce the blood-brain barrier. When that gets into the limbic system, that is where it goes to amygdalin, it's all on the chart, and you lose your sense of smell. When it becomes extreme, like in autoimmune encephalitis or pandas, anybody heard of pandas? Pediatric autoimmune neuropsychosis associated with strep. So when you get a cut and they say, oh, you've got strep, if they could swab your brain and go, oh, you've got strep, creating inflammation that exhibits as mania, nobody's looking for inflammation of the brain. And I'm literally terrified because I've had where I had no sense of smell, taste, feel, hunger. I could have built this finger back. I had no sensation. And then on another event, I've had it where everything was so elevated. The lights felt like lasers or a pin, rustling leaves. So I've had both extremes, and I feel it's a gift of God to experience this, to share with this, because this is what you get with your children exhibiting these autistic types of behaviors, hypersensitivity. So mental health and how it's being treated and the failure of how to treat it and identify shows up in your classroom. On my website, Texas Right to Know, under medical functional medicine, you will see 11-year-old little boy going in for allergy testing. How are you doing? Fine. Headache? No. Tummy ache? No. They give him chocolate. Asked to do a simple assignment. The child goes ballistic. He growls. He hits the desk. He's all over it. They give him the antigen for chocolate. How you doing? Fine. Tummy ache? No. We're not looking for physical root causes that can manifest as psychiatric dysfunction. For me, if I get too stressed, I start hearing music, like a radio's on. And I tell this story and people go, you know, I've done that before. So thank you for allowing me this time to talk on mental health, because it's everywhere. It's in our schools, it's in our families, and there are good outcomes. But we need to change.
Thank you so much for
Yes,
your
ma'am.
for your testimony.
Thank you. The only other, I've been doing these hearings since 2015. I've only heard one other testimony of a personal mental illness, because people don't want to talk about it. A mother's son had a reaction to allergy medicine, came into the hospital ER as manic. He ended up in a psych ward, and they could not get him out. So DFW area did an excellent, with Bill Zedler, did an excellent expose on mental health facilities that were inhibiting people of getting out. Once you're in there, if you get in there under 24-hour peace officer warrant, okay, 48 hours, while you're in there, just denying taking a drug can be deemed by your psychiatrist as a threat to yourself. So on my third one, I kind of knew so I never denied, I wanted to delay. So I need to do a seminar, because it's very, I could take any one of you and treat you what you go through when you're admitted, how they treat you. And I'm not talking bad about people, but we've got problems, and they're going to get bigger by not knowing what to look for.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Ken Moore.
Good afternoon, members. Earlier, I passed out some of these. You should all have a copy of it. My name is Ken Moore. I'm from Senate District 11. I'm from Brazoria County, and I'm also the chairman of the Ballot Integrity Committee for the Brazoria County Republican Party. This paper I laid out before you, it's kind of a multi-purpose. It can be for a testimony before resolutions or the platform committee, or for this committee. And if you see that thing up there at the top, it says proposed plank 212A, just pretend that's not there. This is for legislative priorities. So I've got right here the statement that I want you to look at, but before I do that, drop down to the background. I think it'll help if you look at that first, and then what I'm really want to focus in on will make more sense. SB 1 was passed by the legislature and signed by the governor to address weaknesses in the Texas election code. This law relied heavily on the Texas Attorney General to prosecute offenses should local authorities fail to do so. On December 15, 2021, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals ruled the Attorney General does not have the power under the Texas Constitution to initiate prosecution in such cases. This removed many of SB 1's enforcement tools. During the regular session in 2021, SB 1589 was introduced, which would have addressed these enforcement issues. The legislature, believing SB 1 would address all the issues of SB 1589, allowed 1589 to expire. And I have underneath there a quotation from Ken Paxton. According to the Texan, now thanks to the Texas Criminal Court of Appeals, Soros-funded district attorneys will have sole power to decide whether election fraud has occurred in Texas. This ruling, okay, well, I would encourage you to look at the top part also. Any questions?
One question.
Ken, thank you for the work that you're doing for election integrity in Brazoria County. I appreciate that. Explain to me again why this legislation was allowed to die. I don't understand what happened.
Okay, first understand the SB 1589 was what those of us who had gone to Austin to testify, had affectionately referred to as the Election Marshals Bill, because it set aside a set of judges and a set of law enforcement personnel who would be dedicated to enforcing election law and doing it in real time. It was a good bill. Now, the legislature, I believe this Brian Hughes believed this, Betancourt, who authored 1589. Everyone believed the SB 1 would deal with that. And so it didn't make sense to have two of these bills covering pretty much the same territory, trying to pass both of them, and then reconciling the language. And so this one was allowed to expire. Nobody knew that the Court of Criminal Appeals was going to render this ruling and cut the legs out from under SB 1. So what I'm proposing here is well, it's a legislative priority that would put back in what SB 1589 would have done. You specify who has standing to bring a case. You specify who has the authority to investigate a complaint. You specify who has jurisdiction to hear a case. Real-time enforcement. You give a time limit. Once a judge gets the case, he has a certain amount of time to deal with it. In 1589, he had 3 hours to make a decision to hear this case, do something with it, or dismiss it. And then specifies who has enforcement or who has intervention. And what this bill would have done is taken away all the excuses that were used in 2020 by different courts, by different judges, when they did not want to enforce the law through various parts of the United States.
Okay, thank you. That makes it more clear for me.
Sir, thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay.
Chair calls Ryan Richards with Jacob Miller on deck.
Which number, what name did you call?
Ryan, I called Ryan Richards. And you are, sir?
Thank you. Ryan Richards, SD 31. The traditional wedding vow says, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or for worse, for richer or for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish from this day forward until death do us part. That is completely destroyed by no-fault divorce. That's a vow. It's actually supposed to mean something. So, unfortunately, in our country right now, we have the perfect combination of both the degradation of our culture, an anti-family, traditional nuclear family culture, and
On deck.
Hi, my name is Jacob Miller, SD 24, Precinct Chair and Delegate from Bell County. I'm speaking for the Abolition of Abortion legislative priority. I'm really just going to lay out a story from the past for those who may not know. So, in 2019, the Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee, headed by pro-life hero Jeff Leach, met. At the end of the year, Representative Leach received an award for being a pro-life hero from Texas Alliance for Life. That year, a bill to completely abolish abortion was brought to his committee. More than 200 people showed up to testify for this bill. I was there. The committee hearing ended up running all the way into the early morning at 3 a.m. Only 4 people spoke against this bill. How awesome is that? If he was the pro-life hero, he must have passed the bill through that year and it just died later, right? Wrong. Jeff Leach, after receiving this bill, knowing it would cost him to kill it, filed a new bill, the Born Alive Infant Protection Act. Then after Leach being the sole reason the bill was killed, he receives an award from Texas Alliance for Life for his one bill that criminalized an already criminal act. Truly, friends, this happens every legislative session. In 2021, it was Stephanie Click, and Texas Right to Life actually ran cover for her. So why do these Republican chairs and lobby groups keep opposing the abolition of abortion? I'm not going to impugn motives, but we all must ask this question. Do they actually believe the baby in the womb is a person? Do they actually believe the baby should receive equal protection? Committee members, truly ask yourselves these constitutional questions and consider the heaviness of a priority on ending child sacrifice and our modern day infanticide. Do not allow excuses for these establishment organizations and legislators to continue to regulate abortion rather than abolish it completely. This week, will we choose to love our neighbors as we love ourselves like Jesus commands? This week, will we choose to do justice and love mercy as the prophet Micah prophesies? And lastly, thank you so much, committee, for your hard work that you're volunteering for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that. Chair calls George Hyde with Elise Eaton on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm George Hyde, temporary caucus chair for SD4, an at-large member of the Montgomery County Steering Committee through the last biennium, and a precinct chair. I wanted to talk briefly about the importance of a closed primary. The simple question is, who should decide the nominees of a party? Is it the members of that party, those that the state deems should be voters in that party's primary, those who wake up in the morning and identify as a member of that party, or those who see a strategic advantage in voting in that party's primary? Now, to the point that was made here, yes, you can't stop all chicanery, okay? If somebody is so determined to vote in a Republican primary that they will go 60 days in advance and purposefully register as a Republican, we have no truth serum that we can use to ferret out Democrats that will do that. But we can certainly raise the bar. Today, where all someone has to do is walk up in a voting station and point, I want to vote in that primary, the bar is so low that we've made it too easy for those who are not really Republicans to vote in our primary. The last point I wanted to mention quickly was that I don't believe you can merge this into the broader category of election integrity. This is about party integrity, not ballot integrity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Chair recognizes Elise Eaton with Ruth York on deck.
Hi, my name is Elise Eaton. I'm with SD7, and I'm here to tell you that I am not for school choice. Now, why would I say that? As a homeschool parent with two of my children who graduated from homeschool, school choice, as it's being put into language today, is becoming a Trojan horse. I'm a certified public school teacher. I taught for 10 years in public school. I was a bilingual teacher. And then after two of my children actually graduated from public school, and then I formed a homeschool organization over 15 years ago. It's still operating in Montgomery County. And we've served over 175 to 250 students a year for over 15 years. My concern with school choice, as it's being now suggested, is that we're talking about giving government money to individuals to homeschool or to go to private school. That might sound great, except for the fact that every time you give government money to somebody, what does it come with? It comes with strings. And as a taxpayer, I want it to come with strings. I don't want to just hand my tax money to somebody and say, sure, go do whatever you want. We can talk about putting all the protective language that we want into school choice legislation, but every time that legislature meets, guess what they're doing? They're changing whatever's in the laws. They're going to add words, take words away, completely make it be something different. So whatever you start out with, it isn't going to stay that way. It'll become just like, I mean, in my mind, it's a lot like the Second Amendment. We have rights to arm ourselves, but we keep chipping away at it little by little by little. Right now, we have school choice in Texas. I, as a homeschool parent, have complete freedom. And in fact, there are no requirements on private schools in Texas. Private schools have complete freedom to teach however they choose. The Texas Education Agency does not control them, nor do they control homeschoolers. As soon as we start giving government money, we become like somebody said earlier. Okay. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much for your time. Chair calls Ruth York with Ryan Demeen on deck. Okay.
There she is.
Grand entrance, Ruth York.
Thank you. I'm Ruth York, SD 22, and one thing I would like to urge you to do is not put on the priorities school choice. Texans are rightly fed up with government schools, bad curricula, lack of academics, safety issues, disregard for parental authority, COVID closures, and more. This has fueled a movement to enable every child in Texas to be able to learn where they learn best, on the taxpayers tab. But that's a pretty big promise. I absolutely support parents controlling educational decisions for their children, but not through a statewide school choice program in which money follows the child. 7 points to consider. 1, while the school choice resolution on the RPT March primary ballot got an 88% approval, it does not reflect Texans' opinion of a specific proposal. There are many ideas floating about on this topic, so this was a general question without details. 2, we know that regulation, quantification, permission, or not, follows money, as it should. We demand accountability in government, but that brings us back to someone else making educational decisions for my children. Who will have that oversight? The failing schools, TEA? Number 3, parents already have educational choices, home, private, or government schools, including charters. Private and church schools are springing up everywhere, so look around. My husband and I chose to homeschool our 8 children, and we did that on a construction worker's wage, sacrificing in other areas to make it possible. 4, some say competition in free markets will make the government schools better. This is false. If both are paid from the same purse, it's not free market competition. Number 5, this solution grows government. In 2017, we had SB 3, which created a whole new arm within the Comptroller's Division. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Chair calls Ryan Demeen with Bunny Pounds on deck.
Hi, so Ryan Demeen from SD4, and you got it right, so congratulations. That doesn't happen every day. So I wanted to talk about election integrity. So I've heard a lot today about the closed primary, and I think that's a very important issue. But when it comes to the general election, I think there's work to be done there as well. And some of the discussion that's happened as that priorities come up is a lot about the methods, whether it's paper ballots or which machines you use or don't, and that's all very important. Even day, or do mail-in balloting, do you do day of, do you do early voting? All these things are important. My own opinion on is we should drive everything as much as possible to a day of in-person voting. But at the end of the day, no matter how and where you vote, I think the important thing when you're considering the language is to put some accountability and auditability into the process, so that no matter what methods of vote happen, and you want to focus on that we can always understand who voted and how they voted. And so I imagine that being some sort of system where we automatically sample some amount of votes and look for irregularities, and then if that finds anything, you increase the investigation. And in particular, where you have situations like we just had here in Harris County, where votes don't come in within a reasonable amount of time, that just ups the threshold in the amount of looking that we go and do. So, yeah, that's about all I had. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Chair calls Bunny Pounds.
Hi, Bunny Pounds, SD2. Point of information, I think Eugene Ralph was on the list before me.
Yes, I'm going to call him. as
Okay,
well.
so I've alerted him. Hi, I'm Bunny Pounds from the great Senate District 2. Pastor Marty Reed, my pastor. Thank you, Bob Hall, for serving us well. I'm here to speak about something that is very important to all Texans, regardless of political parties, and that is the issue of women's sports. I think women's sports and protecting women's sports should be, on a collegiate level, one of our Texas priorities. It's something that brings all of us together. 60% of Texans believe that men, biological males, should not be competing in collegiate sports against females. It is the greatest women's rights issue of our time. Protecting women's sports is something that the Texas legislature protected it within the high school, but they did not finish the job by protecting it in our universities. This is a common sense issue. Every American should be able to see that having biological males competing against women hurts women. Since Title IX was passed in 1972, it has guaranteed women the right to equal athletic opportunities. Before Title IX, only 1 in 27 girls participated in sports. Today, 2 in 5 do. Now, female athletes are being sidelined in order to compete against men who identify as females to participate. It's time to take back Title IX in Texas, and if there was a priority for us to bring people into our party, this is the priority. So I thank you for your recommendation, for letting me recommend this as one of our top priorities in this state.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? I know we had Jonathan last night, but it was like he had like 1 minute.
Yes, you may.
All right. Bunny, thanks for being here and appreciate you bringing this back up.
Thank you, Vince.
I think you made some great points that we need to consider. You talk about it's a great women's right issue. It's a great issue for Republicans to gather around, and even independents and possibly Democrats that share this feeling. So I think that's one thing to consider about this, is why it should move up above. We got to get it above from 0 to 8. So is there any more you can add to, or about why? I'd be curious if the women in our committee feel like this is a priority or not, or if it's, again, what level it's at.
I was a coach, so I think it's hugely a priority for girls.
I was a college athlete, and it was tough enough going against the girls, much less boys.
Yes.
Well, and if I could add, Mr. Puente, this is a justice issue. You know, we are all about justice in our party, and this is an unjust and unfair treatment of women. And so everybody, I think, in Texas can agree that injustice is being done on this issue and that we need to make it right. And if this party would do it, I think we'd be heroes for many Texans around the state.
Having worked on this, to your question, Vince, a lot during the legislative session, it's hugely important to us. And I believe that we cannot get gender modification done until we get this priority done, because if we can't get that far, we won't be able to do something more difficult from a political perspective.
Yeah, because I think it's a way of us saying, oh, this is okay for this person to act as a female if we just let it go. So, yeah. Amy.
Very quickly, is there anybody from the committee willing to go over to rules and see if you can get a rule change that we can present 45 measures to the delegate? Just joking. Forgive me.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay. Question here, and then we'll come to you.
Real quick, do you think we could, like, we have very limited priorities. Do you think we could wrap this in with, say, gender identity and kind of include it in there?
Potentially, I would defer to my friends at Texas Values. I know you'll be getting language from them on this issue, but I think there's a way to move that if we have to. But again, I think politically, this is a huge, besides the border, this is one of the largest issues that we can really bring people to our side. And so if you're just thinking about politics, not that we think about what's right for Texans, but if you're just thinking about the political way that the Republican Party can move the needle, this is one of the ways.
I spoke last night, so I'm going to keep it brief, but we did have only a minute and people were already leaving. As the mother of a high school soccer player, club, varsity, with interest from colleges, my daughter has, at the moment, going into her senior year, decided she doesn't want to pursue soccer in college, but she has the aptitude. And that being said, from a contact sport perspective, we're looking at this, you know, from is this fair to women or not? No, it's horribly unfair. They work so hard. Their ability to excel in sports is still fairly new when you look at history. Here they finally are able to, women's sports in general are becoming more popular. Then you have these contact sports where not only may my daughter have to go head-to-head literally with women, she might have to go head-to-head with biological males. And I think that we need to address this before our girls get hurt. We don't want to have to address this after that fact where somebody's in the hospital and we're dealing with a horrible situation where we could have done it now. And for all I know, that, I mean, maybe it's already happened. So it's not just non-contact sports, it's contact sports. We've seen the effect on it in the swimming community, the division that it's caused, the swimming community at the collegiate level. It's not good for team unity, it's not good for competition, it's not good for our girls who have worked so hard to get where they are, to lose spots to men.
Amen.
I believe that as our committee, we need to be addressing questions to our speakers so that we have a room full of public speakers who want to, and we'll address each other in our committee member later. Sorry. I don't think any of our rules have said that we should be conversing amongst ourselves when we have speakers at the podium.
But if I was out of line, I apologize. Senate District 9, Ms. Lindsay did ask the ladies on the committee for our opinions. So respectfully, I gave
It's my fault.
But to a greater point, if I could have another second, it's a greater narrative of making sure that we're communicating as a party. There's a difference between males and females. And that's the important thing that we need to get across in our culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, for time, I'm going to take one last, to finish this sheet, one last individual for this time. To those who have also signed up to give public comment, I'm hoping to maybe have a little more time this evening. We're going to have a working session of the committee of the whole, then dinner, and then I'm hoping to maybe get some public testimony in early evening, and then we'll finish out our evening as a committee then. So for this round, Eugene Ralph, the chair calls Eugene Ralph. This will be our final witness for this session.
Good evening. SD 16 just got redistricted. Still trying to wrap my head around that. Yes, Eugene Ralph, SD 16. I'm thankful to be here today. I want to speak to you briefly on the issue of what's been talked about rather exhaustively, but on the issue of closed primaries. I am a Texas transplant. I came in from New Orleans in '05, and I tell you what, I've been a little bit disturbed by a lot of the politics I see here, but I'm not going to get too deep into that. What I really want to talk about is this whole issue about this this closed primaries, open primaries. Where I live, it's pretty obvious. You know, we have majority Democrats. I'm in Dallas. Majority Democrats, they pretty much run the roost, unfortunately. But the reality is, when we get in these really sensitive type races, like we just recently had in March, we have a lot of Democrats crossing over to vote for a Republican who's going to be the most like a Democrat. As a former Democrat, I did not come to the Republican Party to get Democrat light. So what I want is people who are, as they used to call us, rock-ribbed conservative Republicans elected to office, who's not only going to work to get good legislation passed, but it's also going to articulate the message. It's going to fight for the things we believe in. We spend a lot of time and money at these conventions fighting for our values and platforms, often that many of our elected officials don't even bother to read, let alone consider what it says. And we can do better than that. Before I moved to Texas, I heard a lot of braggadocio type stuff. You know, sad reality is many Texans don't live up to the swag. So, you know, it's time for Texans who are part of the grassroots to have this attitude that we're not going to tolerate this kind of foolishness coming from our elected officials. If we elect you to do something, we expect you to do it. If you don't do it, we'll just replace you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Members, we're going to stand at ease for 10 minutes, and then we'll come back. So a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll get going with some more of the determining our final priorities.
You are
result as another data point on where we would feel, you know, how those numbers rank out in 1 through 15, and kind of, if you will, superimpose it on top of the discussions we've had. But before we do that, I'm going to open up floor for any amendments that we might have to add to this list of 28 and/or to remove from this list of 28 that we currently have. And then we'll send out the survey of that final list that we would have.
A great deal. Something that's come to my attention, I think all of our attention, that we can pass all these agendas, all these items, but if we can't get them through legislation, it doesn't do us any good. Now, in the current format where the Speaker of the House can appoint these chairmen, they can be Democrats, you can kiss most of the stuff goodbye as it is. So I would ask that we move banning Democratic chairs up into this group, and then it'd be in our top 15.
Okay. Open discussion.
For the last couple of sessions, Freedom Caucus has worked on amendments to the rules of the Republican Caucus. Unfortunately, they've not been able to put any teeth in the rule. And the way it stands is the caucus comes up with a nominee, but there is no binding rule requiring members of the caucus to vote only for the nominee on the floor. Speaker Phelan accepted the endorsement of the caucus rather than a nomination, because he'd already lined up a lot of Democrat votes, and turned around and said that he would have committee chairmanships look like the House, meaning the split between R's and D's. And that's been a long-standing practice. Speaker Strauss, for example, was initially elected with, I think it was 11 or 12 Republican votes, and he was a Republican. Until we can get some teeth in that rule, and what I'm suggesting is get your state reps to work on that. We'll have difficulty getting an enforceable rule.
Okay.
But still should try.
Yeah. Let's go here and then right here.
Kind of two things. One, we have had, I agree with Vince that we need to move this up. I think we need to time, because the timing is right to do this time. We have tried to do something like this in the past, and the leaders of the group, once elected, were punished greatly by the powers that didn't like it, and at least two of them were never reelected because the powers that be funded primaries against them. But we need to keep doing this because it is the right thing to do.
Okay. Comment here.
Okay. I've got a comment on this. It's pertaining to the long time that you was talking about that this has been going on. Long is a relative deal. It's been going on for about 20 years, and this happened back when Joe Strauss took office, and that is when the practice actually started, where Democrats were actually used to get them elected to the House, to the actual Speaker of the House. So that's what I say, that it's a long time, is 20 years, that's 10.
Yes. Remember, I think
legislative
the amendment before us is on the committee chairs, that making that statement. I know that it's directly affected by who the speaker is, but this rule actually is voted on day 2 on the rules of the House, not the rules of electing the speaker. So I just want to make sure we make that distinction. Yes, sir.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment that we combine ban Democratic chairs with closed primary.
Yeah.
I'm not accepting that, man.
Excuse me.
Point of information.
Yes.
Can we please, where were we sent the email that has all this language of all of
Yeah.
it? Because we can't find it. We're trying to find
Of
it.
the, can we put this
The
back up again?
28 that are under
Yes.
discussion?
Yes. Well, we're going to put that back up here on the 28 that we had kind of whittled, that we
I
had
didn't know if we had an
originally.
email.
I think it was 6 from all the subs and then 4 from one of them for the 28. So thank you for that. Back on the discussion of the friendly amendment. Does anybody have, is it acceptable to the author at all?
No.
No, not at all. Go ahead. Any other discussion on that? Yes, please.
Yeah, I want to disagree with that. I appreciate the sentiment, but the mechanism for accomplishing these things are totally different. I think in the minds of the voters, they're going to be totally different. In the minds of the delegates, they're going to be totally different. For the purposes of the survey that we're about to dive into, I would recommend keeping them separate. I've got an amendment loaded and ready to go to add closed primaries to the survey that Shelby put together, and thank you, Shelby, for doing that for us, so that we can get a gauge of this committee on the strength of closed primaries and just feel it out.
Okay, I've withdrawn. Amendments withdrawn. Very good. So we have an amendment before us. I'm sorry, go ahead, please.
No, go ahead.
We have an amendment before us to add the
Banning of Democratic chairs.
Democrat chairs to our list that we already have. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it, so we will add that to the list.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Well, then I'd like to go to a second one, and I'll stop after that. I'd like to bring up women's sports. I think based on what we've heard since then and the importance of protecting women and also tying into the gender mutilation, that whole aspect, I think it ought to jump back up. So I would ask for that to be done.
Okay, members, the amendment is to add women's sports, the banning of transgender into women's sports into that, open for discussion. Okay. So you can scroll down, scroll through it somehow.
So here's what we've got for top 25 and for top 15.
Like gender modification.
If we go to the website, will that be the updated?
Yes, if you go to, if you look at the working document, that's the Google Doc that we have, you'll find it there.
Point of information.
Please.
I'm confused over here, which is not unusual. So this morning, I thought that we were picking the top 10 out of the top 2 of each group, and those
Right.
were going to be the 10 priorities. And then the 5 that were left, we were going to look at the other remaining, and then we were going to pick from the other remaining to go into the remaining 5 slots.
Correct.
Is that
That was a discussion we had this morning. I made the point they were draft at our first,
Okay.
the top 2 from each, if you will. And as we had further discussion, as we're looking now at taking amendments to add to the list, what I want to do is then we have had a survey made up that will end up with all the items that we ultimately want to vote on, meaning we also will take amendments not only to add to the list, but maybe take amendments, well, I'll open to amendments to strike from the current list.
Okay.
And then I want another data point. We'll get a survey to all of the members of the committee, rank your top 15, and we'll use that also as a data point to make our final decision on the 15.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yep.
Okay.
Could I make a friendly amendment to include the women's sports under gender modification? Can we combine those two? Gender modification needs to be reworded anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And we could call that gender identity and modification.
I would accept that amendment.
Okay, okay, very good. So the author's acceptable to have the, under the gender modification.
And identity.
And identity, and looking some else, yes.
One comment on that, please. So maybe I missed the moment on the acceptance of the friendly amendment, but just clarity, because I'm not sure I'm tracking. My understanding of the gender modification language is that it would, the intent is for it to prohibit gender modification for anybody under the age of 18. However, I think the thrust of the women's sports language would be for collegiate sports to prevent transgendered men from participating in, or vice versa, biological men from participating in women's sports or vice versa. I just don't know those things track together given the age ranges don't necessarily overlap.
Okay, so we had talked earlier about social transitioning, where you're encouraging people to, or children to behave and act like another
Correct.
gender.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would also apply to sports. So if we had social transitioning and behaving as if you're another gender.
And are you trying to offer that in expansion of the
Yeah,
one?
it's a-
Is
and
this a
it is.
rewording, or the rewording of this is a separate?
Gender modification, okay. Social transitioning, we've heard, should be part of gender modification. It's training children and people to behave as another gender.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think the social is a different item than what we have on the floor right now with the
It bridges
women's
between
sports.
women's sports and gender identity
Mhm.
and modification.
Agree. And I think the bridging is important, but sometimes it's a bridge too far.
Okay.
And so I think we've
Okay.
maybe gone a little
I
bit.
think so. I think the more I hear that it would dilute it, actually, so.
Yes.
If we haven't decided on which ones, should we be spending the time to craft the wording? Would it be more efficient in time to do the survey, find out what's the top, and then go in and do the crafting of the word? Because
I agree.
this may not be one that I want to vote for, we're just going to spend 30 minutes on.
I agree. So at this point, I want to make sure, now the friendly amendment didn't have to, at this point, it could be accepted underneath one of the other ones that are on there. I'm okay with that. But yeah, let's try to refrain from actually trying to wordsmith each of the items at this point. Right now, what we have in front of us is an amendment to add the women's sports to the list. Any further discussion on that? Yes, sir. No, that was a different friendly amendment, was to bring it into another existing one. Okay, so do you make a motion? Okay, we have a motion.
Can y'all repeat that motion, because we cannot
We
hear
have
that.
a motion to add the women's sports to the list that we will be adding to the survey for us to vote on. And that was a motion. Do we have a second? Second. So all those in favor of adding women's sports to our list signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Yes.
There's a prior motion
Oh, I withdraw.
I believe she withdrew her
Yeah,
friendly
I withdraw.
amendment. I mean, because it was no longer friendly.
It was too much negativity. Yeah, there was too much negativity.
So I believe, yes.
Too much pushback.
Okay.
Figure it out.
Any other, please?
Sean Sheehan, SD15. I'd like to propose adding 2 items to the list. One, or 2 standalone items. One, Texas National Guard healthcare and benefits. The second, closed primaries.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yep. So I'd propose an amendment to add 2 additional items to our list. One, Texas National Guard healthcare and benefits. The second, closed primaries.
Second that. Second.
Can we do them one at a time?
Okay. So the amendment was for the two to be added, I think by piggybacking. They're two separate items. They're not related at all. So I think we ought to take those up as two separate amendments. Okay? So the first amendment you'd like?
Let's start with Texas National Guard healthcare benefits.
Okay, the Texas National Guard health care and benefits is the first one on the amendment on the floor. Is it, anybody have any discussion on that?
I do. One of the things that we need to consider on this, that we don't turn it into an unfunded mandate. Because that, as far as military stuff in Texas, there are so many
Unbelievable marriage problems. I agree with the man that was here, but I think that would just be take a word out maybe, or reword the whole thing on the border. The wording could change without us having to say, hey, pay the National Guard and do. I have no idea what the numbers on that would be. I'm with you. I have no idea what economic thing that would be. But if somebody knows more about that than me, that would be
Please
great.
have a microphone.
Okay, so Dr. Morris has a resolution that she's going to share maybe with some wording.
Microphone at that end of the.
Yeah, I was repeating what she said. She has some resolution information that she's going to share to maybe work at the wording on there. At this point, we're looking at topics, if you will, to add. I understand that you're kind of voting on some at least proposed wording that you see before you, but we're looking more for the idea, are we willing to add this as an item for us to vote on? And notably, that we'll have an opportunity to work the wording as we go forward. Any other discussion?
I would support it as written for this purpose of removing the word national guard defeats the purpose of it. They're the people who are actually employed.
I thought we were talking about Texas Guard.
They're wisely employed on their own. They are doing so repeatedly.
Yes, for clarification, the National Guard, if it's nationalized, then it's under a federal deal. If it's state that brings it, that was the issue that was being brought by the gentleman who gave the testimony. The State Guard is a different entity from the National Guard. And the National Guard can either be federalized or it is sponsored by the governor. And because of that, the benefits will be different depending on who calls them up.
Right. And who pays?
Yes.
I'll actually read the resolution, which may clarify this, but the issue is that they've been called up by the state versus federal. So they're under a whole different set of rules and a whole different set of benefits that are not applying because they weren't called up nationally. So this is called the Operation Lone Star Resolution. Be it resolved that we, the Republican Party voters, this was of Harris County, Texas, request Governor Abbott, as commander of the Texas State Military, that medical assurances for care beyond their mobilized service be granted for soldiers who serve in support of Operation Lone Star for injuries received in the line of duty as guaranteed by the Veterans Administration for mobilized national service. All guardsmen and guardswomen receive pay commensurate, at least or greater than their rank while serving in Operation Lone Star. And we request Governor Abbott, as commander of the Texas State Military, that these same retroactive protections be awarded for those who have already served on active duty on Operation Lone Star. So it's very specific to the state military and the benefits that they're receiving.
So is that essentially what you're asking us to bring up?
Or to add to the survey, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I pose a question to the author of the motion?
You mean the over here? Yes, sure you may. Up close.
Do you intend to include education and other benefits which would accrue to the National Guard if nationalized?
Well, this is primarily that they can just maintain their same benefits that they would normally receive as reservists by being involved in Operation Lone Star.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion or questions? Okay, members, the amendment that's before us is to add the Texas National Guard healthcare and benefits to our list. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Then I guess I'll follow up with my second on closed primaries.
So the amendment before us is for adding closed primaries to our list. Second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Any other amendments to be offered?
I would like to remove the sunset clause for the Convention of States.
But that one's in there, right?
It's currently on there. Again, so as I said earlier, this was to also remove any of that are currently on the list. If there's amendments to do that,
Yes.
we'll be open to those amendments.
I was looking at, from the group 4, the third item, 10-day rule was repeated. So I would say we remove that one.
I believe they had different language.
They have different language. Now, in the survey, though, did you have it by language or did you have it just by topic?
In the survey, I just have the topic. I do not have individual descriptions like we have here.
Okay.
Then I would still move that we remove the duplication and come up with common language.
Okay, for purposes of the clarity of the spreadsheet, why don't we add the language of one and the other, so they're both there, because we're gonna have to come up,
Okay.
we're gonna have to craft some language of some sort based on that. Yes,
I guess it's a point of information.
please.
Is the equal parenting on our list?
No.
No.
I don't believe it is.
I would actually move that we add that to the list.
Okay, members, we have to see, do we address that way? Did you have another, did you have an amendment that you had asked?
No.
Okay, so members, the amendment that's being offered is to add the equal parenting to our list. Okay, open for
Mr.
discussion.
Mr. Chairman?
Was that covered under parental rights, group 2, number 6? Or was that separate?
I think if you look at the language, it's under parental rights right now, it does not include equal parenting.
As a friendly amendment, maybe we can get it to include and modify the language?
Sean Sheeben, SD 15. I would speak against either including this in the list or nesting it in with parental rights. And the reason is 2 years ago when we did this, it was included in the list of 15. it, let's say, it elicited a strongly negative response from Republican women from across the state. I got about 200 text messages in about an hour when they found out that that was going to be included in the permanent report. Mass mobilization occurred. It got the least amount of support of all the 15. There were 4 priorities that got literally twice as many votes from the delegates as equal parenting. I am concerned that we have a very limited number of slots. The delegates spoke 2 years ago that this was something that they are not interested in. I haven't seen any evidence that there's been an increase in support from across the state, and I just don't think that we should be wasting one of our 15 spots on something the delegates have already roundly kicked out. So
we'll go here.
My problem with sticking it on parental rights is much the same. I have a parental rights organization. I don't know many moms who are down for we call it the anti-child support bill. But it would cause moms to vote against their number one thing of parental rights to defeat the single dads.
Okay. Yes, please.
I would just remind everyone, is this something that you've heard about that anybody from your delegations sent you here to do? Because in considering this, we have a majority of people who've come to talk to us about this in this room. But in my district, it's not something that anybody has mentioned because it's not a groundswell topic. So that just might be something to consider.
Thank you. Others?
Mr. Chair, just to concur with what the young lady just said, it's just not a subject that's come up in our discussions or with neighbors or in our political circles. It's a very well organized group. I see their point, but it's not something I feel my ST is bring this up there.
Okay. Any others, please?
If I can reply, because something happened at a convention 2 years ago, which was a complete disaster of a convention, by the way, I don't think we should take that as a precedent, anything from that convention, other than to never do a virtual convention again. As a matter of fact, yes, I have had several people from my SD approach me with this issue, and as an attorney who deals with CPS cases, which is similar to a divorce cases in many cases it is, everyone who spoke has said the exact same thing that is absolutely true. The judges start from the standard possession as the basis, and then they go from there, and it's a total disaster for the children. It's not about child support. Child support is not a right of the parents, either parent. It's a right of the child. That support is going to support the child, not to help either parent or the other parent. So I feel this is an important issue, and I think if we don't do something because people don't understand it, I don't think that's right. I think we do something because it's right to do.
Okay. Yes.
I spoke with Brooks, and I said, this is a lot of stuff. I read through it all. I asked him what his holy grail was, and he said, if we could remove judges or give them criminal penalties for violating rights, that's the most important aspect of this whole bill. It's one tiny item, and it could apply across not just equal parenting, but to anything. So, in other words, judges who are defying civil rights because their opinion and they have immunity, if we could just change it from equal parenting to removing immunity for judges who violate your civil rights.
I would absolutely agree with changing it to that. I think that would be just fine.
Okay, so the discussion was to, under parental rights, using some verbiage in there that you'd be satisfied with. Is that what I heard?
I think what Ms. Lewis just
or,
mentioned.
or changing the wording of equal parenting.
Yeah.
Well, I think, yeah, I think.
Instead of equal parenting, saying removing immunity for judges who violate your civil rights.
Well,
No,
it's a broader.
it's what the problem is in equal parenting, according to the experts, yes.
Well, and I will say to some extent, I think that would address it. The problem is, the way the law currently reads, that's the starting point that the judges go with, and if they go with that, technically, they're not violating your civil rights.
Turn something specifically into something super broad.
It would be much broader, that's true.
That we're looking at. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I should identify myself. Shelby Williams, SD8. A few people in my Senate district have spoken to me about this. I can't say my Senate district as a whole has expressed that this should be a priority. But I do, speaking as a father, believe that fathers play a very important role in the upbringing of children. The way I put it is mothers ensure that children reach adulthood. Fathers help prepare them for it when they're there. I think my understanding of the law is not that the presumption is that the mother gets custody or primary custody. There's that idea of a starting point isn't there. I could be mistaken, but that's what I've heard from judges and attorneys. A couple of the biggest issues that I have heard from all sides of it are that there is a motivation on behalf of family law attorneys to keep the chaos roiling. And to the greatest extent that one parent or other or both can try to vie for control of kids, assets, anything else you can throw on the list, the attorneys benefit. So this is a very deep issue that may truly encompass more than one legislative priority. The other aspect of it is removing immunity for judges who violate your civil rights. That's one of several things I think that could help alleviate this. I've heard from fathers who advocate for this who say they don't care about the money. They pay the maximum child support now that they're not even required to. They want their children to benefit from it. And then I hear, at least anecdotally, from the other side that says that, well, if they can't just do away with child support, then they don't want anything to do with this. There may be language such as providing an assumption of equal shared parenting unless there are persuasive cases to not do so, and there could reasonably be many, but also stipulate in there that this shall have no impact on child support. Maybe that would cause support to drop off. Maybe that would redouble support. Sean, do you have any anecdotal feeling based on the text messages you got last convention about whether all of the women who contacted you were concerned about the child support or about the time or about the divorce proceedings or any other facet of this?
It was, so the concern that was relayed to me through the hundreds of text messages was about the time and the unworkability of a 50-50 solution in a lot of cases.
Okay, then that's a very different matter than just the child support. So I don't know that I have a resolution to this, but it's a multifaceted issue.
Thank you.
Well, and just one final thing, child support and visitation are two separate issues. If a father doesn't pay his child support, he still has an absolute right to whatever visitation the courts allowed him, and vice versa. So this isn't anything about child support. This is about the time spent with the child. And
Thank you.
The elimination of judicial immunity would undoubtedly be met with great force by everything from a JP to a Supreme Court justice. It potentially could impact the independence of the judiciary. It certainly would impact the efficiency of the judiciary when the judge is spending time defending lawsuits from every prisoner he ever sentenced. The Commission on Judicial Conduct might be an appropriate avenue, even though a somewhat indirect one. the commission is sometimes reluctant to act when us commoners think that they should, but it at least preserves the independence of the judiciary.
Yes, please.
The immunity, they have absolute immunity, and the immunity is only for violating, or the removal of immunity, absolute immunity is only for violating your civil rights or your constitutional rights.
Yes, sir.
Jesse Taylor, SC10. We've had some people come up here and testify about the father not being in the home. I myself, I mentor a lot of young boys. I work with Alice Kim. Some of y'all might know him. He's the juvenile judge up in Tarrant County. One thing I do when I go to these schools and I mentor these young boys, that the troublesome kids, I always ask them one thing when they bring these groups of boys out. How many of you boys got your fathers at home with you? And you wouldn't believe the response I get. If it's 10 or if it's a group of 1,000, sometimes not one of those young boys raise their hands up and say, I got my father at home. Someone else came up and they were talking about the violence that we have. Our young boys are out here killing each other. I mean, literally, especially in my community. I mean, they are actually killing each other. And I think that's got a lot to do because they don't have their fathers at home. This not going to be, I don't think it's going to be pretty, especially amongst the women. When you say equal parenting, they think that something's being taken away from them. So I understand where you're coming from. It ain't pretty. But I do think we need equal parenting. And that's just my take on from what I see in my community. Because like I say, I work with these young boys. I see them in the courthouse. And they're not there because of stealing, they're there because of murder. Right now in Tarrant County, we got over 30-some young men right now for murder right now in the Tarrant County, the little holding cell. Not at the Giddings State School. I'm talking about the little holding cell from Alice Kim. So I think this should be a priority for these fathers to be able to be in these young boys' home.
Thank you.
So that was used in almost every testimony for this equal parenting. And they implied that if the father did get 50%, then look at all the bad things that are going to come out of it. Again, I'll go back if that's the case, and let's go back to no-fault divorce, because that's where the real issue is. Secondly, I think if you talk to 100 kids and 90 of them don't have dads at home, I don't think it's because of the divorce law. I think it's because those dads just left. I think that's what you find the most of. Whether it was 50-50 or not, those dads have chosen not to be around. And that's when they're really lacking the fatherhood. I know many divorced dads and moms, and that dad's engaged, and he's taking them to games, and he's doing all he can, whether it's 50-50 or not. And I don't think those are the kids, hopefully, that are necessarily the ones that are going to go pick up a gun and start shooting people. It is the homes without dads entirely, and where the dads choose not to be a part of it. At least that's my perception.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Elaine Cook, SD23. I think that maybe we can follow the lead from somebody who was talking to us about making sure we headline these in a way that says what we want it to say. Equal parenting apparently is a very controversial phrase. How about if we say something like, we believe it's very important for fathers to be part of their children's lives.
Call the question.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, call it a commercial.
So
And I'm certainly not trying to get the language down here right now. I'm just using that term as
it has been presented.
Right.
Using term as has been presented, everybody understands at least the gist of what we're talking about. So on the floor before us is an amendment to add equal parenting as has been presented to us to our list to add to our survey to vote on. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. The amendment fails. Any other amendments? Did we have an amendment to remove, or did we deal with that one?
Can I call for a roll call vote or
Or just division where we stand, or just raise our hand?
Raise your hand.
Okay. We don't think we have to do roll call, let's just do hands, okay? So all those in favor signify by raising your hand and keep your hands up. Count with me if you will. 8, 9. No, leave your hand at 10, 11, 12. 12. All those opposed?
Here's a Democrat.
Yeah, with 12 ayes, 17 nays, it fails.
you were right.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you.
fails.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
He's got good ears.
Yeah, I've got good ears. Nobody in my family thinks I have good ears, but other than that.
Chairman,
we're
can I
good.
make a point? And unless I'm wrong, though, we haven't put parents' rights on here anywhere. Am I right? Oh. Okay, I missed it. Okay. All right, sorry.
Parents' rights, parental rights is one of the items currently that will be on.
Okay.
Yes.
I missed it.
Mr. Chairman, may I take just a moment to explain the purpose of the survey? I've already had some sidebar conversations where there was some confusion. So in 2020, what we did to help boil down what we were going to debate, out of the laundry list of potential priorities that came out, we currently have 31 after adding some items. What we want to do, since we have to submit 15 to the convention floor, is the survey is going to list all 31 of these potential priorities. Each one of us as committee members is going to have the opportunity to say which one of these is our number one, which is our number two, in ranked order, 3, 4, all the way down to 15, which means each of us are going to be leaving 16 potential priorities on the cutting room floor. Once we get the survey results back, that'll show us just how important this stuff is. So things such as some of the things that have been discussed that brooked almost no argument, like eliminate property tax. We just moved forward with that. That's not going to be a contentious item, but where we're going to have most of the discussion is the things that are on the bubble. Like half the committee says that this should be number 15. The other half says, no, that belongs at number 16. And then we have to jockey for position. That's just to help us refine our prioritization so we don't waste a lot of time debating things where there's really no disagreement.
Yes.
I just wanted to add on to that, and maybe this LP's received ranking tab, which is just on the right of this one, will help. This is, again, the perceived ranking with the testimonies we've been given, with the items sent from the SDs. So again, hopefully it'll give us all an idea where the delegates are, and then this survey will give us an idea where we are, and it'll make those decisions a little easier.
Very good. So before we do final, please.
Point of information on the survey, are we going to have weighted? Is it going to be, you just going to vote?
Each individual will rank 1 through 15. In the application of that, I need everybody to do 1 through 15, not try to put 2. Can we even do 2 in number 5s, or because we can't decide?
No, assuming I've
1
done
through
it right,
15.
you have to choose your one number 1, and you have to choose your one number 2.
Right.
You can't,
Right.
no ties.
There's no 1A, 1B, nothing like that.
At least I didn't
1
intend for that.
Through 15.
I may have messed it up, but
And then,
that's
and
correct.
then we will tabulate based on that. And it'll be, again, it'll be another data point to our final decision. We're not going to use the survey as the answer. We're going to still, just to make sure that we have that. It's another data point that we have for our final.
Just to help focus our further deliberation.
Okay. Any other amendments?
So,
If anybody wants to offer an amendment to remove, I mean, I think that we're open to that based on, again, discussion, rankings. We had our subcommittees, and then some open to that as well.
Okay, so is it out of line if I add to remove the immunity of judges that violate our civil rights
Where's that?
Where? What's the topic?
as a new one?
Oh, you just wrote that in, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know, I thought we were talking about it as a
Okay, are
substitute.
you asking,
Can I add eliminate immunity for judges?
okay, you're asking for another addition.
Another addition.
Discussion, please.
Was the immunity clause deleted from the prior one?
Yeah, the question is, was the immunity clause deleted from the prior one?
If I understand the motion, it's
Creating a
Separate topic.
topic, and it's for a violation of civil rights only. Or
Thank you.
constitutional rights.
Any other questions or discussion? Please.
That we have mentioned this yet, but I know some of us were talking about it during the break, but to combine the sex education and the obscenity exceptions into one, so that we don't have to pick between those two options, but they could go together, and again, we could figure out language later.
Okay, so right now, what's on the floor is adding this, and then you can offer that as another amendment after we're done with this. So any other questions or discussion on adding another topic on eliminate judicial immunity?
So do we think that, you know, I know several judges, and I see the point in this. Why is it that, and just help me out here, why is it, are you talking, now, does this tie into civil rights? You're not.
Civil rights, constitutional rights, specifically, constitutional rights.
Sean, at the side of that, you just write
This actually removes a lot of judicial,
constitutional rights.
yeah.
I-
It
So I have a qu-
removes a lot of judicial, personal opinions.
A question, was this an item in anybody's subcommittee?
No.
Or just I'm just asking? It was not?
No.
Okay.
It's a derivative of testimony,
Okay.
talking about the people over and over in multi-subjects, talking about how judges are forcing their opinions outside the Constitution and outside your civil rights, just inventing law.
Okay.
So I have a judge friend that is the one who signed the, I'm not sure what it is that he signed, but allowed baby Tinsley to keep living and not taking away life, and he's being sued now. And I guess get a little concerned about, well, it's hard enough to get good judges to run if, I think it's a good point you're making, but somehow I guess I just feel like I know enough since I have been in committee, since I haven't been information prior to this, and I'm just concerned that we're going to do something here that is going to cause judges not to run because of a possible liability they've got for, yeah.
Well, he did not violate her constitutional rights. He just upset someone. So
Yeah, so again, I'm not trying to get into
Yeah.
the details of that, just the point being, I'm not sure how broad this is.
Well-
I'm not sure that,
a police officer can be arrested and jailed for violating your constitutional rights. So,
And there's two sides to this. The other side is, by having immunity like that, we have created judges who don't give a flip about the Constitution and just make whatever rules they want to make.
they do.
And that's got to be stopped.
It's called absolute immunity.
So that's why I like the way she worded it. You know, the only way you lose immunity is if the judge violates your constitutional rights, which he shouldn't be doing that anyway.
Yes, sir.
just a procedural point, an allegation of a violation of those rights at least to early motions, and that still ties judges up. And I'll also pose the question, anybody practiced criminal law, was there ever a defendant who didn't think the judge violated his rights by letting all that damn evidence in?
Well, obviously, the person doesn't get to decide that.
Well, you still wind up in court
Well, where else can you decide it?
For example, I could sue the next person, and I use this example in sworn testimony. I could sue the next person coming through that door for not liking homemade vanilla from the little creamery in Brenham. That's an obvious abuse of process, and I should hope the court would sanction me under those circumstances. But the person I sued would still have to hire a lawyer and go to court.
So
Got a
what
question?
would you?
We have another question over here.
It's more a statement that I don't feel like we know enough about this topics. It was mentioned from a public, from one of the public. I don't feel like we know enough, and I'm also afraid that we're working to water down our group of 15. So I will be voting no on this.
Any other discussion? If not, we'll take it to a vote.
Just real quick, it was meant to prevent judicial activism just against our constitutional rights.
Can I say something? You mentioned a criminal who feels the judge he has a right to an appeal, and it doesn't cost him anything if he can't afford to do it. The state will pay for him to appeal, and the state already has the processes in place to handle that appeal. So it doesn't cost the state anything extra to defend on an appeal. The problem is when, in let's say a case like we were talking about, a father feels his rights were violated in a civil case. That father doesn't get the benefit of a free appeal. That father has to spend a bunch of money to appeal. And the appeal court may or may not agree with him. And it's not always the case that the appeals court gets it right either.
That's very true.
So, I mean, that's something we just have to deal with.
Such a case right now.
Right.
Yes, sir.
A Democratic judge in Dallas County 2 years ago had a case before him. When he made the decision, he said, I know that's the law, but I don't like it, so I'm ruling in favor of blah. That kind of stuff we cannot allow.
Well, that's when you need to pay for a transcript and file a complaint with the commission.
Okay, members, I believe we've heard enough discussion, so I'm going to go ahead and put this to a vote. Do I have a motion on this amendment? And a second? Do we have a second?
Can I make my motion?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I make the motion to eliminate judicial immunity of judges for violations of constitutional and civil rights.
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The nays have it. The amendment fails.
All that discussion for nothing.
Are we in the process of taking some off as well?
You can make an amendment to remove.
I suggest we take off, I wrote it on the backside, let's see. Yes, streamlining the adoption process. I've not heard that, no one has spoken about it, and I don't know that it was real high on any, as far as, yeah. I mean, Michael, you could tell us how high that one was as far as what everybody wanted, but I've not seen any information.
It's actually perceived to be a higher ranking than the National Guard healthcare and benefits. So.
Well, yeah, but that's what
Correct. Yeah, we added that. We've added that.
Exactly. So, because we essentially had one person testify on it. Like you said, no one's testified on this other one, but from the SDs, forgive me, there was 8 submissions for that. So, again, the importance of people coming to testify on these things, because we weigh that heavily. I would recommend keeping it on here and just let us see where it falls in the survey.
No, you can make.
I'll defer to him, that's fine, I'm good with that too. It was just a suggestion, because we haven't even talked about it, so.
I'm ready for the survey.
Yeah, I think we should do that. There's a lot,
I did mention earlier and said it a little too soon, I apologize, but I make a motion to combine the sex ed and the obscenity exception.
No, talked about it.
Mr. Chair, didn't we have this discussion earlier?
Yes.
And didn't we decide not to earlier?
No, I don't recall
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
No, we talked about it, yes.
We actually had testimony where professionals in the industry or combating this said, no, it dilutes both of them.
The amendment's been withdrawn.
That's the problem, there's too many good ones.
Okay, members, then I want to move that we adopt this list that will be sent to us in a survey for us to rank 1 through 15. All those in, please.
Sorry, I'm going to ask that we go through that entire list, read off all the topics so we know what we're about to, or at least make it viewable so everyone can see. That way, if there's anything missing, somebody can say something now or forever hold their
Yeah,
peace.
can you make it a little smaller?
Can't make it that small.
Let me send you the latest link, because I've been editing. I don't know if it changed the link.
All right. I'll read through them. I don't think I can make it small enough to be both all-encompassing and readable at the same time. So I'll just rattle these off in no particular order. Sex education, electric grid, eliminate property tax, repeal the 10-day rule, obscenity exemption, election integrity, Second Amendment, medical freedom, gender modification, abolition of abortion, border security, ban taxpayer-funded lobbying, no growth budgets, ESG score, fiscal transparency in government spending, asset forfeiture, increase minimum penalty, data privacy, parental rights, Texas sovereignty, curtail emergency powers, convention of states, libraries, 10-day rule, again, medical tyranny, streamline adoption process, property rights, religious freedom, ban Democrat committee chairs, women's sports, Texas National Guard healthcare and benefits, close primaries, and school choice for all. Should have been
33.
I believe we've closed the floor to amendments. So I think we're ready to take this survey and do the vote.
Just in case.
Please give me a moment to reconcile. I'm missing 2 from the survey after what Sean just read. I want to make sure I'm not counting any blanks in the row spaces or duplicates.
Yes.
So we're going to rank 15?
You can rank 15. Yes. Your top 15 of the 33.
Mr. Chair, in
Yes.
ranking that, is 15 the top number, or is it inverted?
Number 1 is most important.
One
Number-
is top. Okay,
Right.
so it's a min score.
Sounds good to me. So 1 through 15, 1 being your top priority, down to 15 being your least priority of what you get to rank. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I rank election integrity as my top score, and there's an entry down there called eliminate property tax that I don't score, it would have a value greater than my top score. Yeah, but if I don't put a value on it, it gets 0, correct?
No, it gets no votes.
If mine doesn't have a value and yours does, you add them together, what do we get?
The value isn't the, it's basically which priority is it for you personally. Like if we're talking about eliminating property tax, for instance, if that's your number 1, then you would say this is my top choice, not I weight this as a 1 or a 10 or anything. So let me let me finish this, and I think it would be good to show this actual survey on the screen to provide clarity. Forgive me, it's not an actual drag and drop survey. That would be friendlier, but I work with what I got.
And if you do not vote for an item, that doesn't give you, that means that you like it better than the one you voted for.
Okay, I understand the theory. I'm just not sure.
Right.
I'm this math guy.
Understand.
I'm trying to figure out how the math works.
And I'll let Shelby Williams explain that. Yes?
Real quick, Shelby, does that export the into Excel or something after it's complete?
I built it in Google Forms, so I'll see the dashboard, and then I
could be brain tired one. It's a little weird, but I understand his concern. And then real quick, for those who do care, that LP's perceived ranking tab has everything ranked in order with their perceived ranking. The column D shows just how many times the item was submitted through the Senate districts, and then column E is how many testimonials we had here today, if that helped you at all with your decision making. That's the LP's perceived ranking tab.
Yes, some comments.
I think that we need to remember, my SD did not have a senatorial legislative priorities committee, and they did not submit any priorities because they did not feel it was necessary. They thought it would be taken care of on the state level. So as we look at these and weight these on how many submissions we got, if that's the way it's going to be done in 2 years, then we need to let everybody know that, so that if they've got something that's important to them, that they put in a submission and be ready for a flood of paperwork.
If I can speak to that, I 100% agree. I think this committee is super important, and I hope our delegates understand that, and that we make sure that that is a big priority at the next go-around on the primaries. I wish I had all the data from the submissions to the other committee, because there's a lot more of them there, and that was what was more focused on. Unfortunately, here, it doesn't have all the topics for every submission, so it's impossible for me to go through it in just a few hours, but I 100% agree.
Correct. Real quick over here.
Real quick, in order to address the math question, I think what we do is reverse it. The most important thing gets 15 points, the least important thing gets 1 point. Tom, does that fix it for you? If the most
I'm gonna let Shelby Williams explain, because I believe we will really be messed up if we do it 15-1. I think people just, it's not the way we work. We work from most important down. And so I think we'll figure out the math on that. Another question here, and/or we have definitely understand that there's not uniformity within the party and SDs. Some submitted, some didn't, some took initiative, some thought it would be taken care of elsewhere, and so I think there's something that has to do that. And I think the point is, whether we weight it by submissions in our mind, whether we weight it by the testimony we've heard in our mind, the thing to remember is that we were appointed to this committee to represent our districts, and we need to rank accordingly.
Okay. Members, what you see on the screen, a couple of things I have to preface this with. First, you're going to have to put in your email address so we can track the responses and make sure every member has your preferences recorded. Also, your name and your Senate district. The ranking, they're radio buttons, so you can only choose one. So at the top there is protect the electric grid. These are in no particular order, by the way. There are 32 total potential priorities based on where we landed. Now, Another thing I need you to note, if you can scroll down to the bottom, please. And I could probably fix this if I were a master of Google Forms. I'm not. I apologize. You're going to have to scroll to the right on the bottom there to expose options 10 through 15. But if you do that, and now scroll all the way back to the top so that you can see the actual labels above them, you'll see 15th is there on the end. This means that you're going to have 17 priorities which don't get any ranking at all. They don't make your list of the top 15. This is everybody's own individual list of their top 15 out of these 32 based on what we've heard thus far. So if you go in and just, Sean, if you could please just fill in protect the electric grid, that's your 9th to arbitrarily point to something that's up there. And then eliminate property tax, that's your 7th. And if you want to change that, if you're like, maybe eliminate property tax is my 8th, then you just go and change it. It's allowing 7th. Okay. See what I said earlier about not being a master of Google Forms? Let me see if I can fix that, because without that, this whole thing's blown.
Yes. You will rank your priority, 1 being your top priority, through 15. So you will have 17 of the options won't have anything on them.
Okay, that should be fixed.
Sir, I only accept 8 ballots.
Okay. Sean, if you could please refresh your browser to reload that. I don't know if I have to issue a new link.
It just slides the page.
Now just try ranking 2 different priorities in the same column. Yeah, let me send you a new link, see if that helps. My apologies. No.
Yeah, we're trying to make sure that the survey doesn't allow 2 of the same ranking.
I noticed on the bottom, though, it gives you an alert that tells you that you've got errors. If you scroll all the way down, it gives you a red alert.
So maybe you can't submit it.
Oh, okay. That would help.
Scroll to the bottom.
Yeah, and you can see that okay, see how it's giving you, please don't select more than 1.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that works.
Okay, it works.
That works.
Not ideally how I'd have it work, but it works.
So it also requires 1 response per row.
Okay, yeah,
It's all this flowery language like the government and the farmers will partner, and that means they take over the farms.
Yeah, members, we can take a 10-minute. We'll stand at ease just to make sure we have this tested out through. So take 5, 10, and we'll come back and we'll do our voting.
This, yes. That's true. Oh, I know that's how the media works. Like, I refused to watch the Johnny Depp Amber Heard thing because I knew it was a distraction from all.
That's what I was saying. We did the 10, and I'm using that, and I was saying they weren't final. I just wanted to make sure that we all agreed on these top 10.
Well, I knew.
Grammar was not always my best suit. He has not yet sent, but he will be sending soon. You will have a link that you'll click on, and it'll take you to the survey.
And where's it coming from?
It's going to come from Shelby Williams.
Shelby, you probably don't have my address. Because I'm a substitute.
Must be a long email.
Just some reminders about how to navigate this thing.
I didn't remember that. Yes.
I do not see it. Okay. Did she take the place of the person that should remove? Yes.
Elaine, whose place did you take?
Clint's Dairy, 23.
Any other substitutions?
I believe everybody else. That's it.
Okay. Bombs away.
Members, take your time. Make sure there's 32 potential to vote on. Your top 15, one being your highest to 15.
Please ask if you have any questions.
Yep.
Richard, did you get it? Did you? Okay. Okay.
Did anybody already get it?
I got it.
Yeah, I've got it.
You may want to check your spam. It's coming from Shelby at shelbyhwilliams.com.
I've got you in spam.
You moved to the back of the bus again.
I go into your spam by default.
Yes. Thank you. Got it.
Who has not received it yet?
Remember, these priorities are in no particular order, so please read through them and take your time.
How do you get it to shift over? 'Cause there's a little arrow.
You got to scroll down to the bottom to see the scroll right tab. It's kind of annoying.
I'm already at the bottom, and I don't see it.
You on your phone or tablet? Let me take a look.
To go to scroll.
No, you don't have to have a Google account. Sure do.
You don't
All right, let me go back. So it says use another account. It's asking for, I have one, but it isn't the account that you have.
Okay, you don't actually need to be signed into Google to take the survey. Here, whatever you're signed in here doesn't matter. Just put in whichever email address.
That you have, all right.
Right, whichever email address you registered with.
Says your work if you're logged in.
There is that. Yeah, if you're logged in.
Right.
It's not required though, but
And it was sent to the, we need another, have a receipt of.
which email address did you register with? Henry, have you received anything yet? Okay, let me try from my Gmail.
Yeah, I don't know if they're.
And Liz, you're using your Gmail? I'm sorry? That's right. Okay, I'm sending this from my personal Gmail to Henry, Richard, Vince, and Liz. Is there anybody else who has not received the survey?
I've got
Oh, okay. Then must have not liked my email address.
Did you do to the? Yeah, I don't even know what why would that? It's an email address.
Like marked two of the same radio buttons are screwed up. Like I didn't think
so what's your? Here it is, that one. Okay, so Henry, what's yours again? Okay, yes, you get. Anything, Henry?
Came back to me and says it's required, which you can. Where's our techie guy? It'll be different than yours.
No, I'm an iPhone.
Yeah, but yours is on the computer.
Right.
So it's minute, so it's time.
That's required, no matter, what's it say at the bottom?
Search account, under local, search account, so I need to put it. Okay, so I'm done, but it doesn't say.
Make sure everybody's that I've got you.
I assume that there's another easy.
Yes, it says required, it's gonna say required. It says required. That's one area. Change that area. Yeah, but it just takes it back, that says required, that's just the thing it's saying. Okay. No, we haven't said it at all.
Okay.
Look at the message down here. Message says you picked two of the same ranking. It will not send it until you have one of each. Yeah, that's what it says right there.
Oh my gosh. I checked it.
This doesn't mean I don't think other things are important, it just. I tried to pick the ones I thought were most impactful. One that has two dots.
Bring us to the, that's because we get the results of the survey, match them up with some other discussion we've had to try to find all the things we've done.
I tried to tell somebody that they need to reword the equal parenting
Hopefully before we go to plan.
because it's inflammatory, and they just wouldn't hear it. Now, lots of people don't want to hear what they don't want to hear.
sense. She could take the survey on my device as long as you put her email. Yeah. Because I don't think it's not from what email it is from.
Increase the minimum penalty for murder of law enforcement. By definition, that is capital murder.
And if it said the minimum should be life imprisonment.
It already is. The only sentencing options for capital murder are life in prison without parole or death.
Maybe they're making it non-enforceable.
It's already in the statute. I just don't understand.
So it just took up a spot.
Yeah.
Found it. Should read it. I found it. I found what it. That's why you need to be on legislature.
Is anyone else having problem?
Where'd all my dogs go? All my dogs are gone. How'd that happen? They're all just gone. Oh, I probably hit clear form. How would I?
This is just a joke. You voted wrong.
I voted actually.
Capital punishment has two choices if convicted: life or death.
Separately, so I wouldn't do that. I'm not giving stuff to you. I think that's what we should do.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when we finish the survey, do we go to dinner?
What's that? Yeah, I think it would.
And we'll allow the maker of the survey to accumulate the totals. You don't get to go to dinner. No. I had already written that off anyway. I started.
Shelby, are they coming in? Are you starting to see them come in?
I've seen them submitted.
Because that's your whole meeting. So scroll up. Just hit edit. should be good then.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust it.
You just have to scroll at the bottom to get to 10.
I'm just gonna close it and trust it's all perfect.
So 7 o'clock.
So we're taking dinner break or not? Chairman, are we taking a dinner break now, or? Yes. And what time are we supposed to? Okay.
Before you depart, make sure you confirm that that Shelby has received your survey. And we'll be back at 7 p.m. Members. Yes. Members, we're going to, as soon as you finish your, as soon as you finish your survey, we're going to break. Make sure before you, to do roll call or anything. We're just going to go ahead. Shelby Williams is continuing to tabulate the results of the survey, and in the meantime, we're going to take some public, some public testimony, and then we'll await the big reveal real soon.
The envelopes, please.
Okay, with that, the chair calls Beverly Roberts. Beverly Roberts. This might work out well. The chair calls Gail Stanner. Yeah, and we'll catch him on the counter. The chair calls Joseph Villarreal.
They didn't believe us when we told them 7 o'clock.
The chair calls Josh Posey.
I'm the lucky one. I'm Josh Posey from Senate District 18, out in the rural farmland of the conservative stronghold of Waller, Texas, and I'm here to speak for school choice with money that follows the student. I'm not a politician or a lobbyist, but this year my student was handed inappropriate books in class, explicitly taught CRT, experienced social and emotional learning, and we're currently embroiled in a fight over the new health curriculum, Goodhart-Wilcox, and we found the limits of parents' rights in the shack. We have worked tirelessly to fight back, but we don't have the resources to hire an attorney over and over and over again and pay for sitters or have me miss work regularly to make meetings during the day. My wife, who worked in the education system, says our conservative county is so bad that we will need to homeschool our youngest children because we could never afford private school for all 3 of them. I'm not here on behalf of other people's kids. I'm here to advocate for my own. A school choice program that allows money to follow the student is a vital power for my family. It's not enough to cover the private school or for private school for all my kids, but it is enough to help with the rising cost of food while they're all home during the day, or to help us purchase a worthy curriculum. Additionally, if we can draw a hard line in the sand about tax money not going to Planned Parenthood for abortions, why can't we do the same with this? I don't want to fund CRT, gender identities. I don't want to help pay for programs that are perverting our youth or giving the options for abortion clinics or pushing them to get vaccinated without parent consent. I want to use that money for my family and to glorify God. I've heard people claim that this money will come with government strings, and I'm not interested in that. Let's regulate the regulators by prohibiting these strings. We too do not want government overreach. I've heard it called government money, but I contend that this is already my money. Just to the skeptic homeschoolers, I would point out that they do not have to take their money with them. They don't have to claim that voucher. They'll be left alone. Unfortunately, these days, my family is an anomaly. We're seeking legislation that will empower and support parents like us. School choice with money that follows the student will allow parents to reinvest in their own children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
2019, I attended an event nationally with other people across the country, and we learned that 43 states had this same problem. Texas is not the only one. In fact, some states have an exception, and there's like 6 or 7. So there's 7 states that don't have this problem, and Tennessee this session actually deleted their educational justification for harmful material to minors. So Tennessee beat us out of the 43. And so I want to talk about Tennessee's measure. What they did was they had a 3-sectioned approach. They actually cleaned up the penal code. They also required Children's Internet Protection Act compliance for every school, and they actually codified it into state law. So it's a And so they codified it statewide, and that helped with the online stuff that we were seeing that had pornographic materials. And then the third one was requiring more of the LEAs or the school districts to have enforcement or to have consequences, breach of contract, just termination of, we want to look at lots of different things, but Tennessee had specifically done breach of contract. So again, these came in with the American Law Institute Model Penal Code adoption, which was based on fraudulent research by Dr. Alfred Kinsey. This problem is not just a Texas problem, but we should all be concerned about it. It should be a very high priority. So after all these years, we have all of these books that have finally risen to the top, and parents are outraged, and we do have solutions that we can work on. We had House Bill 3135 in the 2019 and Senate Bill 977 in 2021 that should have fixed these.
Thank you very much. Sure, yes.
Do you have this in front of you?
Yes. So the American the American Library Association actually trains our librarians and our teachers through the Texas Library Association on how to counter parents, and they're calling us book burners. They're asserting all kinds of things. And basically, the letters that are written to these school districts to say that if you do not protect this obscenity that is in your library, we will sue you. So there's a lot of threats coming with that. And so basically, this Bill of Rights that they've been teaching all of these librarians to defend is not based on good law.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair calls William Rickert.
I'm William Rickert, and I'm from Orange, Texas, number 3 on the list. And I wanted to talk about some things. I'll try to keep it brief. So I have a boy that's a roofer, and he also has diabetes. And he's been in the doctor's offices and pretty close to death. He had the staph before that on his foot. I would have suggested cut his feet off, or because there was 2 women come in, their babies died with that staph, so it was pretty dangerous, I thought. But he got a little bit mad at me about that. So he's on his roofing work yet, and it's bad to have bad feet on that. But he does the best he could, still is, trying to. But he's been with doctors and stuff that's caused some problems. And the complaint I've got, you people are all working hard for what you're doing, but the ones that's taking the offices that are voted for aren't so good. We vote for them and don't get the one we want, and we see some things that's not good. And then some people that have the offices that they're put in. And I love the police, but my boy got first caught when the Houston people that were Republicans were caught with their being checked for all the things and the taxes. He got a $350 penalty. He's never recovered from it. He's had trouble with his taxes. I've had to help him. But now they're selling his house. And I didn't know who, but I went down there to maybe helping him get his stuff out of his house. but he's very irritated about it. He's not going to sign the paperwork to get out, so they're makes it longer for them to do. But I wanted to see the sheriff, but the sheriff didn't want to see us. But I find out the sheriff is the one that does the selling of the houses. So we happen to have our Speaker of the House as our representative. And I liked him, and I still do. And we're supposed to like our enemies, you know. And I didn't know what he was, but I'm hearing some things that I don't like. And time's up. But anyways, as I walk away,
Mr. Chair, I'd like to.
the people told me that work for him.
Sir, real quick, remember there's a motion to extend the gentleman's time. Any objection?
1 minute.
1 minute. Sir, you have one more minute.
One more
minute
okay.
and wrap up. Thank you,
Well,
sir.
what happened, he got in a hospital, and he couldn't pay it. He wants me to pay. He don't want government to pay him. He wants somebody else, and he likes me to pay him, and I'm pretty poor. I made a vow not to pay people or not work to make more than the taxable. I'm pro-life also. And it causes me a little bit of problem because I help people and I get in bind. The ones you help don't pay you back because they spend their pennies as they go. And but anyways, in Eddie's, I've had to help him some, and I got a whole lot of money. That's why I'm here. And last week, they helped me out with hundreds of dollar bills and stuff from the group. You can talk to me later if you'd like to. But anyways, he had two of them that was going to the hospital with troubles, and he was going to the rest home to sleep. And this one had evidently been a murderer, and so he beat up on my son, but my son's pretty strong. So he just held him off, and he hit him, knocked him out, and nothing was done right then. But then it come another, he's laying there sleeping, he picks up his crutch and hit him over the neck. It had some surgery on it for some reason. Maybe the staff, I don't know what it was. But then the rest home showed them both out the door, and he's, you know, pretty well hurt up. And but he got a police officer to take him to the doctor, and the doctor says they need to take and have that checked.
Thank you, sir.
It's just there's a whole lot, but the.
Arvin, you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, what action is it you're seeking?
What's that?
What action from this committee would you like to see?
I'd
If you
like
keep
us
it
to
in-
try to
keep
get
it
the.
defined, short.
So they said at his office, when I asked him what on the rules for these things where they got to get their money first when they make a bid for roofing. I had a man here that was a.
Okay, you need to get, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I've got to get you to the point of what it is you're asking for.
I asked him.
Asking
What are
us
you
to do.
asking us?
But I
for,
want
sir?
you to know this.
No, I know, we don't
Okay.
have time, though. So I'm just trying to get
Sir.
you to ask us. Go ahead, please.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. Sir, we appreciate you coming and testifying before our committee, and we definitely hope for the best in your outcome, and I thank you so much for your testimony.
And I'd like to see the outcome of things getting better and
Thank
what they're
you, sir.
doing.
Thank you, sir.
And you all, one of you want to ask.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Jamie Haynes.
Hello, I'm Jamie Haynes with Senate District 31. I want to address the obscenity exemption plank, and I am with Melissa and Debbie that already spoke, one or two people before, but I'll go ahead and read that again. But protect Texas children from sexually inappropriate material, violation of privacy, and usurping of parental rights with, this is the important part, criminal and civil enforcement measures. So in fall of 2020, my 14-year-old son received an incredibly inappropriate book at Canyon High. It launched me in my life in a whole new direction. I launched a website called Texans Wake Up and started paying attention to everything the school was doing. I filed 7 different grievances with our district. I filed TEA complaints. The point I really want to drive home is the with criminal and civil enforcement measures. We cannot have the school police themselves. It is not working at all. And so we have to move the enforcement into a different arena. And then the second thing is as the other ladies drove home as well, is someone has said that sexually inappropriate is the term we want to use versus obscene, because obscene falls into a whole different category with our penal codes. Just a point I want to bring up. And then I think the usurping of parental rights can cover so many things, as she brought up. You know, we have transgenderism in our suicide program in conservative Little Canyon, Texas, outside of Amarillo, as well as a CSE or SRR sex ed program. They have gotten rid of that now, and we're looking at a new one. And then the social emotional learning. When we teach our children mental health elements that are aligned with Eastern religion, philosophies, and ideas, that violates my parental rights, where I tell my child to turn to God and Jesus and pray and not think positive and be mindful. That is violating my parental rights. So I feel like this could cover a lot of different things. Thank you so much for your time and all your work.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Chairman. It's over here.
Oh, there you are.
Joseph Villarreal. He's here now. If you called him, he thought you called him.
Very good. Thank you. The chair calls Joseph Villarreal.
Thank you. I wanted to thank y'all for y'all's time. My name is Joseph Villarreal. I'm from Senate District 9. I'm from precinct 37. To death a little bit. It's a little bit interesting because y'all are pushing for. There's an issue with pushing the priorities for Democratic chairs on committees. I was with 150 parents in Austin last year to give testimony for House Bill 803. There was fathers, there was mothers, and what we were up against was a committee, the JJFI committee, ran by Neave, that is a Democrat. So I'm with you, right? I heard that some people were saying that they know fathers that don't want to be actively involved. I'm one of hundreds, if not thousands, of mothers and fathers that are stepping up to the plate. I haven't seen my son in almost 2 years. Tarrant County is one of the worst counties in the state of Texas, and all it took was for my ex-wife to say that she was concerned about the safety and well-being of my son. We didn't have any problems until I chose to move on with my life. Most people say get a lawyer. Well, what happens whenever you don't have money for a lawyer? It becomes a court of equity. So if you don't have money, you're going to be reduced to a visitor. We have the money. We have the numbers from the Office of the Attorney Generals. 90% of the time, a father gets reduced to a visitor. If the state of Texas cares about the Republican Party and the Republic of Texas, this committee will eventually move shared parenting up to the top. We have mothers and fathers actively wanting to be involved, and we are they're mandated to be absent from their children's lives because of the state. We just barely had a father in Tarrant County whose son has cancer, and his rights were being denied. His rights from access were being denied to visit his son that has a 2 to 4 week lifetime span.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Chair calls Sebastian Castro. Sebastian Castro. And go back up to Beverly Roberts. Chair calls Beverly Roberts. Or chair calls Gail Stanner. Chair calls Suzanne Salas. Chair calls Kristen Plusance. Chair calls Jennifer Eckert. Sparacino. Chair calls Cindy Sparacino. Chair calls Erica Hatfield.
You guys are so sweet. You might be surprised, though. First of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the colleagues of the committee. My name is Erica Hatfield. I'm from Senate District 2. I'm proud to say that my senator is Senator Bob Hall. I live in Rockwall County, and I'm here to talk about closed primaries. Recently, we had a runoff primary. One of the candidates for the county judge boasted in front of the polling place that he had over 1,000 Democrats in his pocket. And so what I want to say here is if you go to the GOP data center and you select the 2022 Republican primary, and then you select hard Democrats, you're going to find, hold on, you're going to find 64,238 hard Democrats voted in the 2022 Texas Republican primary. You're also going to find that 41,718 weak Democrats voted in the 2022 Texas Republican primary. I found this news ad, and it says, the news ad says, "To our fellow Democrats, Texas has an open primary. We ask you to vote in the Republican primary to keep County Judge Curtis Evans," so this is a different county, "Curtis Evans to keep quality experience and positive leadership for Jeff Davis County," which is El Paso area. And it was signed by a group of people. So I'm here to say I would like to see closed primaries fall under election integrity. It's so important. If we want to keep senators like Senator Hall and representatives like Brian Slayton, we've got to have closed primaries. If you want to have your legislative priorities taken care of, we've got to have closed primaries. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Chairman, Gail Stannard.
The chair calls Gail Stannard.
Okay, I'm Gail Stannard. I am on the SREC from SD7, and 2 years ago I sat in that seat where Sean Sheben, one of your distinguished colleagues, is sitting. And so I've participated in what you've done. My background is that for 3 sessions in the legislature, under the auspices of the SREC and the Legislative Priorities Committee, I have chaired the subcommittee for ending taxpayer or banning taxpayer-funded lobbying. You have consistently, and the groups before you, have put that on the list, and the people have voted for it. It's not an exciting, emotion-grabbing issue. But I will tell you that it affects every issue, whether in this body or in the platform that we want to get passed, because the opposition is well-funded, and they are well-funded by your tax-paying dollars. And so I would ask you to consider it carefully. I know that you're going to be inundated with some things that are just so emotionally and logically important. And I understand your dilemma in narrowing it down to 15. But we are going to come up with a campaign for the legislature that is going to be a grabber, and it will be effective, but you're going to have faith. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Sheena Rodriguez. Sheena Rodriguez. The chair calls Craig Liccardi. Craig Liccardi. The chair calls Elise Eaton. Elise Eaton.
Bless you.
Chair calls Sarai Demeen. Sarai Demeen.
Hey.
The chair calls, I believe it's Dan Belfield. Chair calls Art Hernandez.
Yay, finally. Well, thank you. My name's Art Hernandez, SD17, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the American family, my family. And one thing that we all have in common here, and one of the reasons y'all were here till 11 p.m. last night, we do it because of our families, our children, is why we're here. And we're here to protect them. We fight to abolish abortion because we want to stop the killing of unborn Americans and put an end to the greatest genocide, or one of the greatest genocides in human history that has killed over 39 million Americans since 1973. We fight to end property taxes because adjusted for inflation, home values are up 300%, but our wages are only up 70%. We fight for school choice because schools are no longer safe for our children. I ask you that when considering our priorities, we choose the ones that protect the American family. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your articulate testimony. The chair calls Kay Burkhalter. Kay Burkhalter. The chair calls Jennifer Fleck. Jennifer Fleck. The chair calls Dale Inman. Dale Inman. The chair calls Art Brown.
Thank you for your time. My name is Art Brown. I'm Senate District 19. A year and a half ago, I got tired of what I was hearing on the news and not believing my ears and not trusting what we call media. So I started searching to God what is important and guide me and lead me. And I ask Him for each and every one of you that He will bless your spirit to open your eyes and your ears and to listen to Him instead of what we look to make sense in this world, because this world doesn't make sense anymore. I became a precinct chair after listening to Real America's Voice. I believe the Spirit led me to that broadcast and hearing I'm not alone. There's many people that are upset. And Dan Schultz talked about becoming a precinct chair. So I became a precinct chair, and I put on there that I talk about Convention of States. But I wanted to let each and every one of you know that I'm not really standing up for Convention of States as much as Convention of States is standing up for me. And I was skeptical, like many that we've heard before, Mark Meckler and Mark Levin, whether Convention of States was going to work. And then I talked to somebody about Texit, and I would like Convention of States to work before we get that drastic that we have to separate from a union. A friend of mine handed me a book called Miracle in Philadelphia. The summer of 1787, delegates were sent to the Independence Hall. And this is annotated. I don't understand some of the rebuttals I've heard from people that says we'd never had a convention. They didn't call it a convention when they were having it. They called it one after, but delegates were sent from 13 colonies, and they made a difference. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate. The chair calls John Parks. Bianca Garcia is on deck.
My name is John Parks. I am in SD2, deep behind enemy lines in the People's Republic of Dallas County. I entered a resolution in. I've had 4, possibly 1/5 person die that I know of who had corona. About 1 million people have had that. I put in a resolution to investigate and prosecute treason and mass murder. It was passed. Somehow it did not, and it passed the SD convention. No one dissented and said nay on that. It should have gotten here. Somehow it did not get here. I've spoken to the person who is going to go find out what's going on with that. But Fauci and the National Institutes of Health and National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease and the Department of Defense provided funding through Dr. Ralph Barrick and Peter Daszak of EcoHealth Alliance to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which is a Chinese research facility utilized by the People's Liberation Army of the People's Republic of China, which is run by the Communist Party of China, Chinese Communist Party. This resulted in the building of SARS-CoV-2, a virus using gain-of-function research, which added new capabilities, enhanced transmissibility, and increased lethality, which affected
years, 10 sessions, we keep begging and begging and begging for our legislative priorities. I know we've only had legislative priorities for about 10 years, but getting our stuff passed is so critical. There's a reason why most of our platform, and our platform's pretty big, there's a reason why most of it's still on copy paper instead of in the law books. And I think that the reasons behind that are some of the things that need to be addressed as a legislative priority. Our legislators need to be held accountable, and our executive branch needs to be held accountable. So executive overreach that we saw the last couple of years, that needs to be a priority for the legislature to address. There's been numerous propositions and proposals of, how many days an emergency can last and how quickly something needs to be called, a committee needs to be called, or how quickly a special session needs to be called. Those details, we can work those out here in your committee. But executive overreach is critical to deal with. Even more important than that is election integrity. I've been an election judge for several years. I've seen felony election fraud happen right under my nose by a Democrat co-judge. It happens. It's all over the place. I've seen it. I've seen people literally take their phone and change the votes from the vote totals literally flip. From candidate A and B, their numbers just completely flipped. That can be done with the electronic voting systems. I'm in favor of actually going back to paper, where you got a Democrat and a Republican, and you count the paper ballots at the precinct, and everybody, there's a spotlight on everything, and nobody can pull any funny business. That's ideal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your
appreciate it.
testimony.
There's several more, but obviously you've heard from others, so thank you.
The chair calls Bianca Garcia. Terry Hall is on deck.
Thank you, and that's Bianca Gracia, just for correction. I'm representing Latinos for America First. I'm the president, representing over 15,000 active members in Texas alone, delegate out of SD 11 Precinct 352. As a Hispanic organization, our communities are faith-driven, freedom-loving, and believe in protecting life. This party has set standards and a platform with God at the forefront. It is not acceptable to compromise our principles as Latinos leaving the Democrat plantation. They are not coming over so that this party can compromise our values. You will either stand with God or against him. This is where we stand on legislative priorities. 1, abolish abortion. The heartbeat bill was not an abolishment of abortion. The Bible states, thou shalt not murder. This bill was nothing to be happy about or even applaud from our most supposedly conservative elected officials. Number 2, religious freedom. The church should have never had to seek the Supreme Court to keep their churches open during the pandemic. We are against government overreach and advocate against emergency powers given to the elected officials. 3, we believe in medical freedoms. 4, we believe in parental rights. 5, national security, border security. We believe in protecting the nation, our state, and our homes. Even Nehemiah rebuilt the wall. Open borders has led to the sale of humans into modern-day slavery, the raping of innocent women and children, and an increase in fentanyl that was confiscated in one county alone that could kill the entire nation. Texas should take a stronger stance on border security and close the border to stop the invasion instead of giving us theatrics and optics from our governor, lieutenant governor, and Texas attorney general. This invasion is hurting our communities. We must declare the cartel as a domestic terrorist organization because in John 10, thieves and robbers come in another way. We believe in finishing the wall, believe in deportation. We do not believe in amnesty or pathway to citizenship. Number 6, we are not satisfied with our elected officials watering down election integrity bills, reducing the penalty from felony to misdemeanor. Our Hispanic communities have been victims of election fraud for decades. We have affidavits from many Hispanics regarding the election fraud they witnessed during the 2020 election. Our elected officials themselves lie about where they live and buy elections, and if you all think that our party isn't rigging elections, then God have mercy on you. We want one-day voting ballots, and that's it. This nation no longer has elections. We have selections. What will you do?
Thank you for that.
Yes.
Testimony
hard to
with
follow. Oh my
gusto.
goodness! Now what I'm going to do? There's all this pressure. Okay, so my name
Chair
is
calls
Terry
Terry
Hall,
Hall.
and I'm with SD 24, and I am the founder and director of Texans Uniting for Reform and Freedom, or Texas TURF, and Texans for Toll-Free Highways. And I normally would come before you begging you to make our 2 legislative priorities one of our top priorities for Legislative Priorities Committee. But there's a reason why I can't do that today, because we have a Democrat as the Transportation Committee Chair in the House. And this continues to happen session after session. Doesn't matter what we say our priorities are, folks, as long as we have Democrats as committee chairs. So I'm here to ask you to make this a priority. Please make this a priority, because I can guarantee you it's going to be right up there with election integrity when we do the vote. Because there's nothing I've seen galvanize Republicans in this state like the issue of Democrats as committee chairs. So I wanted to actually bring up one more thing with you. I happen to have 2 collegiate athletes in my house that are females. And we have some unfinished business, folks, when it comes to allowing men to compete against women at the higher education collegiate level, and really in professional sports as well. We only took care of it for high school, K-12. Well, what about all these collegiate athletes? Their scholarships depend on this. So we have failed these ladies, and my daughter's included. We need to make sure we protect women from having to compete against biological males. So with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Teresa Beckmeyer, are there any other signups? We're done with that list. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I've ascertained 2 things. First, I can't estimate time. And second, I've ascertained the weighted rankings of all our priorities on the survey.
Very good. I'm going to close signups. We have 4 people left that are on here, and then that will end our public testimony for the day, and then we'll get back to the committee of the whole and discuss our final results of our survey. The chair calls Kevin Witt. Tracy, the chair calls Tracy Shanian. Chair calls Sandra Witten. Winter. Witter.
She's here.
Are we ready? Hi, y'all. My name is Sandra Witten. I'm representing SD 21. I live in Laredo. I am a former candidate for Congress in Congressional District 28. I wanted to talk today about closing the primaries. This is so important that we close the primaries, especially when we look at what's happening on a whole. One of the things that we saw in the 2020 election cycle is that President Donald Trump got an overwhelming amount of votes in Webb County, Laredo, Texas specifically. In fact, in the primaries, he was almost a laughingstock. He only got 2,700 votes. On election day in November, that number over tripled. It exploded. It had closer to 27,000 votes, the most number of Republican votes ever seen in Webb County's history. Why do I bring that up? Because now we had a contested race in Congressional District 28. One of the things that we saw is group text messages from where the Democrats did not want certain Republicans to win. Not just in my race specifically, but up and down the board. We had so many contested races. You guys saw the number of runoffs that we've had. This has never happened in the history of District 28, that we had a runoff, let alone a runoff in a Republican race. Now, that sounds like it should be exciting, except for when you realize that there was a lot of paid for votes on the hands of the Democrats. When you find out that you had a 17-year-old election judge and it was called upon the state to act, and the state refused to do something about it because, well, quote, you win some, you lose some. That's not acceptable. As Republicans, we're expected to hold a higher accountability. In Virginia, my home state that I grew up in, I had to register as a Republican voter. Now, what this does is this eliminates the whim voting. When you go in to vote on election day or during your open voting time, you have to vote as a Republican or you have to vote as a Democrat. Why don't we want that kind of accountability in Texas? This is going to prevent people texting and doing these mass texts going, hey, we need somebody to come over here and vote because our guy is losing. Hey, as long as you're a registered voter, you can come and vote. That is not acceptable. That is toxic. That is toxic for the state of Texas, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. We've got to close the primaries in Texas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The chair calls Jeff Morgan.
Jeffrey Morgan from Senate District 2. Thank you so much. I didn't realize you were still coming on tonight, or I would have dressed a little bit more appropriately. But I wanted to talk about just one quick issue here. And this came out in February February of 2021 in an article called The Wed Vote Red. And it talked about the single most important factor in whether a person voted Democrat or Republican was their marital status. So for example, married men voted for Donald Trump 57 to 42%, that's a plus 14. Married women, 52 to 47%, that's a plus 5. When you looked at single men, they voted for Biden 46 to 52%, negative 6 Republican. Single women, 37 to 62%, they voted for Biden, that's negative 25%. Now, when I was here, I spoke about the no-fault divorce issue. I was actually surprised to hear that the parental equality did not make it on the legislative priorities, and I think that's a mistake. Because what we are doing in our child support system right now, 1.5 million children, 6% of them, and I don't even like this whole system here, but the majority of them are being raised in which with a primary single mother, and I have nothing against single mothers or anything, but we are creating a pipeline of Democrats. We're concerned about people coming across the border voting Democrat. We're creating our own here in Texas. And as grandparents, if you don't look at this equal shared parenting, you may end up never being able to see your grandchildren because they take retribution against one of the parents. I think this is a very important issue. It's not my biggest issue, but the best thing, if you do have divorce, parental equality, they have over 60 studies that are saying that this shared parenting is the most important thing to kind of replicate two parents living in the same house. It is a shame on us if we are monetizing our children and are more concerned about the money in child support than
the list of public testimony. I want to thank everybody who has given testimony, both those that are present and those who have come before, for standing before us. I'm not saying we're not having any more public testimony at all for the rest of the time, but we're going to go ahead and break into our committee of the whole to discuss first and foremost the results of our survey, and then we'll continue with our discussion leading up to a final vote of 15. So with that, Shelby, would you like to share the results? If you have
Yes.
in visual, we can put them up as
I've
well.
actually copied the spreadsheets into the working document. If you can pull that up, please. Now, while that's coming up, I'll just explain what I did. I took all of the raw responses. Somebody listed banned taxpayer-funded lobbying first. We've got, and that's the only person who ranked that first. Then we've got a record of 1 vote for first place for banned taxpayer-funded lobbying. So even though I thought I wasn't going to have to do this earlier, I went ahead and weighted all of them so that we could rank all 32 in order based on weighting. So a first place choice had a weighting of 15 out of 15 priorities. A 15th place choice got a weighting of 1, linear. And then I simply ordered everything by the weighted average. There is a slight margin of error here